not only in terms of money, but also helping startups to find the solutions that they need to develop themselves. The first one is health and well-being, and by there we are not focusing the health system as a whole or the pharmaceutical, but we are focusing on specific issues related to well-being and health that have a significant social impact, like for instance the health and the well-being of our elder. How can we invest in technology and methodologies that take care better for our elder? That is one aspect. Second, we focus on companies that are producing solutions in the field of education. So education for all and education of quality. And there are plenty of EdTech solutions that are very interesting and quite scalable. The third one would be sustainable production and consumption. We need to change the way we produce and consume. It's a linear way that is driving us to disaster, as we can see, and already we can see the seas flood of plastics. We need to change that. And that's why we go for solutions that are changing the industries, like fashion, for instance. You know that fashion is the second most polluting industry in the world, after oil, the oil industry. So we need to change that. And we are supporting solutions of sustainable fashion, quite innovative, and with technology as well. Also in the field of agriculture, we are also helping agricultures to change the traditional agriculture towards a more sustainable production. The fourth is very linked to the previous one. The fourth sector that we are interested in is climate change. We are in a hurry against climate change. As Obama said, we are the first generation that we are experiencing the climate change, and the last one that can change it, can reverse it. So we need to take action, and we need to take exponential action. So we need to invest in technology and solutions that help us to reduce the CO2 emission and achieve the zero net emissions. And finally, we also are interested in what is linked to social innovation and social cohesion and integration. By that we are meaning solutions for collectivities, group of people that are more vulnerable in our society, like dependents, like youth unemployed, and so on. And this is where we focus, and we think we can make an impact by supporting with money and support, advice, help, startups, very innovative, as I said, with technology, top entrepreneurs, and ambition to grow and change our society. That's it.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you. Very, very interesting. Please, Maribel. Maybe you are, let me say, the different one in the room. So from your perspective, which is maybe you can explain us, which is very important now on, is how is now the legal framework around all this topic?
Well, in fact, talking about the legal framework is not as exciting as explaining all your projects, but is that what lawyers we have? Well, I think that the commitment of the European Union with sustainability and impact is undeniable. Having the European Green Deal as a framework, we can point out two main ideas. One is that it stands for a growth that gives in more than it takes away, and the other one is that Europe wants to be a guide. We want to show that we can be both sustainable and competitive. In this sense, the European Commission is developing a new framework which will permit or will encourage investing for sustainable impact. I would like to highlight three main rules that I consider very important. One is the environmental taxonomy, and it establishes a set of criteria to identify which products and which projects are considered environmentally sustainable in Europe. And as I recall, by the end of this year, we expect to have the final report on the social taxonomy, would be great. The second is the non-financial reporting directive. This is now currently under review in order to improve the environmental information that the companies have to give and that are key for investors in order to decide if they invest or not and in which projects. And the third rule is the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation. very long names, all these rules. And under this regulation, all the financial institutions working in Europe have to classify the products they market or they buy on in three main categories. The so well-known Article 6, Article 8, and Article 9. Although we believe that it's a very first step to go for a standard, these kind of products, we think that it's missing more clarity in the definition or even in the characteristics on the products. So what's happening in Spain? As it cannot be otherwise, Spain is incorporating to its national law all the European regulations. Among many examples and rules, I would like to talk about three in particular. One is the EU CEFs, the other the social impact bonds or the pay-for-results contract, and finally the paper of foundations as providers of capital. One example of sustainable investment is the European Social Entrepreneurship Funds. There are 5 in Spain. One is Bolsa Social Impacto. Jose can talk a lot about that. But from the legal perspective, I wanted to say that in order to attract capital to this kind of investments, Vizcaya has approved a very special tax law that gives attractive benefits to both the funds and the participants. So if only we can have a kind of this regulation all around the territory, it would be great. Talking about the social impact bonds, so the pay-for-results contracts, is such an innovative figure that it's neither recognized nor regulated in the Spanish law. But as Cuatro Casas experience, as we are working into projects that are now in design in Spain, we see that it's some kind difficult for public administration to join this kind of contracting with investors and social service providers, and that rules must go on and we will have to work hard on it. And last but not least, the paper of foundations as providers of capitals. Now there is no clear framework for foundations that want to invest in impact. But as breaking news, I can inform you that now there is a proposal to reform the tax law of foundations. And we in Cuatro Casas are working together with the Spain App and the Spanish Association in Foundations on proposals that may allow foundations to make impact investment. And I don't want to finish without speaking just a little about the Shell case, which is a milestone ruling. This May, a Dutch court considered that the economic interest of a company should be sacrificed in favor of climate and human rights. Although this statement may seem obvious, it's fairly unusual in a ruling. The Dutch oil company Shell was considered responsible for contributing to the climate change, and therefore was condemned to reduce its CO2 emissions and all its supply chain by 45% by 2030. It's a lot. Setting a precedent, the Dutch court considers that company must not violate human rights and must contribute to avoid being violated wherever they operate. Well, in summary, I think that these court cases and all the legislative work that the European Commission is doing is paving the way for investing in what really matters, the protection of the planet and the human rights.
Thank you, Maribel. Super interesting vision. I think you've been through all these instruments and mechanisms. It's clear that let me say the vertical is, if you can call vertical, is heating up a lot. Huh? There is a lot of activity, also regulations. I am very sure that these mechanisms are quite agile to get projects done. But you maybe the last part, we have 7 minutes. Maybe for the audience, I think it's interesting maybe to put some examples on investment. You already say something, Rodrigo, on that case, but maybe you can say one example that can illustrate which is these startups.
So I'd like to react to what you're saying about regulation. There are two kinds of people. People that have to be forced into behaving better, and for them maybe regulation works, and people who are not waiting to be forced into a regulation. You mentioned SFDR and Article 6, 8, and 9. Seems very complex, but at some stage, stage 9, it says that my compensation, the carried interest, how I might make money, is linked to indicators that I define today that will be measured in 10 years on companies that I've not invested in yet, and that if I don't meet those indicators in 10 years, then I will not make money in 10 years. Doesn't really make sense to me. It's too much bureaucracy. I prefer to invest in companies that are making an impact today and do it because I want to, not because I'm forced to. So examples of companies we've invested in are very close to the ones you were saying. We just did this summer a company out of Vienna in Austria called Refurbed, and it's a marketplace for refurbished electronic goods. You don't have to produce more laptops. There are plenty already out there that can do enough, they have enough power for you to work, for kids to work. Why always buy the latest one, which consumes rare earth, has child labor behind it sometimes, and it makes it cheaper for the consumer. We're investors in a company, and you mentioned digital health, that we just did a couple of, this is like a scoop, last week, I think, in mental health in Berlin, that is helping people, and specifically anxiety and depression post-COVID. We're investors in a climate company that went public last month. They sent 140 nanosatellites in space. With that, they can reduce wildfire, or actually enhance wildfires' accuracy prediction by 30%. They track, planes, boats around the world, and that has reduced 20 to 30%, according to the different clients, of energy consumption of those planes or boats, right? So we can all contribute ourselves and invest right now without the need for extra regulation and reporting, like ESGs require reporting. I'd rather just do, I'm an entrepreneur at heart, right? And all the examples I'm giving you, and there's many more, we're actually coming up with an impact report this month of October, so you'll find that on our website.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Amazing stuff. Maybe Lucas, you can.
Yeah, well, related with what Rodrigo just said, we shouldn't wait till regulation to come in and say what we need to do. We have, from our side, we were born through COVID crisis, and the moment COVID popped up, we sat down and said, what can we do as impact managers or as just managers of money? And we decided that at that time, it was impactful to invest into a cosmetic companies and a travel tech companies just because of the environment. These companies were doing close to 10 million revenues per year, and they, from one month to another, they just stopped selling products and services. So at that point in time, we thought that investing into a cosmetic firm and an online travel agency was an impactful investment. Although when you see it from a third party, you may see, okay, this doesn't seem to be impactful right now, because, okay, COVID has at least diminished its effects, and we are now in a safer situation, but you also need to have context. And on that side, I do agree with Rodrigo that regulation probably will not solve the problem of impact financing, or of at least defining what it is impact financing.
Thank you, Lucas.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Me as a former regulator, but not wanting to go into the controversy, regulation does not solve everything, but helps. I have seen that European regulation helps a whole sector to move, and of course it's quite improvable. But now going to real examples, which is the exciting thing, no? What are we bringing in and supporting, the startups that we are supporting? Bolsa Social, in Fondo Bolsa Social, focusing in solutions, in bringing solutions to the problem. We have identified a big problem that we have in Spain and in whole Europe, which is the aging population. 20% of the people in Spain now is bigger than 65 years old. And this figure is going to increase. So we live more, and that's why we live longer, which is a beautiful thing, but that brings a lot of challenges as a society. We need to ensure good care of these people, of the elder, that they want to live at home, but they need a lot of support, medical support, and also assistance, social assistance. So we invested in a tech company called Tukubi that is developed a sort of IE, sorry, it's just a software that calls directly to the elder at home. It's a machine talking with the elder at home and taking information from them about their situation, whether they need any support, whether they are in a situation that needs intervention, or whether they are just lonely and they need just conversation. And it's just a machine talking to them. And that can multiply, that can scale fantastically. That is one solution. So how can tech help us to tackle big challenges that we have as a society? But also we have invested in a company that has developed biofertilizers and bioprotectors for the crops to reduce the abuse of chemicals in the agriculture. It's a big challenge that we have as a society as well, the abuse of chemicals. The European regulation is pushing to reduce the chemicals precisely, so it's a great opportunity, a business opportunity, but also is really helping us to have more efficient, because it's more efficient than the chemicals, more efficient agriculture that is sustainable. This is what we need. It's called Nostoc Biotech, and it's growing very well. In the field of sustainable development, as I said, sustainable consumption, we are focused as well in the problem of the textile industry. The second, as I said, the second most polluting industry in the world. We need to change the way we dress and the way we produce textile, and we buy clothes and we dispose of them, because it's very polluting. It's really polluting. Go and study about this, because it's insane. So we have invested in a couple of companies, and I will finish with this. One of them is Sepia, which has developed a material that is really not getting dirt. So you don't need to clean it, or you reduce the energy that you use to clean it, and it's produced here locally. So you are reducing the CO2 emissions that are involved in the chain of the textile industry. And also we have invested in Tropic Fill, another company that recycles textile to produce very good fashion. So there are a lot of solutions there that are good business opportunities, and also are helping us to tackle the biggest problems that we have as a society.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's clear that we have a lot of issues to solve. Hope you can do it. Thank you, guys. We are running out of time. We need to finish. Thank you very, very much for all your visions and to be here. Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Diego. Thank you, Lucas, Rodrigo, Jose, and Maribel for these enlightening presentations. We have seen very good examples on how investment, how money can help us to build a better world. They have been talking about saving the planet and saving the people and making profit at the same time. We have been talking about exponential organizations. We have been talking about demographic winter, aging population. We have been talking about health, about the pollution of textile industry. Many, many interesting topics. And we have been talking already about sustainability and money for sustainability, and especially for sustainable development goals, the 2030 agenda. And that connects beautifully with the next panel. The next panel that I would like to introduce to Johanna Gallo, or Gallo, who is who is going to be the moderator. She is the co-founder and co-CEO of A-Planet. Johanna, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So, hi, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Many thanks for being here. So, I'm super excited to be here this morning and share this scenario with the rest of the members of the panel. So yes, I'm Johanna Gallo, I'm co-founder of A-Planet, and first I would like to thank the South Summit for giving me the opportunity to be in here and to moderate this panel, and for having with me these panel members that are representatives of top VCs and also fund investment professionals in Europe. So we will have with us Ander, that will arrive a little late, and also Guillaume, that is here with us today, yeah, that is representing Euraceo, yeah, I've pronounced it well. And also we have with us Jasper, that will join virtually, I think. I don't know where is the, yeah, okay. That is from HB Capital. Okay, hi, Jasper. Yeah, he's there, I think. Hi, hello. Also give an applause. Okay,
Hello.
so, hi. So I'm super excited of two things. First is the topic of the panel, that is how sustainability is considered for investment in VCs and investment professionals. And also, I'm very excited to have these panelists with us that will give us their point of view of how sustainability is considered when they are taking the decision of investment in different companies. So let me first talk a little bit about A Planet, and that's why also I'm very excited of the topic, because it's very related with what we do. We are a startup that offers a SaaS platform for organizations to manage their sustainability, their information, their data, processes, and also take actions on this data. And also unleash on top all the power of the ESG data, that is environmental, social, and governance. This is our second year. We are in 5 countries right now, and more than 100 organizations use our platform to manage their sustainability. So that's why this topic is super interesting for us as well. So enough about A Planet, and let's go straight into the topic. So as you know, so we have seen that there is a boom in sustainability recently, and also it's a hot topic in the capital markets. And we have seen a shift, a paradigm shift in how sustainability is considering when, for example, the VCs or the investment funds, they consider this criteria for selecting their companies in their portfolio. So I would like to ask you if this has changed the way you manage your investments, or when you're considering whether to invest in a company or not, if you consider that criteria already.
Yes, thanks. Well, at Euraceo, we are one of the larger investment managers in Europe, and also a listed company. So we've been conscious about these subjects for a very long time. Our ESG team is 6 people already, so it's probably one of the bigger ones, at least for European funds. So we have been focusing on this for a long time, and I think COVID, though, has, I mean, we've seen things that we've never seen before, like full parts of the economy that are shut down, you know, people that have been in difficulty, the health system that's been very tested. And so I think from our point of view, so it wasn't really a shift in strategy, but it's just to decide that, okay, we don't want to lose this moment and kind of go back to maybe how things were before. So it's really a case of accelerating. And so last year we wrote a detailed report with all our objectives. And whereas before we were doing everything sort of internally, now we're kind of going public with all of our ESG objectives, really to be sure to use the moment and not waste it. In that sense, for example, one of our objectives is health, or one of the UN objectives is health. And so we decided to increase materially the investments we're doing in the healthcare sector. So around 12% of our AUM today is in health. And just a few weeks ago, we announced that we acquired another investment manager just focused on health. So it's really a case of not necessarily changing, but accelerating much more to not lose the moment.
Oh, that's great. So you are very focused on health in the part of ESG.
It's one of them. Actually, I think we're, out of all the objectives, we're more focused on climate and inclusion. And those are the 2 ones where we spend most of our time, because you have to choose. I mean, we're a big company. We're around 400 employees, but you can't solve everything. So we do health, but really the 2 ones we focus more on climate and inclusion.
That's great. And Jasper, about you, have you changed the investment strategy considering sustainability?
I wouldn't say we have changed it significantly, but what we did is we introduced about, I think, 2 years ago, ESG as well. We have now 2 people dedicated on the topic. We're a smaller fund, so we just have 45 people or so. But for us, it's 2 sides. So one is the internal, the company. So for HV itself, obviously we try to be carbon neutral. We look for diversity in our team, which then would hopefully reflect in our investment activity. And then there's the outside part, which comes to discussions with our LPs, but also when we look at investments. So every term sheet that we send to a company contains the obligation to follow certain ESG criteria, and that also already happened pre-COVID. And then obviously we help them. We have teams supporting them, how to implement that, how to prioritize that. A very early company might have other problems than a later company, and there might be the question where they should already follow all of those. And then we do direct investments like in Klima, that's a consumer app where people can offset and change their lifestyle to be more carbon neutral, for example. And we're looking for other companies a bit similar like yours that you introduce. So how can we help the world out there become more sustainable? Because we think it's a trend that is not just important, but it also can be very economically viable in the future. So there is money there, so we can combine both things.
Yeah, and when you say you combine both things, also I would like to ask you, in what perspective you consider this ESG criteria or this sustainability criteria? Maybe you do a kind of ranking, or you evaluate all the opportunities you have for investment, and you say, okay, this company or this startup is causing or is having more positive impact than the other, is a criteria to prioritize, or is more a yes/no? Like, is this company having a bad impact maybe, or is not considering sustainability in the activity that they have? So it's more this ranking, or is a yes/no?
I think a ranking is difficult. I wouldn't say it's a yes/no, because we have opportunistic world, right? You see an investment, and then you have to decide if you invest or not. You can't just rank and wait for a couple of months so the next one is coming. But it's a discussion on our investment committee. It's part of the investment memo, and it has to be a criteria that we discuss. So, for example, if the team is not diverse, then this is the next action. Then they have to follow for us. If they are definitely not carbon neutral, then there have to be actions implemented within the next 12 months. So those things decide the yes/no. If they don't want to follow those criteria, then we cannot invest.
Okay, so you have a criteria already established for the companies in the potential, or potentially in the portfolio. Okay, great.
Yeah, well, I mean, for us, there's definitely some sectors that are that we wouldn't be investing in. So there is so-called maybe a blacklist, but these are fairly obvious. I mean, it's nothing like, it's just, yeah, the very obvious ones. And then the reality is also that us as investors, we have to bring value. And we have to help the companies that we invest in. So if we just have kind of a passive way to think about it, and as, all right, they're in the right boxes, let's do it, or they're not, and let's not do it, then, you know, we don't add that much. And because we have been thinking about this, and a lot of investors have been thinking about this much more than the companies themselves. So it's actually an area where we can help them, and we can give them benchmarks. Like, for example, I was mentioning inclusion, and that's one of the objectives there is to, in a way, spread sort of the wealth. So you don't have like just a very small portion of the population, or in the case of a company, a very small portion of the company that benefits from an outcome. It's a way to, you know, you have to have more employee ownership. And a lot of them, you know, this is one example, but there are others, where the startups, the company founders aren't necessarily aware that, you know, you can do, or you should do, or it would be better to do, or like it would be, you know, your employees would be more engaged, more happy if it's done in a certain way. And since, you know, we have the benefit of having time to think about this, and also having seen other companies do best practices, it's also our goal to come in and give advice. So it's not just a case of, you know, you decide from the outside and then you let people do their things. of course, you have to understand what you're getting in, and sometimes you shouldn't invest in a company just because it's like not an ethical company, that's for sure. But I mean, most of the time, they're good people who are trying to do things well, and our goal is, take them from here to here in terms of ESG.
No, it's very good to hear that you are helping companies also to take them to the next level. And hi, Ander.
Hello, sorry about the delay, sorry guys. Yep.
Yeah. So I was asking them, it's very interesting, I would like to ask you as well, if you have changed the strategy that you have to select companies or in which you want to invest based on sustainability criteria or ESG criteria.
Definitely, it's a topic that is now on the table of every investor. I think GPs are asking for it. It's a topic that is very hot right now. And for us, yes, it's a topic that is now on the table. I think the big change for us is now when we make an investment, it's a topic that is on the table. So we look at the company and we'll say, okay, what will be the future of this company achieve for a vision? Is it a better future? Is it not a better future? Does it have any impact on the society? So that's a topic that I would say 2 years ago wasn't on the table. Now for us it's on the table. And for us, to be honest, is a topic that is another factor, but it's not the main factor, at least for the moment. It's not the main factor, it's reality. We still have fund that want to get returns to investors, so that's the main factor, but this is a topic that is another factor in order to make a decision.
So I was asking them as well, is that yes or no for you to invest in a company if they consider sustainability or ESG criteria, or is another criteria to consider?
Yeah, to be honest, for us, it's another criteria, is validation. We are not a sustainable only investor, so we don't maximize for ESG as output, maximize for return. But it still is a topic that for us is important, is, as I was saying, a topic that is on the table, and every investment we make is something that we measure and we look at.
Perfect. And once you invest in a company, once a company is in your portfolio, how do you keep them accountable of what they do about sustainability? If you measure how they are doing in ESG, environmental, social, and governance criteria, and for that, do you use any framework? Do you ask them to use any tool?
Yeah,
Whoever.
I can
I
start.
think it's Guillermo, yes.
Yeah, we definitely do. And it's interesting because Eurazeo, we do both majority investments, buyout mostly. We also do minority investments. And it's different when you have 60% of a company and when you have 2-3%.
Yeah.
So for sure, all of our majority investments, 100% of the company, they do reporting, and we're very involved in that. And when you're a smaller shareholder, and us specifically, we're growth, so we invest. The companies have been around for maybe 6-7 years. It's not mandatory. I think at some point it will become, just because the earlier stage funds will ask it, or it's just in the mindset. But today, around 74% of our portfolio companies do ESG reporting. But it's more a case of we're not like super rigid, because it's not totally there in the mindset yet. But I think maybe 1 or 2 or 3 years it'll be there.
But you say 72, 75?
Yeah.
That's a lot. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, I think it's on. I mean, as you were saying, it's on top of everyone's mind. So maybe 2 years ago there was some pushback. Now, when we do our due diligence, there's a questionnaire that they have to fill in. It's like, no problem.
Yeah, okay, that sounds great. And yeah.
If you want, for example, in our case, it's exactly what you were saying. No? We tend to be not in majority investor. We tend to be co-leads. We don't lead rounds. So when we don't lead a round, it's much harder to impose a certain criteria of ESG to the report, etc. So for us, it's hard to do this. But it's something that we're looking forward to do, and I think, as you were saying, that Guillaume, that this is changing, and companies tend to do it more proactively. The problem is there is different ways, as you know very well, Joanna, of doing it, and it's hard to consolidate information from different companies that do it and completely different standards. But this is, I think, a more reliable framework is coming, and we're happy for the companies to do it, but as we are not leading the rounds, it's hard for us to impose it, so we're not imposing it at this point.
Jasper, I don't know.
Yeah, we lead rounds, and we also sit on the board, so we can impose those things. We're early stage investor most of the time, so obviously then there is the chance at least to start something. But as two mentioned, it's difficult. You have to navigate also the returns and the building of the company. And you can't just tell them, hey, this is your main priority now. So what we try rather is to navigate that together, but also tell them what the target, for example, a growth fund like Eurazeo would be for following rounds. So we help them building this. But honestly, most of them, as you said, they are embracing it. They rather like it, that they see a framework and some kind of support than rejecting it. We've never seen any company rejecting this.
That sounds good. And you mentioned that, for example, in the due diligence or when you collect this information from the organizations, you use framework, standard. Do you use anything in particular, anything that is global or something that you have created for your firms? Or
That's for you, Guillaume.
No, well, I mean, it's interesting because there are frameworks, but there are a lot of frameworks. As investors, you know, we can't, you know, we're not ESG specialists. So we have a department that works on that, and they provide us with a questionnaire and you know, questions to ask. And I'm sure it corresponds to something official. But I mean, there are a lot of acronyms. It can be scary, to be honest. ESG can be scary. It is a bit scary because there's like the UN goals, I mean, just so many of them. So we have a team working on that, which is good, and we kind of follow their framework.
no, but hearing that you have a team is super good because then you have really interest in this if you dedicate a team just for ESG information. So that's great. Yeah, what about?
For us, as I was saying, we cannot impose it, so we don't have a team. We don't have the size of Eurazeo, so we're a small team, it's 12 people. We cannot have a team dedicated to this, and we cannot impose it to a company. So what we do is try, if they give us, it's great, but as I was saying, I think it's something that's going to change over time, and it's going to be starting from much earlier. This is going to be a standard that everybody has to do. The problem is we need a standard, no 10. Once we get to one standard, I think it's going to be much easier for everybody to do it, and I think it's going to be done in a recurrent way. But we cannot, in our position, at this point, we cannot impose it. I don't know, Jesper, what do you think? You guys are imposing it, or?
Well, we see also a lot of frameworks. We tend to lean towards the ROSE framework a little bit more, but I wouldn't say it's perfect, and it really depends on the company. So we're not even imposing this, we're just recommending it if it would fit.
Okay. Yeah, and it's also difficult for the startups or for the companies to know what framework should I use, how should I report this data, it's like what they are expecting from me to report. But yeah, if you give this criteria or you give this guideline, it's good.
Yeah. I think, go ahead, sorry,
some of them are kind of common knowledge, or so diversity at the board, diversity in the team, diversity in the executive committee. You don't really need a framework. I mean, you just kind of, it's common language, common knowledge. Climate also, although how do you measure it?
That's why you need the framework.
Yeah, there you need the framework. So some of them, it's. I mean, you don't really. You can kind of do it intuitively. And I think you can do a lot of it intuitively, and then the framework is also just to measure.
But you measure at the time of due diligence or later during, once you have invested in the company?
We do both. We do both to see if it improves.
That's great. So I don't know if you know about the SFDR. Have you heard about that? It's
a little bit, but I'm not an expert by any means.
Okay, perfect. So that's a regulation that is that impose the companies, in fact, the VCs and the funds, to report if their companies in their portfolio are sustainable or not. And this has been here from March this year. So now is the version 1, but I don't know if you have considered this for your strategies or when you consider a company for your portfolio or for the companies that you have already in your portfolio.
In our case, I mean, regulation, it's from our point of view, is not very clear yet what is actually required and how to implement it. It's at the beginning. It's like when you get a new law, okay, you need to adapt. So we're adapting to it. What we have changed is more on the legal documents, website, information that we provide, etc. But to be honest, we haven't gone farther than that. And the version 2, we're not aware of what is going to happen there, to be honest. So wait and see for us, at least. I don't know if you guys have a different view on this.
Us is a bit different. So I mean, we're bigger. So
Yeah, of
we
course.
have more time,
Exactly.
more resources. So today, 80% of our funds are Article 8 or Article 9. That means that they have ESG components in them. Article 9 being that they, like, intrinsically, the goal, or part of the goal is ESG focused. And so we have, I think, a couple of funds that are Article 9, but at least on all of them we do reporting, so we're already there. And some of them are actually Article 9, so I think we're a bit of ahead of the curve compared to other funds.
So as of now, the version 1 like requires to report if they are sustainable or not. It's like a yes or no, and that's it. But are you prepared for version 2 as well? It's like...
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay, perfect.
For what they are saying, they are prepared. Yeah.
Yeah, super prepared. Yeah.
What about you, Jasper? Are you prepared?
Yeah, we're prepared. We are, the current fund already has the ESG criteria, and for the previous ones, we do it optionally for the portfolio companies, so they can even introduce it later. And then for the future fund, obviously, it will be the new ones.
Yeah, that's good. So if you want to tell us, how do you see the future of sustainability investment and criteria considering the companies in the portfolio and future investment?
From my point of view, it's a topic that is not one of these that is comes and goes. This is a topic that is here to stay, and it's going to stay for the long run. I think everybody is, especially if the pressure is coming from the GPs. If your GPs are asking you to do this, all the funds are going to need to adapt. If not, you're not going to get investors, right? So it's even if you are reticent to do it, it's coming. You want it or not, it's coming, and you need to adapt, and you need to find ways to do it. In our case, a little bit harder because of what I was mentioning. We're not leading rounds, so it's hard to impose. So it's more on funds that lead in this case to impose it, to actually impose it, and then of course we'll be really happy to have the data and be able to be more compliant, and that's something that we're looking forward. But it's something definitely that is here to stay and is evolving on a very positive way. And I think the effect is great. I mean, it's something that Schwab been here for a long time, but of course things take time to change. So it's good to see it.
Well, I think when I started my career in investing, so we already had to do the reporting, and to be honest, I thought, okay, well, this is like this is a bit of a constraint. It's you know, it's not our job, it's not the company's job, but okay, let's do it because we have to do it. And I think what we've seen since then, and particularly with the COVID situation, is that actually the companies, you know, who have engaged employees, who have diversity, who have loyal customers, well, they perform better. You know, if you treat your suppliers well, when there's going to be difficulties, they'll probably, you know, give it back to you. So what's really good about ESG is, whereas maybe before we could think it was like no correlation between financial performance and economic, social, and governance. Now it's pretty clear that if you invest in the companies that focus on this, they'll be performing better. And this is not just like a concept. I mean, we've even seen some in our portfolio. We've seen like some material financial gain. So it's like an anecdote, but if you shift from normal packaging to recycled packaging, well, you actually spend much less money on your packaging. Another of our company, Caron Bar, which is a food company, they realized that a lot of their trucks were like half full or half empty, depending on your personality. And so they decided, well, we'll just bundle with other companies around us, and we'll fill up the bus. And so this is, of course, I mean, you save. In their case, they saved a few thousand tons of CO2. But they also saved a lot, I mean, made meaningful economies. So I think if we would be in a tricky spot if ESG and financial performance were kind of, I mean, not working together. But the reality is that if you do focus on ESG, you'll probably have better returns. So long term, it's definitely something that will gain in importance.
Yeah, it's super good because in fact in A Planet we see that the companies that invest in ESG from the beginning and also consider for their strategy and the decision making every day, they outperform their peers. So it's like we see this in reality and with data, so it's super good that you mentioned as well. And Jasper, about you, how do you see this future of sustainability investment?
So to be honest, first of all, personally for me, it's pretty easy because I invest in software and AI. And when you look at, especially, I guess, the carbon issue, it's pretty easy to offset server cost. No, but in general, we do also investments like in Flixbus, that's the largest bus operator in Europe. And they are heavily investing, for example, in electric buses or in special trains that they operate. And this is not just happening more and more because of financial performance. And I 100% agree what you said there. But also in terms of recruiting. So we see that people attract more talent that way because the company has a different purpose than just getting money. So highly encouraging that. And I just feel like all the factors are coming together now that, as Anders said, this is here to stay because everybody's benefiting from it. And the only thing we have to be careful of, that we're not driving companies and maybe funds into ruins because of it. But I think that won't happen. It's rather that we have to push it a little bit than we have to stop it.
Yeah, that's great. Also, considering companies with a purpose, so that's super important as well. Okay, so thank you so much. It has been super interesting.
Thank you,
and
Anna.
if you have any question or anything you want to ask our panel members?
No questions.
No questions.
We're so
Okay.
clear. Wow. Okay.
Everything was so clear. So.
Oh, there we
yes,
go.
there are two. I will repeat this. What is the framework you are using for reporting? No, if you choose one or two, what is if you use a specific one?
Reporting, I think I don't have the answer. I don't know if we have our own but the main kind of, in terms of objectives, what we follow is the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So the goals, and we choose to focus on two main ones, which is climate and inclusion. And so there we have a specific number of objectives. Like, for example, for our company, we want to be carbon neutral by 2040. And that means it's not like buying, carbon from other places. It's actually lowering our emissions. And inclusion, we have also a set of criteria, which is how do you share the wealth, diversity at all levels of the company, and also like sort of mental health criteria. But as for the reporting, I think we probably developed our own.
And so many.
I mean, obviously, there's been a change. I mean, when you talk about impact investment and sustainable investment, that requires a change in mentality and also vision from investors. They used to look more short-term before exit, like 5 years, probably. Sometimes if it's held a little bit longer. In terms of, now that you're getting into sustainable and impact investment, what is your time frame for exits? And how much really this has changed, the mentality has changed from an investor point of view?
From my point of view, the framework hasn't changed because actually the times that we have as a venture capital fund is actually regulated by law. So only the law change, we cannot think longer term. There is 10 years, 12 years maximum, and you need to sell the portfolio. So I don't think that time has changed. It's true that some of those goals are more longer term, and what you have to do is, okay, I'm not going to achieve, for example, the 2040. Well, some of your portfolio companies, the product you're going to sell them before they achieve it, right? But you basically set a goal that by this year they need to be at this level, 50% reduction, whatever it is. And by 2040, well, they have sell it. You don't control over them, but hopefully what you have make on them outlive you, and they keep doing the practice because you have made a good job at helping them develop this. That's how I feel about it. But I don't think it hasn't changed our investment period at all. I don't know, in our case at least. I don't know if you guys have a different view.
I'd actually challenge that a little bit also. So we're not pure impact. I mean, we're not an impact fund. We're like like everyone on this panel, we're traditional financial investor. And we also have the same time horizons, probably a bit shorter. And for sure, some areas probably take much more time. But if you focus, for example, on governance, implementing a profit-sharing plan in a company doesn't take 10 years. Having more diversity at the executive committee level doesn't take 10 years. So there are a lot of things that can be done fast. And obviously some investments, yes, will take time, but if you want to add value to the companies, it can go fast. And also, well, we invested in Back Market, which is a circular back market, and Vestiaire Collective, which are both circular economy startups. One is for refurbished electronics, another is for clothes. And so, of course, the end goal, I mean, if your end goal was to like save the planet, yeah, it would probably take time. But you can actually, you know, with these companies, which are not that old, you can have a lot of impact and actually, you know, materially change parts of the economy in a few years.
Yeah. Okay, I think we don't have time for any more. So, okay, don't know, Jasper, if you want to say something about this, or?
No, all has been said, all good. Time horizon is good, and the impact will come much faster, hopefully.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. So it has been super interesting. So in fact, I fully agree with everything that you have said. Sustainability is here to stay. It will be a criteria for investment in companies now and in the future, even more. And we will have frameworks there for companies to be accountable about this. So thank you so much, and see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Joanna. Merci beaucoup, Guillaume. Gracias, eskerrik asko, Ander. Okay, we have a slight change of agenda, but anyway, I think the next panel is ready. Can I make sure that is Karina Spilka ready? Is the next panel ready? No, they are not ready yet. So let's take a 5 minutes break. A 5 minutes break for a biological needs stop. See you now. money that impacts the world, connecting money with ideas and entrepreneurs. We have been talking about frameworks, about metrics, how to measure the impact on the people, on the planet, on the profit. And that connects beautifully with the next panel. The next panel, with a very, very exciting title about, is Next Tech Funds, Scanning the Horizon. I think we'll be talking about these disruptive technologies, these exponential technologies that are already changing the way we live and the way we work. And as far as I believe, these exponential technologies are the solutions, are the key to comply, to fulfill, to make happen the SDG agenda of the 2030 agenda. So, and for this purpose, I would like to welcome on stage to Karina Spilka, General Partner of K-Fund. Please, a big welcome clap, put your hands together to Karina. Thank you. Welcome, Karina.
Gracias. Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Karina Spilka. I am one of the partners at K-Fund. And we are here in the growth room to talk about growth and to talk about future. But today I'm just the moderator, I'm not talking. So let's bring to the scenario my colleagues for this panel. Salvador Esteban, Director General de Digitalización e Inteligencia Artificial, sorry for the Spanish. José Carlos García de Quevedo, Executive Chairman from ICO, Instituto de Crédito Oficial. And Aquilino Peña, Founder at Kibo and President of ASCRI. Well, if you want to take a seat. So we are going to talk about the Next Tech, which is the recently announced fund for growth. Yeah, that's a good idea, Aquilino, so we can see each other.
I didn't see you.
Yes. So this is the recently announced fund that, well, it was announced in July, and it's going to be focused in particular technologies for particular stages of the companies.
That's
okay,
right.
So the technologies where the fund is focused is about cloud computing, blockchain, it's robotics, it's edge computing as well. So in which of them has Spain the greatest growth potential? And do you think that we are at the forefront in any of them, of those technologies?
First of all, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. I would like to express the apologies from the Secretaria de Estado. She'd like to be here, but it was unable. Her availability was impossible, so I'm here. And I'll try to settle that answers in this speech, which I'll try to address because I wanted to address these words as she wanted to. So let me introduce these words. First of all, as I said, it's a pleasure to be here in this South Summit 2021. I want to thank the organization, and it's a pleasure to be here with two excellent speakers as they are, which I know one of them, and it's a pleasure. As you all know, the digital transformation is a key element for the economic and social reconstruction of Spain. We are the European Union state that will invest in the highest percentage of next generation recovery funds in digitalization. Almost a third of the 70 billion euros we will receive will be towards technological transformation of our country. An unprecedented commitment to the modernization of our production model, with digital entrepreneurship as the engine of innovation. An ambitious country project that is already a reality through the implementation this year of the first European funds with digitization as a top priority. Now is the time to invest in Spain, a thriving economy full of possibilities and with enormous potential for digital growth. We will remember 2021 as the key year for boosting digitalization in Spain, a decisive year in which we are beginning to materialize a project with the aim to place Spain as a technological reference worldwide. We have the unique opportunity to climb several steps in terms of competitiveness and innovation at the service of the digital economy. Spain has everything on its favor to become a global leader, an example of successful digital transformation. an opportunity to structurally reform our production model, to move towards a more sustainable and resilient digital Spain. There are resources, infrastructures, talent, and political will to define a leading Spain in technological development at a global level, a digital Spain that will once again surprise the world, with a project for the next decade in which we all put the best of ourselves, a project in which digital entrepreneurship plays an absolutely fundamental role. We have an exciting challenge ahead of us, full of opportunities for entrepreneurship and innovation, a path that will have already begun to walk with the launch of the project that will drive the future of digital entrepreneurship, the NextTech Fund, as you also mentioned. We're talking about, in this fund, about a public-private fund that will mobilize an investment of 5 billion euros over an initial period of 4 years, with the main objective of financing the development of high-impact digital projects and growing technology companies. A new mechanism that will favor public-private collaboration and the development of venture capital, with a state participation in funds and companies by up to 49%, thanks to which we will develop entrepreneurship high-value-added sectors with a great transformative potential. Strategic sectors such as AI technologies, big data, IoT, cloud computing, blockchain, biometrics, or digital identity, among others. Because investment in high-impact technologies is a matter of state that will mark the global position in Spain in the next decade, and a project that will go beyond governments and legislators. It marks a before and after in Spain's commitment to digitalization as the way forward, as the next step to grow in productivity and efficiency at the service of economic growth. This time, Spain is arriving on time to lead the digital revolution that will mark the next decade, as I said before, with a project for which public-private collaboration is crucial for innovation, attracting talent, and boosting competitiveness. In addition to this NextTech Fund, I would like to highlight other projects that are already underway to boost entrepreneurship in Spain. We have approved the Startups Law project to modernize and make Spanish legislation more flexible. A new regulation that contemplates the particularities of this type of startups. It facilitates their growth and their relationship with the administration, mainly in the early stages, with which we want to turn Spain into the best place to start business. With the legislation adapted to a new digital era of entrepreneurship that allows us to attract the talent and the capital we need. Also, in the field of cybersecurity, we have strengthened our commitment to generate a national industry around this key sector. To this end, we have launched the ENCIBE Emprende program, a program to support the creation of new companies and the internationalization of startups in the field of cybersecurity. 191 million euros of investment aimed to boost entrepreneurship and innovation in the digital industry of public-private collaboration. In addition, we have reinforced our commitment to closing the gender gap in digital entrepreneurship with the launch of ENISA financing line, a specific support of 51 million euros to finance startups and businesses projects led by women in the growth, consolidation, and internationalization phase. As you can see, Spain is determined to lead the new era of digital entrepreneurship, both at European and global level. We have the resources, as I said before, we have the infrastructure and the talent to do so. And with strategy as a country determined to become an international reference in entrepreneurship and innovation in a digital manner. The government in Spain is making a very possible effort to consolidate our country as the best place to invest. We have implemented ambitious and innovative policies that make us a country with the ideal projects and conditions to initiate entrepreneurial projects with all the guarantees. Digitalization is the future and the present of Spain, a unique opportunity to attract talent and ideas from all over the world. Welcome to the new digital Spain. Thank you very much. I wanted to address that, which were the words that the Secretary wanted me to do. So.
Fantastic. So thank you so much, Salvador, for addressing the words. And you have mentioned several initiatives. Many of those initiatives are being executed by ICO. So I think it's interesting also to have their view on how those funds are really reaching the market. And we are coming from 2 years that have been very painful and for everybody because of the pandemics. And I'm sure that you can share many of the initiatives and the things you put in place during the past 2 years to help entrepreneurs here in Spain.
Thank you very much, Karina. Thank you, Salvador, for your words. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be in South Summit again. This is a very well-recognized event, and the Official Credit Institute, through our Axis, our affiliate on venture capital, is Guillermo and Mercedes here with you. We are dealing with the future. But you refer what we have been doing, and we have been doing. You all know that ICO implemented the guarantee scheme approved by the government to mitigate the economic and social impact of COVID. We were supporting a small and medium-sized company, entrepreneurship, big companies, setting the basis for a solid foundation for the recovery that is now ongoing. Overall, we manage more than 130 billion euros in more than 1,100,000 operations, okay? This is what we have been doing. And this has been a challenge that was successfully implemented, being one of the schemes more efficient in the European Union because of the public-private partnership. Not only with the banking system, but also with the entrepreneurial organization, with a digital, with a lot of companies. And in private equity, with ASCRI, with Aquilino, we were working to support the entrepreneur ecosystem because of COVID with new initiatives through our sandbox. Is in the other stage, is sandbox stage. This is our Fondico small and medium-sized company. We launched it to widen the investment period and also to attend the liquidity needs of those companies participated by the venture capital. We launched it, and we launched last year a new initiatives with Fondico Global, and also we were preparing ourselves for the future. Let me talk about the future. The future is growth and transformation, sustainability, the future is green, and digital. And now we are here because of digital. And we are in the growth stage because we have this new initiative, Fondico Nestec, who is for a scale-up, because we are in EcoAxis supporting all the life cycle of the entrepreneurship and the startup, from incubation, transfer of technology, venture capital, growth debt, and we were missing a scale-up. For getting more growth and to transform the economic model of Spain, we have to support the digital under the leadership of the Secretary of State for Digital and Artificial Intelligence. And we can do it in public-private partnerships. We have the commitment to mobilize, as you mentioned, more than 2 billion euros, together with the private sector reaching 49% means 4 billion euros in 4 years. And we are preparing ourselves, and the fund is already set up, and we can work just from today because we have everything in place. In fact, we are working. We have been talking about some initiative. Those people are around here. big corporates to invest in the digital sector, in those sectors we have been talking about who can make our business network more competitive to transform our economic growth model. This is more or less what we have been doing and preparing ourselves for the future. There is another one, Fondico Consolida, that we were talking later, I hope.
Do you want to mention anything? Because we have just 5 minutes left.
Okay,
so if you want to...
just one intervention. We have launched also last week a new call in Fondico 14 call. It calls Consolida with more than 750 million euro that will be investing in 15 funds. And we were looking to sustainability and digitalization, of course, merging together, okay, with expansion and seed process.
Yeah, I think that we have many representatives of those, well, many funds that have received some of the funds in the past. So thank you so much. I think it's extremely important. So we have had the view from the origin, which is the Secretary of State, then the ones that are going to provide the money, which is ICO. Now let's move to the investors, to the ones that are going to really take the credit for everything.
Well, the risk, not the credit.
the risk of the execution of this. So, Aquilino, what do you think are the challenges that we are facing in the future? And why do you think that up to now we haven't had any scale-up fund here in Spain?
Well, I'm going to use the same structure that José Carlos did with the past and the future. In the past, I really do want to thank ICO and Axis for the support during the last 2 years. I think that's relevant, and we never say that enough, no? That many companies survive thanks to the flexibility and the speed under which ICO launched their credit lines, no? In this case, credit. And I think that's a good example of private and public institutions working together with one goal, which is to increase the pool of capital available for entrepreneurs in Spain. Fondico Global and different instruments that ICO and Axis have executed, I think it's something that has been done in other countries very successfully. Many years ago, Israel is a good example, US is a good example, UK and France are other good examples, and it worked. No? As a result, the private equity and venture capital industry in Spain has grown extensively. We just presented the deal room study for Spain, and we saw that in the last 5 years, since 2015, the pool of capital available has grown 5x, which means more companies, more entrepreneurs, more jobs, so on and so forth. But we also saw in that, and now linking it to the future, we also showcase that when you look at seed stage rounds, 50% of the capital comes from Spanish private equity and venture capital funds, whereas if you look at later stages, that capital comes 100% from foreign funds and 0% from Spanish funds. That means that we are lacking opportunities to reinvest in companies that we as local investors, we invest, we know them pretty well, we know the strengths, weaknesses, and sometimes we'd like to invest much more in later stages, but the fact is that our fund size are really little, are really small, and we cannot go along the capital needs. No? And that shows that if the available capital pool now it's roughly 1.5, 2 billion euros in venture capital, that money could be invested twice or 3 times as much in later stages of companies. And if we do that, then we'll get more money, more returns, more taxes paid in Spain as opposed to in other countries. So, and I think that's a sign of the maturity of the sector and the industry that we can now go into later stages. No? And that has been done the same way that it has been done in the past through 49, 51 at the most, but typically you do like, I don't know, Guillermo, like 25, 30 of the funds where you invest, and the rest of the money is from private hands, no? And so it's fund of funds, the right structure to do that, no? Although Nextech also has some direct investments implemented, and here, you know, I would ask to have as much of a flexible vehicle. We were discussing that before, and again, to rely on funds. No? Also, corporates have their own right, but corporates are not the best investors, although we prefer them to buy companies than to invest in companies. But that's another sign of maturity, that corporates are more and more increasingly attracted and see more interest in working with startups. No? So next tech, I think, comes in the right time for our companies to grow and not go.
Being here in this panel, and I would like to join Aquilino in saying thank you to ICO. You know that we have recently announced the launching of Leadwin, which is going to be one of the first scale-up funds here in Spain. So thank you so much for the initiative, Secretaría de Estado and ICO, and I'm sure that we will all see the transformation and the innovation that this will bring to our economy. So thank you so much for joining the panel, and I wish you a pleasant rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Karina, Aquilino, Jose Carlos. Thank you very much for these enlightening views of what is going on in these next tech funds. Now we give way to the next panel. It's called Pan-European Investing, Fueling Growth. Just a quick announcement. This panel will end at 11:30. And then we open a gap in the agenda. We make some stop for the visit of His Majesty the Queen, the royal visit. So the stage will be closed. Please, I will appreciate if you pay attention to this and you will help me with this. And then we will be back at 1 o'clock. So now, please, I would like to welcome on stage to Philip Berner, Principal Project of iVentures. Philip? Okay. Please, the ones that you're going to remain, if you are not going to be in the room, please feel free to leave it quietly.
Okay, perfecto.
If you are going to stay, please welcome.
Okay, perfecto. Pero me voy hoy por la noche.
Welcome, Philip. Put your hands together, and we will discuss this pan-European investing, how we are fueling this growth in Europe. The stage is yours.
Hello, thank you very much. Not sure the microphone, is working. Should we wait another 1 or 2 minutes until people are in
Yes,
there?
please. Okay. No, please feel free, because this must finish at 11:30 sharp.
Then we start. So guys, good to be here. Thank you very much. I'm Philip from Project A Ventures. We are a pan-European investor out of Berlin, $500 million in assets under management. And I have the pleasure of discussing pan-European investing with some really nice speakers here. First of all, I want to welcome David Miranda to the stage. Welcome, David. He's a long-time corporate lawyer with Osborne & Clarke, and I guess one of the most, one of the most experienced lawyers from the Spanish ecosystem. We also have the pleasure of having Paloma here. She's coming from Wayra. I think it's safe to say the innovation hub of Telefónica. So also a lot of experience in the Spanish ecosystem. Good to have you. And then, if it works technically, we also have Bernard joining, Bernard Moon from the Bay Area, I think, if you're dialing in from there. He's the co-founder of Spark Lab Group, investing into startups all over the world, actually, a lot in Asia, but I think he'll also have an interesting perspective on the European space. So welcome, Bernard, too.
Hi. Thank you for having me.
And then we have Ben joining. Welcome, Ben. He's coming from Briga, and also European investor with offices, I think, in Paris and London. Good to have you as well. I think with the four of you, we have a lot of different perspectives on the ecosystem. And we're going to start with talking a little bit about Spain and then about the European ecosystem in general. So what I would love to start doing is discuss a little bit where you think the Spanish ecosystem stands in terms of maturity, especially in comparison with other ecosystems in Europe. I think a lot has been going on recently, and things are moving fast. But maybe, David, to start with you, you've been around for at least 20 years already. So where would you say does the ecosystem in Spain stay at the moment, and what's happening?
Yeah, well, I think I'm one of the lawyers that pioneered a little bit the venture capital practice in Spain, because I've been around doing venture capital since, I guess, 2007, 2008, when I advised Tiger Global, who is originally is a hedge fund, but they set up a venture capital arm, and as you may know, they called him the king of unicorns. So they have invested a lot in American, Chinese companies, Indians, and I started working with them like 20 years, like 13, 14 years ago. Nobody knew. I didn't even knew what venture capital was at that time. But then, with a little bit as time went by, then I started working and setting up a venture capital practice in my firm. And eventually, I think what is venture capital, startups, the entrepreneurial ecosystem 10 years ago was non-existent, basically in Spain, or almost non-existent. And as of late, everybody knows that there's been a high growth. We have two main hubs in Spain. Barcelona was the pioneer, probably. This is where I'm based, and then also Madrid is catching up quite quickly. And we have created even an environment with investors and reputed investors, the Spanish venture capital firms. They used to have small funds. Now funds are getting larger. And I think things generally have changed a lot in the last few years. And we have a booming ecosystem, and we are still far away from other capitals, larger capitals like London, Berlin, and Paris. But we have a long way to go, but we are going in the right direction.
And Paloma, what's your take on this? Telefonica is very present also in this ecosystem, has been around for a long time. Mm-hmm. So what do you think is lagging behind still in terms of the other cities or countries that David just mentioned? How far are they ahead, and what needs to happen here so that the Spanish ecosystem keeps up with these other countries?
Okay, well, we have been up and running in Guaira for 10 years now, but Telefonica started with innovation and open innovation even before, because we launched Telefonica Ventures a long time ago. When we started Guaira 10 years ago, we started with two hubs, one in Madrid, another one in Barcelona, mm-hmm. Because we wanted to bet on both cities, and that was a winning bet, I must say, along the years. Well, I think that when we started, there was nearly no one on stage. So it was a very, very small ecosystem, both in Madrid and Barcelona, and the difference now is amazing. It's crazy how it's growing. So, for example, to give you some figures, I think last year it was like 1 billion investment in startups here in Spain. I think by August we reached like 2.8 billion, so this is going to be a record year of investment in Spain. And well, I think that we have a very healthy ecosystem when we talk about the startups, the companies that are starting, and we are starting to get bigger and bigger with the scale-ups. And I think where Spain is accelerating a lot and is getting closer and closer to booming ecosystems such as France. I think France, to give you just the figures, is if Spain was 1 billion last year, France was 5. If Spain was 2.8 till August, I think France was 4 point something. So these terms are getting closer.
That's true. It's getting closer. I think having the luxury of being based in both Paris and London, and very soon Spain, without spoiling the news. It's very important to us to see the differences and the trends between the ecosystems, and obviously everyone is catching up, right? So no one was really starting from the same base, and London was probably a bit far ahead, given the relationship they have with the US, historically speaking, and a flow of people bringing that experience as well into the ecosystem. But nowadays, there's more and more people flowing around. Founders getting more experience, repeat founders getting into the ecosystem as well, more money flowing at a European level. That's one of the reasons why we're here, and we've been investing in Spain with Briga since the beginning. So I mean, we officially closed our first fund back in 2015, and we are now have $500 million under management, so growing fast. But Spain was always on the radar for us, and it's been a great journey so far, and a few faces I know very well and have already worked with. So it's always cool to be here, and I'm sure that given the talent pool and the entrepreneurial mindset that you see here, I think it's an ecosystem that's built to last and probably be one of the most prominent in Europe.
And you mentioned serial entrepreneurs. So I think when you look at other ecosystems, for example, London or Stockholm or Berlin, there were these lighthouse companies that produced very significant exits, and then you could see that the second wave of founders basically was coming from these companies. Do you think that's happening here at the moment? If you look at Glovo, Factorial, I mean, there are a couple of companies that have the potential of producing the second wave of founders. Do we think we're at this moment already, or are we even beyond that already?
Yes, well, I think we're exactly at that point in time, and sometimes it feels frustrating because people and especially politicians would like to sort of click fingers and have ecosystems thriving and everything happening. It takes time, right? It takes time to build experience and learning curve, and we can try to compress it as much as we want, but at the end of the day, building a unicorn can't take 6 months. It's pretty much impossible, right? So it takes a bit of time, but now we are at the point where we have all these Glovos and Factorial these worlds, all these guys coming back. A few of the people who had actually experienced, unicorn or hyper growth companies in the US as well, coming back to Spain. So, I mean, that movement really sort of starts pumping new energy and new flows into the ecosystem, which is good, right? So, no disrespect to the pioneers at the beginning. It was hard, and you have to do it. And if you think about it, we had these conversations 2 weeks ago. If you step back and look at the US, for example, they really started back in, during World War II. That's when the government really sort of started putting money onto the table to sort of help technology thrive, and it took forever, right? So we only look at a lens now where we say, hey, these guys are way more advanced, but it took them 70 years, right? So I mean, what we've been doing in Europe in 20 years is pretty phenomenal.
You mentioned the US, so I want to bring Bernard in. Bernard, what's your perspective? I know that you're investing globally, but looking into Europe and probably Spain specifically, what's interesting for you here? What is the difference in comparison to the US or also to Asia? Why is it even worth it looking into these smaller ecosystems from your perspective?
Well, unfortunately, since I wasn't able to make it out to Madrid, one of my missions was to learn more about the ecosystem, and then do our own study as we are looking to expand especially our accelerator network into Europe. So right before COVID, we were looking at certain ecosystems such as London, Paris, and Stockholm. And then there were secondary targets such as Madrid and Berlin. So from our firm's perspective, when we look at an ecosystem, we look at obviously the talent base, the maturity of the venture ecosystem, government regulations and policies, and then also just the historical exits.
And have you had a deeper look into Spain in comparison to the rest of Europe, or do you treat it more as, for you, it's basically Europe, it's all of a bit of it the same, and then you focus on different cities, so you don't differentiate too much between the different countries like we probably do because we're just from here?
We do, but like I said, unfortunately, we haven't done like a really deep dive into this ecosystem yet.
Okay, and how do you go about when you look at investing here from the US? Do you think it's important to have people on the ground? I mean, you wanted to be here, but in general, do you plan on opening offices here, or do you think by now, I think fueled by Corona also, you can move into the ecosystems here without having a footprint on the ground?
Well, we do think it's always best to obviously have a footprint and a network at the ground level. That's how we've been active, let's say, in the Swedish ecosystem, where we've done about 5 or 6 investments over the past few years. But you're right, the COVID situation has allowed us to look at other markets that we haven't invested in like in the past, I would say 3 months, we invested in markets we never did, such as recently invested in a startup near Venice, Italy. So there has been deal flow that has come all throughout the world that we normally wouldn't look at.
Yeah, it makes sense. I want to pass this on to David. You've been around for a while, and you mentioned that things are changing quickly. How big is the Corona effect from your perspective? I mean, you're also consulting international investors that want to invest in Spain. Is that really picking up now? And do you think Corona plays a role in this, or is it unconnected and it would have happened without Zoom calls also?
I mean, absolutely. I think I remember when the Corona broke out in March last year. I was working in a couple of funding rounds and also an M&A transaction, and everything was stopped. I was 2 months stuck at home without work, and then suddenly, by the end of June, when people realized that this might be good for digital companies because it brought opportunities to the table. So then we started to have a lot of workflow, and eventually during June, July this year has been one of the busiest times in my life working as a corporate lawyer in Spain. So I think there's been a change. I think actually the numbers reflect that, because we have more than doubled the investment last year. So we have, I think you mentioned 2.8 million euros, which is huge, when last year we were around 1 billion euros. So there's also a change of mindset, because there's a case I know firsthand, which is Factorial, that recently raised $80 million, led by Tiger Global, and they didn't even meet. So these guys, they just sent the deck to the number of investors who thought it would be a good fit for the company. And they even received, like, this is something quite unusual, I would say, in Spain. They even received like 4 or 5 term sheets, which is quite unique in Spain, because you don't typically find such competitive rounds. And they didn't even have to, typically you have to fly to New York, to London, to raise funds, but they did it everything through Zoom, Teams, video conference. So yes, I think things have changed quite a lot, and I guess it's for good.
And do you think the Spanish market is kind of skipping one step? Because you mentioned Tiger Global moving in, for example. So one would have expected to probably first for the European growth investors coming here and doing the deals, and then later on the US discovering this market. But it sounds like by now it's all global, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have now also success cases like Globo, Cabify, Job and Talent. They have raised funds in growth stages from leading venture capital firms. In the case of Tiger Global, which is one I know also very well, because I advised them when they invested in Idealista and also in Atrapalo here in Spain, like many years ago. At some point, they decided they no longer look into Europe. They were focusing in Asia and the United States. And then eventually they just came to Europe. They came back to Europe, and they are investing not only in Spain. This is their first investment in more than 10 years. But they are also investing very heavily in other European startups, because now in Europe generally we are having nice companies. Valuations are probably a little bit lower than what they find in the United States, so they have big opportunities to do deals generally in Europe, right?
Yeah. And Ben, how do you think about that? I mean, coming from being a European investor, now having to deal, I mean, first of all, going into the different ecosystems like this one here, but now directly having to deal with US funds. So, I mean, are you up for the competition, or like what's your differentiator? How do you manage to be even earlier in these markets?
That's why I go to the gym every day, right? Just to be able to compete with the US guys. But more seriously, I think, it's a matter of doing what you do best, and I think that US investors can bring a lot to the table, but as David said, probably a bit later stage, obviously. I mean, having your feet on the ground at the beginning, although a lot of stuff happens through Zoom, you still have, I was grabbing a beer with a founder last night, and it's a bit of a different feel, and you can really, especially in the tough moments, because it's always a bit of a roller coaster, right? So when it's good, but when it's bad, you need to be here and support, and having that physical presence is important. So on the very early stage stuff, I suppose that local Europeans can still do a lot of heavy work. and therefore be part of the conversations with the US guys. Then when when it comes to later stage, well, you know, once again, there'll probably be a few of them, a few Europeans, and you know, we start seeing a few of them being able to compete. A lot of them start having operations over there as well to sort of bridge that gap between, you know, the US and Europe, because ultimately, if you want to be, you know, massive companies as of today, you need a foot into the Western world. Well, up until, you know, the US savaged the relationship with Europe and the submarines and everything. So we'll see. Maybe we'll go to China next time, and then we'll build the bridge on the other side. So you know, it's always evolving. But it's yeah, I think there is space to be building the right things. And you know, we looked at the numbers and the performance of the sort of top decile local European funds, and they're thriving, right? So I mean, all of us are going, you know.
So do I get it right that part of your strategy is going a bit earlier and also being more on the ground? So is it still a differentiator if you can be here as opposed to the other guys dialing in from the US?
I think you create a bit of a different relationship. Like it's basically, you know, exactly when you're dating, right? So maybe, I mean, if you're an American and you date from far away and you have nice offices with a view on the bay, it's, you know, it's cool. It looks amazing, and you know, and you can definitely bring value to the table with your experience with other companies. I know that at Briga, you know, we're all founders, and you know, being on the ground and being able to spend this time with the other entrepreneurs we back and we try to help them grow, I think it brings a lot of value, and we're very much recognized for that. So everyone has his own value proposition, and there's place for everyone. I mean, you know, when you invest 2.8 billion a year in Spain only, I can't believe it's going to be just, you know, 2 or 3 people. So yeah, plenty of space.
Okay. And Paloma, from your perspective, would you say it's a good thing that so many international, not only European but also US investors are coming to Spain now? And would you, or do you think it's a bit of a shame that there's not? We had that in the panel before, that there's not more Spanish investors being able to follow on, and the ecosystem is being like overrun is probably an exaggeration, but there's a lot of outsiders coming in. Would you think it's a bit of a shame, or is that rather a good thing for the ecosystem?
Well, I think it's good for the ecosystem that we add diversity, so that we add US investors that have deep pockets entering the country and helping companies to scale. But in fact, I think that things are moving here in Spain and are changing. There is a gap for later stage investments. And in fact, well, here in Telefónica, what we have done is to move forward, and we have made a huge bet from corporate VC, and we have anchored a new fund from Key Fund that is Leadwind, and we have inserted like 70 million euros for a later stage, for a Series B fund here in Spain, because we believe that there is this place that a lot of international investors, a lot of American investors are taking advantage of. But I think that there is an opportunity, and we wanted to play in this game for sure.
And what would you suggest to a Spanish founder? When should they bring international investors in? Is there a reasoning that they should early on probably have more local investors, and then starting Series A European one, later on a US? Or would you say by now there needs to be a good fit between the founding team and the investor, and the rest doesn't really matter?
I think it's very important to open up the conversations. Well, it's not, maybe not too soon, but starting from Series A, but it depends a lot on the local markets and the markets that you are targeting. So if you are trying to address the United States arena, maybe you should start the conversation sooner. I think that to raise a Series A here in Spain, there are a lot of funds and a lot of people that have the experience, that have helped a lot of companies. Well, I have one company in the portfolio that is VoiceMod, that I think that they did an amazing fundraising. What they did is they had amazing numbers. That's for the start.
That helps.
It helps a lot to face the negotiation. And what they are a gaming company. They are a voice modulator for gamers. They found this niche in changing the voices of teenagers when playing Fortnite. And well, it's a huge business, I must say. And what they did, they got letters of intent from several investors, but they want to talk to Bitcraft, that is the leading esports and gaming fund all over the world. So this is you need to know the ecosystem, you need to know where is your place, and you need to target the people that can really help you to move the step forward. And normally they are outside of Spain.
Yeah, makes sense. Ben, maybe handing the same question to you. You being one of the European investors, what is your value proposition when you talk to Spanish companies early on? So why would they take you on board and not someone, for example, from the US who they could argue can follow on later on, right? I mean, when we talk to ventures out of Berlin, we hear it very often by now that they want to have investors in who can do follow-on rounds for a very long time. And they want these players in the cap table early on. So how do you react to this, and where do you focus in your value proposition, arguing that it could make sense to have you on board early on?
Well, it's as I was saying earlier, there's a bunch of factors that we put on the table. I think, as I said, first of all, at Briga we're all founders, and that's a big thing, right? And obviously when you talk to other entrepreneurs, it brings some different perspective to the table, and that's a major differentiator, and that would work anywhere in the world, right? So that's an easy one, and that's also why we've been able to scale outside of France, UK, Spain, and tomorrow other countries, because that's how we approach things. Second one is we've been lucky enough to grow pretty quickly, and we closed our very first fund back in 2015, and we already had reached $500 million under management. So as of now, none of our founders have suffered from lack of capital on our end. So that's competing with the US as well, and being able to raise as quickly as the other guys to be in the loop and be able to support. And then understanding Europe as well. I think when you're an early stage fund from the US, the real understanding how do you scale in Europe isn't easy. And I'm not saying that all European companies scale in Europe. Some of them go straight to the US, and for some of them it makes sense to have a very early on US investor on your cap table. But if your play is a European play, that's one of the reasons why US companies usually come over and buy a local player, because they don't know how to fucking deal with this, right? Yeah. So having someone who knows that, and who can speak English, French, Spanish, knows the ecosystem, can introduce you to people, that's a different value prop to a lot of founders, and a lot of them recognize it, I think.
Yeah, I got it. Sure. I think perfect transition to Bernard. So how much of your value proposition is helping European founders to move into the US? Because from our perspective, that's something that I think a lot of founders will want to do at some point, because it's such a huge market. So is that how you position yourself, saying that we can be in there early on to facilitate this?
Yeah, that's definitely our positioning in terms of helping startups enter the US market or key Asian markets. So that's what we've done for companies such as LifeSum, which is one of Europe's leading fitness and wellness apps based out of Stockholm. So we actually help them with their US entry. And then some of our other investments, whether it's in the UK or Israel and other sort of scattered locations. But, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I think given the time is running out very quickly, I thought it would be great if we could spend the last minutes on valuations, because usually I think they reflect very well what we've all been discussing, how the ecosystems are thriving, really. So, Bernard, to follow up on this, from your perspective, being like from all of us, I think most global, how do valuations in Europe compare to what you see in other geographies?
Well, I think overall, globally, the valuations are heated, driven by the various Tiger Cubs and other hedge funds that have been moved into this late stage space. And then that's obviously increased the valuations even at the lower rounds. So going back to the discussion before, we just sort of see it as a trend backwards from 7-8 years ago, when a lot of the hedge funds and private equity funds went into late stage venture, and to win the deals, they basically just priced up. I think that's just another cycle recently with the Tigers, the Coatus, the Mavericks, and other hedge funds that are doing it. They'll overpay. So I would say for the European, the mainstay VC funds is to sort of just stay the course. Because I do think, maybe I'm being a little pessimistic, but you'll see a pullback also within the next year or two. when a lot of these startups have been overvalued and some of the investors have overpaid. Not all, but I do some of them do think the valuations are a bit lofty.
David, what would you say to that? I mean, you see a lot of deals going on, and you mentioned that you work with the US guys a lot.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yeah, no, I think what he was saying is completely right. So basically, valuations are, I wouldn't say skyrocketing like they are in the US or in China, but valuations are getting higher. There is more competition. There is a lot of liquidity in the market. Also, the effect of what we were talking about. Funds like Tiger Global, who in negotiating a deal, 20 million plus valuation doesn't move the needle. So basically, they are playing in the major league, so it doesn't change their return. So they don't have any problem and they can compete because they have deep pockets, right? So, yeah.
And Ben, for us being European investors, how much of a problem is that? Because I mean, they can probably overpay a little bit. Which changes valuations for us, right? So how much of a problem do you think this is? And do you also believe, like Bernard, that there will be a correction in the next years going forward?
Well, starting with this, I think there's no such a thing as a perfect market, right? Like it doesn't exist. And so as of now, like in any asset class, there's more liquidity than amazing projects probably, therefore prices like a stock exchange or real estate may be a bit overpriced. That's what it is, but the wheel will spin. So if you're here for the long run, you'll see valuations come down at some point. So that's for one part of the answer. The other one is what you do in the meantime, right? So in the meantime, I think you have to be, that's what we do at Briga at least, much more demanding on the capacity to build a huge business, right? I mean, not that we didn't do that before then, but sometimes you could fall into look, it's a cool company, I'll do it. I think these days with the price you pay and without proof that exits at that level in Europe exist, because just bear in mind that we don't have a Nasdaq yet, so like it's not there yet. Then you have to go for the home runs, but even more so than before then, right? Before then, you'd had a bit of a European angle where you could do smaller companies, pay them cheap, and do a sort of 5 to 10x on reasonable valuations. Yeah. Now, if you pay US prices, you have to go for US exits, and therefore make sure that the teams and the projects you back really have that, that in their DNA.
Yeah, makes sense. So, since time is running out, I want to give the last question to Paloma and ask her for. What are you wishing for the Spanish ecosystem in the context that we just described for the next years? What needs to happen so that this ecosystem can really thrive?
Well, I think that it's already happening. So it's a question of rinse and repeat cycles. So we are seeing, as Ben was saying, we are seeing more and more entrepreneurs that have made it once, have gone through the way and are helping others. We have experienced C-levels that went with other founders, and it's already happening. Well, I think that I do not want to get very messed with that, but I think that we need a bit of regulation, maybe support and less bureaucracy here in Spain. I think that the government is moving to help us, but I believe that David would be better to answer that question than a corporate.
Yeah, but I don't want to talk about the startup bill because it's very politically incorrect, my opinion. So, and the High Commissioner is around here. I don't want to step into him.
That's some really, really great last words, because I think your opinion, everyone can get it here. We'll all be around. You can talk to David one-on-one, and probably he'll share a bit more.
Okay.
I want to thank you all so much. I think it was really a fast run-through, obviously, through a big topic, but we have had different perspectives here. We had the US, we had Europe, we had a corporate VC, and we had an experienced lawyer. So thank you for sharing your opinions. I think we'll be around, and if you have questions, then feel free to talk to us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Hi. Please, may I get your attention, please? We are about to begin the last track of this morning at the growth stage. Welcome to the newcomers in this growth stage. Welcome to South Summit 2021. It's great to be together again. And now it's time to talk about growth, about investment. And we have, please allow me to introduce you Joe Haslam. He's going to be the moderator. He will introduce you the panelists. And he is an associate professor, a teacher at IE, Instituto de Empresa, and an amazing Irish guy living in Madrid. Please, a big clap to welcome. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Get back here and do the work. Okay, so as he pulls out his phone, I thought you were going to give a big introduction to everyone. But anyway, okay, so Alvaro, Yasmin, and Amos, come on up. Yay, come on up together. We have Amos, who's like no dynamic. You always walk slowly to the panel. And then here's Yasmin, and finally Alvaro. Okay, thank you to all of you for coming and choosing this, as they say in all the best airlines. We know you have a choice, so thank you for flying with us today. There'll be more improvised jokes as we get through everything. Okay, so let's sort of start giving a brief intro of everyone. So Amos, who are you and what do you do? And does your microphone work?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it is. Yeah. All right. So I'm Amos. An entrepreneur. Build different companies, raise money from VCs and corporation as well, unfortunately. And now running a crypto fund based in Barcelona and Israel.
Okay, fantastic. Crypto fund, Barcelona, Israel. Fantastic. Yasmin, what have you got to tell us?
Hi, so I'm not retired yet from the startup. I'm a co-founder and CEO of GoGo Network, which is a venture sponsored by SoftBank and Axel Springer, and we focus on autonomous mobility vehicles in Europe. So you will see actually in the hall we have one of our vehicles that's an autonomous food cart. So we do a lot of innovation in the space. And in parallel, I'm also a venture partner of a VC fund and co-founder and sponsor of a mobility SPAC, which is a special purpose vehicle.
Unfortunately, I'm a lawyer, so the most important part of this panel. I'm a partner at Gomez Acebo and heading the venture capital group at the firm.
Ah, cool.
Okay, I have loads of jokes about lawyers and panels. I said, like, don't put a lawyer on my panel. He's going to say nothing. He's just going to say everything.
I apologize.
And not only that, but he's a lawyer from Galicia. So
That's
like,
the
it's
best
like
part of it. Yeah,
everything is depende as opposed to just
That
depende.
changes.
But anyway, we'll get through it. If he tells me all the stuff on stage that he told me 5 minutes ago, we'll do very well indeed. Okay, so it's the same thing with you, Amos. If you tell me half of the stuff you told me 20 minutes ago, this will be a rocking panel. So, collaboration between corporations and scale-ups. Is this something you encourage or is something you discourage?
It really depends on the terms and the specific cooperation, I guess. There are corporations want to be cool, right? They want to work with a startup, innovate, generate speed that they don't have in their corporation. That's of course not all corporation, but usually there is always kind of a conflict of interest between a startup and a corporation, which I can elaborate for hours. So maybe I'll let others.
Give us 5 minutes anyway.
Okay, so
give us your worst story. What's your worst story?
My worst story is a public, very big company being bankrupt and basically killing the startup it invested in because the court take over everything and sits on the board, and like this is not something that could work with a startup. So that's basically one of my worst stories. But I think that one of the biggest problems, I guess, is speed, right? Startups build things, they do things very, very fast. They have a runway, which they need to take in account. And corporations usually doesn't. So they can take the time. So I will definitely not recommend an early stage startup to kind of like build all of his hope on a cooperation to get him to the next level. Usually it just doesn't work. But that doesn't mean that startups should not look to work with cooperation. It's just that they need to understand what are the terms. For example, I would get a cooperation on my cap table as a startup, but I will put a proxy for him not to have any rights in the company to vote or do anything because I don't want to be dependent on him on anything. So that's kind of like the bits. I'll let others talk and
we'll come back to you in a second because I kind of feel the same way. I don't know what you were expecting, but I have more horror stories than positive things about maybe it's like the panel is divided in twos, like that, the more corporate end is at the other side. But as an entrepreneur, I have some really horrible stories whereby having corporates on your board and they favor the interest of the corporation they were working for rather than the interest of the startup they were on the board of.
Yeah.
And you can go around and say, like, look, that's legitimate for them to defend, but if someone is on the board, the minimum you expect is that they are pulling for the company they are on the board of, but that's not the way they saw it.
Yeah.
So it was a sort of, so while you can say in general terms that, you do have to work with corporates, in terms of especially things like distribution and manufacturing and those kind of things that corporates do very well. But, it's never an easy ride. It's almost always a bumpy ride.
Yeah, I think that just compared to a VC model, right? A venture capital that wants to get the company, live and the valuation up and all of that. Corporations usually have, other needs, and they look at a very narrow way on the startup and how they can utilize it. And so, yeah, I mean.
So Yasmin, would you like to defend corporations or would you like to be on the side of the entrepreneur? Which side do you see yourself?
I'm going to do the other side to make it more fun. No, I mean, joke apart, on our board we have both SoftBank, which couldn't be more like, startup
entrepreneur friendly,
and we have Axel Springer, which couldn't be more like, the leading newspaper industry player in Europe.
Yeah.
And personally, I'm fine with both influences. Like, I don't suffer at all from Axel Springer. Actually, they were our first investor. Like, they invested first. They totally understood that we're not like, generating revenue at the same pace that their newspaper. That it's a more like medium-term investment, etc. And actually, they are helping as much as they can. So I think it's fun to blame corporates or like, and the startups are cool, but like, I think at the end of the day, it really depends on the specific situation, and my personal experience is good. Then, of course, there's on the board, and then it's like outside the startup collaboration with corporations, and it's true that the pace is what is the most frustrating to me. So that's where I would join you, that like when you do a project with another corporation, just to do the LOI, the agreement, to go through the whole like hierarchy, it's like, okay, you could have already finished the project.
And then the exact person that you worked with decided to leave the company.
Yeah,
so you need to start
go work
all over.
in a different part of the company.
Yeah,
you've built this relationship. I've sat listening to all your stories for ages and smiled at all your jokes, and then you go work in a different part of the company, and somebody new walks in, and you have to sort of begin again. That happens as well. But just in terms of like mobility and automation and that kind of stuff, I mean the big issue there is working with government, right?
Totally.
So I guess in theory the corporate should be able to help with that.
Yes, so it's interesting because in our, autonomous driving, at the end, you're like creating and shaping a new ecosystem in industry. And so you need both the incumbents, which are like all the car manufacturers, the player. You need, of course, the government to help impulse this innovation. And you have the startups that can have a lot of, tech and etc. But you need the permits and the right to actually operate in a safe space, right? So I would say 30% of my work is actually working with governments, both like in Spain. We're launching project in Madrid that you guys will see, I think, October, November, autonomous delivery robots that bring you grocery home or food carts, etc. And it's been like, honestly, I don't know if we have people from Madrid Futuro in the room or not, but it's been really a great collaboration. And it's just like you need to accept that, like, you know, this is a certain pace, you had to play by the rules, right? Especially, I think, in Europe, where we are a very highly regulated countries for the best and the worst. In the US, you can go a bit more freestyle and just put your
I like to
vehicle
say
in the
we
street.
have regulation, they don't, rather than one is highly and the other is lower.
That's
no,
the
no,
way
no,
of
we
framing-
actually do have regulation.
No, and what we have regulation a priori,
Yeah.
and they have regulation a posteriori, which is a different approach to things, right? We all want to control before they happen, and they happen so slowly because of that, and they let it happen. They might have a few issues, but then they also get it to scale, right? So. So that's a message also for like governments to be a little bit bold sometimes to try, right?
Yeah. But I mean, I've heard it said by, you know, automation companies that they've specifically come to Madrid because they weren't, there was, you know, people telling me there isn't even someone responsible, like, you know, when they've tried to work in other cities. I mean, is that a fair comment that Madrid have at least provided an environment to talk to companies who are trying to do things?
Totally. I think Madrid is, for me, in general, Spain is an underrated country in the sense that like people are like, oh, Spain, yeah, it's great for holidays. Spain is actually amazing in terms of talent. It's amazing in terms of like, in terms of not all politicians, but I think in Madrid with Almeida and the group they have been able to create, they are really promoting the fact that, like, I think in Madrid they have the most mobility startup active in Europe, right? Compared to, it's not okay, like a coincidence. It's because they have been creating the right framework to.
Well,
to
they
do
have
that.
somebody whose job title is like mobility solutions, and like that helps
Yeah,
you rather than,
yes,
you know, it's
yes.
the Henry Kissinger question, like when you want to talk to Europe, who do you call? I mean, there is somebody who's responsible for this, and that's
Yeah.
why there's so many
Yeah.
mobility solutions. I'm slightly neglecting Alvaro, so I was going to
Sorry.
come to you. I wasn't just going to say, oh, he's just a lawyer, he's not going to say anything. So, but anyway. So I mean, I guess the thing is that, you know, you do have some lawyers who are surprised. You know, there's always this thing about, you know, a lot of law people, certainly ambitious lawyers, they don't want to work with startups because there's like, you know, very little money in it. They'd rather go and work with corporates that can generate the fees and all that kind of stuff. But you also get these kind of lawyers who find just the work is generally more interesting, and they like working with startups because it's a more interesting kind of work. I mean, which of the two profiles are you? Said he, asking, already knowing the answer to this question.
I will answer the question. But you know, the fact that we are today having this conversation on corporates and startups is really amazing. We started back in 2007 working for startups. We participated in a couple of big transactions then, 20 when was sold to Telefonica, or by VAP to Amazon. And I remember that, I mean, those were corporates to say, but you know, probably technology companies, different stuff. When I, you know, at the firm, when I tried to, you know, explain to my partners that was something interesting, they basically looked at you as, you know, you should forget about that and focus on corporates. That's the big money. That's where we should be, and we should forget about this, which is basically a game. And I think that was the same sense that corporates had at that time.
In consulting firm, I was at McKinsey for a long
Corporates
time.
didn't care about startups, about this growth world. It looked like, you know, a kind of a game, and that's it. And see how things have changed in these 12 years. I mean, a lot of corporates in Spain have their corporate investment arm. First, because they wanted to look, you know, modern. They wanted, and second, because they see that if they lose that train, they will lose their position. They're doing already. So if you ask me, where do we, my group, I'm the head of the venture capital group, so I have to always, you know, be besides or with the startup world. And I think, you know, that even for us, that world has professionalized a lot. When we started, you know, it was difficult to find lawyers or firms that really were specialized in these processes. And they really, as you were saying, had the will to accompany the clients from the very beginning. Once you exit a company, then the founder starts a company again. Obviously, at the very beginning, he doesn't have money to pay the fees, so you have to adapt, you have to understand it, and you have to be more flexible than we usually are at big firms. You know.
But if you can stay with the journey as far as like a mass mobile or something, you know, you get your return.
No,
you
know, and now, I mean, things are more reasonable than they were. I mean,
Yeah.
if you you know, are in Series A, Series B, we're having interesting sizes now in Spain. I just closed a Series A of 30 million, 140 valuation that will be announced in the next days, which is
That's
a hit
did
for
you say that was a Series A?
A. 30 million, probably the
Yeah.
biggest ever in Spain.
Crikey.
140
In Israel,
valuation.
it's a pre-seed.
So, you know, things are changing.
We're in Spain.
30 million, that used to be a lot of money. Yeah, yeah, okay.
But you know, for a Series A and for Spain is a big. So as Jasmine was saying, I think that Spain has a great ecosystem, a great environment. I work a lot with international VCs, and what we have here in comparison to other countries in Europe, obviously UK is a different world. France is doing well, but in comparison, for instance, with Italy, that has more or less the same size. I mean, we're here and they're here.
Yeah.
So I think that we should be more proud of what we have. We should encourage ourselves, you know, to sell better what we have to the
Yes.
world. And I think we'll have a fantastic
I'm
future.
always puzzled that Italian oil is actually Spanish olive oil. When I discovered that, I was like, that's the problem of Spain. But no, but jokes apart, I think if you don't accompany startups, you end up not having the biggest clients. Because look, if you just look at the US, the biggest client, Google and so on, they mostly don't use consultants or like, you know, because they didn't need it from the beginning and they just hired the talent. And so if you don't know how to put your fees at risk, which is a model that now everybody is doing because they realize, you do fees at risk for a certain amount and then you take the risk. And the rest of the company continue with the cash cow of the big.
Absolutely. We at early stages with, you know, small companies founded by former clients or whatever, we basically don't charge at the very beginning or charge very, very little. As Jasmine was saying, you have to, you know, accompany the startup throughout the life.
So Amos, I have a kind of a joke which I often give in my classes, that when talking to a corporate, you should never talk to anyone who works for a corporation that has the word innovation in their job title.
Yes.
I mean, you know, because I often sort of say that what happens is, like, you know, that somebody they like, you know, want to get them off their team, and they say your talents are uniquely associated to innovation, and then there's you kind of have this group of people that have innovation in their job title, but have no power within the organization. You know, would you agree with that statement? Like, who's the best person to talk to if you wanted? So if I gave you the name of a company, Teva Pharmaceuticals, just to pick an Israeli company, who's the best person to talk to? Do you start at the top, the middle, or the bottom?
Definitely at the corporate VP, corporate developer, whoever is reporting to the CEO or the CEO itself.
Yeah.
Because it just, you know, one of the companies that I founded is selling to municipalities in the US, like Boston, Akron, a lot of different cities in the US. And in the beginning, we're kind of like wasted so much time talking with, you know, people that are in the innovation of the city.
Yeah.
I'm talking about years, not really so much time. And what we learned, for example, that the only way to move things forward is to talk with the city manager, which is kind of like the CEO of the city in the US. I don't know how it works here. And that's basically the only way to close a deal. If you have the city CEO, it's the only way to move forward. If you don't have him, there is no way you are able to move forward. And once we kind of like shifted the strategy into targeting at conferences where the CEO goes out of the train station, like seriously, really different strategy. This is where we started to close deal with cities and really scale like 2 cities every month or something like that.
Talking to the right person is fundamental. Yasmin, you've the same advice? How do you identify the right person to talk to?
We just talked about it.
Well, I think at the end, I have to agree with Amos, but I think at the end of the day, you need, like, it's a dance between, you need someone that has the power to say, you guys have to work on it, and then you need below people that will work on it.
Because write the code and, you know, take the scooters out of the boxes.
Because if you just say at a very high level, we have just last week we had a super top high level meeting with one of the biggest founder of India, and then our team, and then, you know, it was all so high level. And at some point, you just need to
everyone agrees with everything, but nobody's actually doing anything. Nobody's taking notes.
Nobody's like, okay, but what are the next steps, right? How do we get to the... And then you need to have 2-3 people, like, as Amos said, like maybe just one level below or two, but that are actually trusted, smart, and will get the job done. So yeah, and I think in the case of the public sector is the same. Like for instance, for what we're doing in Madrid, we're lucky to meet a couple of times, of course, the mayor and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And then we worked very well with the innovation consejero de innovación. It's a team. Like you need this.
Of course, but by the way, I just wanted to comment about like the 30 million, which, by the way, it's very, very impressive. I was kidding, just because the valuations are nuts.
I was just a lawyer.
No, I was, yeah, I mean, the valuation in the startups world today is something
But I
that's
remember
really
the
nuts,
bad old
so-
days. So, I mean, it's like
Yeah.
complaining about footballers. It's like saying, you know, they don't deserve 500 million or something. Well, you know,
Yeah.
it's like...
People are agreed to pay for it,
Yeah,
so yeah.
exactly. You know, I'm not going to kind of... I
Anyway.
want to just ask Alvaro, just like if I'm in a startup and I co-founded 6 companies and I come to you and I say, protect me from the dirty tricks of a big corporate, what kind of things would you be looking for?
No, that's an interesting question.
I know it's an interesting question.
I basically would tell you, consider whether you want a big corporate in your cap table at this early stage.
Yeah.
Because, you know, what they want, or what the mentality where they approach companies is completely different, except some cases, but generally speaking, they don't see the company as an investment. They see the company as a future take.
Yeah.
They basically, their approach is completely different to a VC that wants some protection, that want to foster the company, and then sell it out and you know, receive the proceeds. They see the company as a potential part of the group from the very beginning. So what they want, generally
No, I think it's true.
First
And but it
refusal,
just
like all
depends,
those things, right?
because a lot of, and maybe it's the case of Axel Springer that have also the digital arm, investment arm. And so like there are also some corporates that have both and that don't, like if it's the mother house, then yes, but if there is their like VC arm, it's a bit different, I think.
I agree, but they still have
Same.
some tendencies.
Yeah.
And they like a lot, you know, call options. They even you know,
Liquidation preferences,
grand put options
Right of
to
first
the
refusal.
to the founder. So basically, they are thinking in a different way. They want to be sure that if, you know, at some point they want the company, they will have the company, which
Yeah.
is something that a VC will never ask for.
They just, VCs just want absolute return.
Absolutely,
You know?
and that's a huge difference. And you see it when you draft the shareholders agreement. If your client is a corporate, then what you have to include there is a different thing than what you have to include when you're advising a VC.
And it goes, by the way, to the point that I said, is that I agree with you in the beginning. You talked about the cooperation, and I really, there are different cooperation which are fine and great, and everything will be fine, yeah? But in my experience, it starts very well and everyone are happy and they're so happy to learn from you about the technology and all that, but then when shit hits the fan, and it will at some point, right? This is where you start seeing all of the things that he drafted in the agreement,
A contract
right?
is 10% what could go wrong or what could go right, and 90%
Exactly.
for when the stuff goes wrong.
If
you
everything
know?
goes right, you don't need a contract.
Including the death
Right.
of the founder and things like that.
Yeah.
When I was looking at the contracts, it's interesting that they have all
Yeah.
these cases back in case
you
we
can't,
die.
You can't sue dead people, although I'm sure there's a lawyer out there who'll try. But I mean, this is the sort of the thing about these issues that, you know, everyone always says, hire a good lawyer, you know, which is, it's like one of those things about you should do, but it's, you know, obviously they're expensive, and good lawyers ask a lot of questions. You know, I know a very good lawyer, but he would drive you absolutely crazy because after a meeting with him, like you literally are afraid to cross the road because you're thinking, what are the consequences of me crossing the road? But he's a brilliant lawyer, you know.
Yeah.
So
You always have to, you know, have a balance, and you know, if you have a lot of experience, good and bad experience with a lot of clients that now are friends, then you know, you can give a reasonable advice, I think. I mean, obviously things can always go crazy, but you
With
try
US lawyers, it's always you're going to jail, right?
Yeah.
It's like-
Well, and except nobody ever goes to jail, except, well, maybe, I mean, I don't know. Jeff Skilling went to jail, but he seems to be the only person I can ever think of. No one else seems to go to jail.
I know many.
Yeah, but just for instance, for the SPAC that we have done in the US, because you have to list in the NASDAQ, okay, just in case we have a lawsuit, it will be between 5 and 10 million.
Yeah.
Even if, for any reason, if the investor is not happy, they can give you a lawsuit and you have to pay this amount. So we have an insurance that we're paying almost $1 million, just in case where it's like, it's crazy.
Yeah. No, you need to have, like, it's the same with being on a board. You need to have, like, liability insurance and things like that. Yeah, I tell all my students this, that, you know, I have a session on insurance and I say, like, this is the thing, it's like pensions or something, the thing nobody wants to talk about, but the thing you absolutely do need to talk about. We're about 5 minutes left, but I want to ask just an Israel-specific question, and then I want to go back to Yasmin and Alvaro. Just the fact that Israel is a small country that everyone seems to know each other and have, you know, a nickname for each other, does that help in terms of relationship between corporates? Because, like, sometimes you don't know which is the corporate and which is the, you know, the startup. You know, the two of them are dressed kind of like you. You know, you could be the, like, CEO of something in runners and jeans. Does that help? Is that, like, one of the secrets to the success?
I think the secrets are a little bit different, but yeah, I mean, of course it's helps because you can reach anyone, right? Like your investors, of course, he knows that guy and that guy and that guy, and your CEO friend from another company knows that guy, so you can reach basically everyone. But I think that most of the entrepreneurs in Israel are not really kind of like working with corporates in Israel. It's like, it's not interesting. It's very small.
Yeah.
So they usually test their kind of product would be in Tel Aviv or in like one city or something like that, but then they're scaling into the US.
Yeah, they're international from the beginning.
Exactly. So it's not, they don't care about the local corporates at all, in a way.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it is interesting. Just in terms of headquarters, Alvaro, you know, what are the kind of issues as scaling comes along in terms of, like, do you see companies moving to different jurisdictions, or are they tending to stay in Madrid or wherever part of Spain?
I mean, we have a couple of examples here in Spain. For instance, we were discussing that before, OnTrack flip into France. And you know, Job and Talent flip to the UK. I mean, there are a lot of examples.
We flipped to Germany.
You flipped to Germany, so it's quite. I mean, the share for share deals flipping. And that's a bit of a pity. Sometimes that happens because, you know, you have a French fund, as in the case of we helped Atomic, and then Qatar invested in OnTrack, and then they flipped. But also because they are, from a tax perspective, those countries are still more attractive than Spain, generally speaking.
And it's also the precedence on IPOs.
And the presence in IPOs, and the market is a bit bigger. I mean, you tend to think, if you flip to Delaware, to UK, that you're going to have a bigger funding, that's going to be easier.
Yeah. And also the experience of investor on the jurisdiction, because in our case, they were like, we don't know very well this first jurisdiction. We have already investment in Germany or UK, so you choose between those two.
That's correct. I mean, we still have some champions that decided to stay as global, and others that still have their, and Cabify flipped to Delaware. Yeah, they're in Delaware. But we still have Spanish companies that want to do all the way up until exit here. And I think that the new law that is going to be passed in the next months needs to be more, in my opinion, more aggressive than what it is. I mean, it brings things, but not what we need. We have to mirror other countries and do what they are doing. Otherwise, we're going to, and we have a lot of talent, and we need help to, you know, develop it.
Yeah, and it's not just like not to pay tax because companies don't want to pay tax. It's just if you want to have stock option to employees in Spain, they are triple taxed compared to like what France has been doing.
Reduction.
It's like it's ridiculous, right? So that's the problem.
It's ridiculous.
I'm just going to let you guys talk away. I'm learning. When you're listening, you're learning. When you're asking questions, you're not. But it's interesting. So we sort of have just 2 minutes left. So I just want to sort of just do a quick, give each of you a chance to. I always say, like, what's the thing you want people to come up and talk to you about? So Alvaro, I presume you want people to come up and say, "Hi, I'm in this massive company. I'd love you to be our law firm." What's the thing you want people to come up and talk to you about after the panel?
Well, basically, I mean, I will be boring, actually. If anyone needs legal help and it's building up a good project, we have the experience and we'll be more than happy to help, and also to adapt to the needs in all the different stages.
Okay, same question for you, Yasmin. What help do you need? How can people who are here listening to you, what problems do you have that you need help with?
No, I would say maybe just like if everyone is excited about what we do, like we are always hiring in different cities, and if people are also excited to help us spread in different countries, we're always working with different companies and cities there. So I would say both talent and expansion.
So you're hiring, and do you use, I mean, what mobility solutions? I always ask, you know, whenever I meet lawyers, it always impresses me if they use products from startups and things like that. So are you using mobility products, or are you still drive around in your car? Or?
So I don't drive to start with. So I'm
Good question.
I'm faithful to my
And good answer.
and yeah, I use mobility apps, but I don't know, like I don't need to tell them because like they are. But I use many mobility apps.
Yeah. Finally, I won't say what are you selling because you were giving me a hard time when I asked you this question earlier. Like, what do you want to know, kind of stuff. But like, so no, you know, I've achieved an awful lot in your life, but everyone is selling something.
Man,
so what are you selling?
If anyone building a crypto startup, then you should talk with me.
Okay.
Or if you want to advise actually on taking money from a corporation.
Oh yeah,
but the answer would be very simple.
We've got you. The blood is going again on that. You're like, you want to sort of defend the honors of startups against corporations. Okay, so we're out of time. So it just remains to thank Amos, to thank Yasmin, and thank Alvaro for your contribution in the panel, and also to thank everyone else. I'm sorry we didn't have any time for questions because I completely forgot about questions. But you can come up afterwards and talk, and I'm sure talk to the speakers. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks to you, Joe, for this vibrating and amusing moderation. Okay, it's always a pleasure to have you on board. Well, last but not least, we are now getting to the last track of this morning. And after talking about corporation and how to collaborate with corporations, by the way, Joe, I used to have innovation in my business card title, and I did pretty amazing things. So anyway, now let's talk about the early startups, the ones that are just beginning. So the panel is going to be what seed investors look forward to do in the next 12 months. And it's going to be facilitated, moderated by Ivan Semenov, Senior Investment Manager of Axon Partners Group. Ivan, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Should we wait for people to settle in, or?
If you are not staying, just leave quietly. If you are staying, pay attention and put your hands together to welcome Ivan. You can say, okay.
Hi guys, thank you very much for attending this panel, aiming to discuss the changes that COVID-19 brought upon the venture and VC ecosystem, and what happened to the startups and what the seed investors are looking to do with those new wave of startups. I'm joined on the panel by Sarah Nokel from Northzone and Carmen Rico from the fund, as well as Hampus Jacobson, who I hope will join us online in a second, from Pale Blue Dot. Ah, sorry, Hampus. Okay, I couldn't see you. You are in the very end.
I'm hiding over here.
Great. So let's jump right into it with maybe a round of introductions. So Sarah, maybe you could get us started off.
Yeah, I'm currently at Northzone. We're a global venture capital firm investing across seed up until IPO. I'm specifically responsible for our early stage seed investments and focus a lot on B2B enterprise software, developer tooling, but occasionally also end up investing in new consumer companies.
Perfect, thank you. Carmen?
Great. Hi, everybody. I'm Carmen. I was a partner at Blossom Capital doing Series A investments up until a few weeks ago. And now I'm focusing on angel investing. So I like to say I'm like a VC turned angel, working on something new that still needs to be a bit stealth. But in the meantime, I'm also a co-founder of the Fund.vc, which is a community of founders and operators that invests into pre-seed companies. And we've done 20 investments in the last 12 months across Europe in pre-seed. So quite excited to discuss how the next 12 months are going to look like.
Thank you very much. And Hampus?
Yeah, so I'm general partner at Pale Blue Dot, and we're a pre-seed and seed fund looking only at climate tech.
Perfect, thank you. Great, so let's jump right into it with the first question for Carmen. We saw from our fund of funds activities in Axon that in the beginning of the pandemic, first 6 months, there was a very significant slowdown in the deal activity. And then kind of the next 6 months to 12 months, kind of everything accelerated. And everybody was saying, okay, I mean, this is the catching up, you know, from what we've missed. And then everything is kind of going to go slow down and go back to normal eventually. But it doesn't seem like it has. It just continues accelerating and accelerating. Maybe you could share your view on this, why this is happening, what's happening, and where all this is going.
Sure. I think it's very interesting that when COVID first hit, we actually organized this thing called the EU COVID call, and it was around 40, 50 GPs of funds across Europe. And the main concern was like, are we going to be able to get comfortable to build conviction when just meeting the companies over Zoom, right? And that was like a huge question a few, like 18 months ago. And I think that period of holding back and reassessing was a couple of months, and then obviously picked up a lot the deal flow. I think a lot of things have happened, and Sarah jump in. But basically, COVID actually leveled the playing field when it came down to like where the investors could come from. So we call it like the Americans sort of arrived, and that meant there was a lot of capital. And I think also there was actually a lot of dry powder. Even though we didn't know if we were going to be able to build conviction, like funds were raised and there was so much money to be deployed. So that was more like COVID-specific impact. And then something else that had been, I think, cooking for many years and that suddenly like sort of blossomed also around last summer 2020, is that we are starting to see a lot of talent from tech scale-ups coming and launching their own startups. I think there's never been such volume of high-quality opportunities in Europe, and I've been investing in like seed for the last 6 years. This I've never seen in the past year. That coupled with a lot of growth capital, which before wasn't there to ensure large outcomes, and it sort of retrofits the circle. It's like non-stop, and to your point, I remember last summer discussing with colleagues, being like, oh, it will come down because this August is crazy. Then up until December, it was mental, and it only builds up, right? But that's, I think, what makes the time in Europe super, super exciting now, both from like pre-seed to all the way to the actual unicorns rate and stuff.
Well, I definitely couldn't agree with you anymore. I mean, now what's happening now, even looking on the, let's say, macro level, everything is just booming and booming and booming, and the quality of entrepreneurs is increasing. But what I wanted to say as well is that, I mean, the way the deals are done, I think, changed quite a bit as well. In the first 6 months as well, like people were, Zoom, can you really close the deal over Zoom? I remember everybody was putting on LinkedIn all the time. We just closed our first deal without ever meeting an entrepreneur. And now it has kind of become normal. So I know, Sarah, maybe you could tell us a little bit about how this is changing, and especially in what is the experience of North Zone, let's say, with this transition?
Yeah, no, I feel like it is definitely the new normal, and what was maybe quite foreign for us for some time has quickly become like standard in the industry, but also going back to more face-to-face meetings and interactions, especially in our job. And I think founders really appreciate that. Early stage investors really appreciate that building actually meaningful relationships, meeting people face-to-face, it's still something you can't really beat with only virtual interaction. So I feel like a lot of like different local networks, early stage investors or angels that are local are still super dominant. And there is a lot of growth capital, and it's been easier for anyone just to speak to more funds, and it's been very efficient to raise a round of capital, so you don't have to go around and go for meetings anymore, which also creates a lot of competition. But the same for us, right? From an investor perspective, we can just meet a lot more entrepreneurs and be very picky, but also make sure where we spend most of our time on. And I feel like there's still very much of a social component. We have, even during the pandemic, we have literally traveled to any kind of within Europe at least. We have traveled before we wanted to close a deal and tried to make it happen. I ended up quarantining 2 weeks after I went to France last October because I really wanted to meet a founder. I felt like there are still people, if you can actually make it possible, founders really value it, and VCs definitely will travel if they can for the final meetings. So that's something what we've seen. I think it's there's going to be this hybrid setup.
Okay. And Hampus, maybe you could tell us a little bit, because you're investing,
Yeah.
you're investing globally, right? Plus, I saw you were.
Yeah, exactly. I would say like this is my life. It's like I don't travel. I think that we've been investing 15 companies now for, what is it, 17 months, so almost one a month. And we have met 3 of them in person. So I think that we just essentially, but as your comment previous were, that we were just started just in the beginning of the pandemic. So we kind of had to jump into the new world and just build ourselves completely remotely and really think about these things. And think about, I think one of the trickiest things is that when you meet people first time live, you have to sometimes recalibrate a bit about social skills and stuff, things that you might have missed a bit, small details. But I think that's one of the things that we've been training quite a lot on, trying to figure out how to do that and finding local references. And I think that's an interesting thing, that there are quite a lot of like these DD networks created now, like the expert networks you can pull in experts for biology or whatever. It almost feels like we need a DD network for social skills soon, when you just want to list who does this person actually know, and you can figure out, because LinkedIn is very kind of, people prune their LinkedIn profiles, right? So like it would be nice to have an expert network and figure out everybody this person went to university with.
I would actually agree on that and say, because I was having a chat with some founders that I met for the first time last week, and I invested in them a year ago. And actually my advice to them was like, try to do face-to-face, but just because they were so much better. Like there was like, so I was like, that's a part like of your strength. Play it in a way that you force the face-to-face meetings. So I think it's also in the new world where if you're really good at Zoom and you want to be very efficient, or if you know you're really good in interpersonal skills and you're going to charm people, just also play it accordingly and try to do one way or another, whatever works best.
Yeah, I want to continue.
I think as a comment to that, I just want to comment on that, because I think it's been really good for us, because all 3 GPs here are very easily affected by people's social skills. So we kind of tend to fall in love with founders, and it's really good for us to not get that last 20% charm of these amazing people, but to be able to kind of turn off the Zoom call, cool down, and think about it logically. Because I think that for us, it's been really good to not meet people in person, actually.
Fair point.
I actually want to follow up on that with, I mean, from what I see is that it seems to me at least that now that the pandemic is kind of coming to an end, many people that don't really want to go back to the office, and they're really looking proactively into starting startups. At least that's my opinion. I know everybody I seem to have graduated with started startups this year and continuing. Hampus, maybe you could give us a little bit of perspective of what changed as an entrepreneur yourself. Maybe you could tell us a little bit of what changed in kind of entrepreneurs themselves throughout COVID, and why is there such a boom as well, Carmen mentioned.
No, but I think as you said, Carmen, as well, I think the thing is that a lot of really strong talent has left the Googles and Facebooks and Ubers the last 12 months. I think that, looking at Facebook, I think Facebook will shed a lot of good people the coming weeks now. And these people, they have been working remotely for a year. They're very, very experienced people. They might recruit some of their old Facebook friends who are one in Netherlands, one in Amsterdam, like one in London, and they don't want to build an office. So I think it kind of becomes this new normal. So I think that my main feeling is that I think teams have to choose. They have to either build an office team or build a remote team. And I think that the hybrid teams are really complicated. And we've really felt that issue when we meet teams and they have a couple of people that are very tight in the team, but they're actually physically spread out. How they actually managed that under the pandemic was really tricky. Because then they got a lot of these like small misconceptions. It's different, I think, if you have the sales team remote or all the dev team remote or something. But the problem is like when you have the too many roles that should be closed remote. So I think that's one of the things that we have been discussing quite a lot in our portfolio, how to help the founders with recruitment and realizing they have to like figure out how to do the remote. So I think that for me, I think that we're going to see a massive boom of these remote first companies.
And do you have any preference in terms of companies having an office team or working remotely? Or is that kind of become absolutely normal now?
No, I think for me, it's like certain products are really tricky to build remotely. And I think certain teams actually probably doesn't matter. So I think it's like when the design team and the dev team, for example, need to be really, really close and spar ideas really early stage. I have had a hard time seeing that happening within the remote, because then they're just small misconception. Even if people use all the smart online tools and every single like remote presence, they need that kind of, do you hate the design or do you just have a small comment thing that is usually missed on Slack? So I think that those stages, I've really recommended people to kind of fly in and be together or work together. But when a company is up and running and scaling, it kind of becomes, as we all used to do in the back old days when we had country managers. Like, you just have to figure out ways of measuring and helping people on with numbers and calls and not in presence.
Great, thank you. And during the pandemic as well, a couple of verticals really struggled, and then some new ones also emerged during the pandemic. I mean, one example of that is obviously Hopin that we discussed before, kind of an opportunity that probably didn't exist if it wasn't for COVID. Maybe you guys can share your thoughts a little bit about the verticals that were the big winners, verticals that were big losers, and then verticals maybe coming back.
I'll make a comment on Hopin though, and because I had the privilege of putting together 100% of that pre-seed. Every investor in that cap table was my intern, and Sarah and the team invested in the follow-on round. When those both rounds happened, the pre-seed and the seed, COVID wasn't even a word. Like, that was November 2019 for the seed, and actually Hopin became a super, super competitive deal. And it was actually, funny enough, and around a thesis that not to do with COVID, but that is relevant today, which is interests today are global and they're not local. And so communities become global. And so if you have an online community, how do you engage your community farther than just what the writing medium or like written or image, like an Instagram allows you? And so Hopin, like the crazy customer love and engagement on early days came because people with like somebody who liked to bake cakes in Australia and had 30,000 followers suddenly could organize an event in like 5 minutes and engage and monetize their audience in a product that was built online first. It wasn't trying to take an offline event into online, but online first. And then obviously COVID came and made the TAM worldwide. But it is true that like there were still very interesting sort of macro dynamics and strong why now around live streaming and how engaging it is that were there before COVID.
Any thoughts, Sarah?
No.
Okay, and maybe on any verticals that didn't do so well, but you kind of expect to start coming back a little bit?
I mean, travel is obvious, right? But I think what's interesting is we're seeing really the emergence of more luxury travel propositions now. People are really craving unique experiences, highly curated experiences, and they're willing to spend a lot more on travel as well, those that can afford it. And yeah, we've seen a couple of interesting companies and do really, really well.
Okay.
But to your point, there are obviously a lot of other areas that have done really well besides just online events platforms. Looking into our portfolio, definitely B2B mental health. I think we don't have to probably explain it for a lot of different reasons. I personally spend a lot of time looking into more complex and sexy data companies. But one thing that really the COVID accelerated was really the cloud adoption. So a lot of enterprises are all of a sudden moved to SaaS models, have adopted the likes of the Redshifts and Snowflakes within the organization, and are processing huge amounts of data, have hired a bunch of data folks internally, and then need new tools to really stay competitive and understand their customers internally better, and store that data, build a single source of truth of the data. So there's been a huge amount of new data tools popping up in the US, but also in Europe. Which really, from coming out from like really strong technology companies, to the point earlier, a lot of former operators that experienced the problem themselves, and that's definitely been a good space, but leaving room for Humpers as well to chime in.
I think 2 comments, and then of course our focus. But I think that I'm not surprised, of course, that, as you said, Sarah, that travel has changed. And I think travel, one of the things I saw as well, a lot of travel companies changed to being long-term stay. So how do you kind of stay in a month in a place instead of being there for a week? And I think that whole sector, I think all of the travel companies that adapted, they went really successful. But the ones who were like hopping on places, they died. But I think on the other one, I'm really surprised about is that education has not really changed. Because I think what the headache now is, like, I really feel the world is moving so much faster, as we've said. I think that a lot of companies are digitized, a lot of new innovations coming, the world is getting flatter, we're doing investments and sourcing, and everything is happening more globally. But the thing is really frustrating that students are still kind of look the same. So credential is still looking the same. And I think that's one going to be the bottleneck I think we're going to see the coming 5 years, is that universities are still churning out students the same way, and all the credentials doing the same way. And the problem is like now all startups are hiring and all the big companies are hiring into doing their digital transition. So there's going to be a crazy bottleneck of talent now. And I think, I mean, it's always a crazy bottleneck of good tech talent, but I think now it's going to be absurd. And I think that on the sector where we focus, of course, is climate, whereas I think that that was not so much to do with pandemic. It was essentially that climate has been a thing which the focus has just increased every year. So I think that that's as it is, and I think hopefully increasing even more.
One interesting sector that had a lot of challenges during COVID and that is having challenges now for other reasons is actually all the on-demand platforms. And when you think about all the way from Uber, but like all the beauty on-demand platforms, obviously they're super reliant on the supply because without like drivers, without riders, without like therapists or beauticians, they cannot provide a service. And what's happening is like initially they were very restricted, obviously here in Spain as well, but in London, for example, like you could not have people coming to your home. So there were a lot of restrictions that really shut down and took to zero most of the revenues. And now the issue they have is that a lot of the people who used to work for them have left. So in London right now, actually, it's super difficult to get an Uber, but very, very difficult to get an Uber. Very difficult to find like staff for the supply side. And what's interesting, that is giving rise to also, because it's coupled with a lot of concerns around the gig economy and like what they call the new slavery economy, is new platforms that try to become like a trade union 2.0. So like a trade union for the whole on-demand economy, but commercially minded. And we're seeing some of like these employees from former tech scale-ups doing models like that. And that's actually quite an interesting twist to what the pandemic hit.
I think it's also kind of happening now because of regulation, because I don't know if you know what's happening in Spain.
Yeah.
They changed the regulation with the Ubers, and I mean, it's kind of happening, I mean, in a forced way here, but this makes sense. Okay, so now coming to, let's say, the main point is what are you going to be, what are you looking at, what is exciting you about the next 12 months in terms of companies, sectors, where you're looking? Sarah, maybe you can get us started.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a lot of stuff happening. We're excited about a lot of things, not just from sector perspective, but I feel like you can never really plan ahead super well. The market is changing almost every quarter probably, or on a weekly basis. Focus is, I feel like, is really important right now, and knowing what you like and which founders you want to back as well. And there are obviously a few spaces where I feel like, or we, especially at Northzone, have spent a lot of time in the last months or even over years, and have now seen, I feel like, for example, consumer credit is one of the areas. We've seen Klarna and Zopa in our portfolio really experiment with consumer credit cards. And if you look into consumer credit as a financial product, it's literally or lending is the oldest product that's actually been around prior to the existence of internet or even, you know, electricity, obviously. People have always given, been part of lending somehow. And we're seeing new models pop up. The way, you know, credit scoring is being done, the way their products are helpful for the underbanked people as well, the way paybacks is taking place or happening, and rewards as well. So that's definitely an area we're spending some more time on. And then, you know, there has been a huge emergence. I mean, we have been on the consumer side very active in gaming as well, or have been investing in crypto for a very long time. More on the infrastructure side historically, moving more to the front end and more mainstream applications now. I feel like that's another topic probably to come to later. But definitely an area where we're actively looking into. I personally spend a lot of my time in creator tooling, not just only because of COVID, but we just reached a certain maturity point where there is a need for a lot of business tooling to really empower more people to become better entrepreneurs and run their business online. And you see a lot of people just venturing out and making millions of dollars just by having their own business, stitching together different tooling for accounting or for their marketing and running the business in general. And they just don't really speak to each other. So I think there's a huge opportunity for more verticalized businesses really targeted towards more of the solo entrepreneurs. Yeah, that's another area I personally spend a lot of time in, and yeah, but I'll hand it over to Carmen as well.
I'll say something is, for the first time in my life, I feel that it's like I'm at the right place at the right time. Like Europe is like booming, and I don't know. I've always had this experience. We were not late. Like we were not like old enough when there was the web. We were late to mobile, and suddenly there's like, this is the time for Europe. And so to Sarah's point on focus, it is the time of year, but that comes with a lot of dysfunctionalities as well in deal making and valuation. So it is very important to keep focus, and it's very important to be able to also understand when is your conviction, like when are you willing to like play the competitive game and to pay up because you're crazy, you have crazy conviction. When is it like FOMO, right? And for that, it is useful to sort of have some framework and build some thesis meeting a deal that might get very, very competitive very soon. And I think I tend to think about it as why now and why Europe? Like I think I have been, what sectors is Europe like the best place to actually build business, right? When you think about comparing it to the US or Asia, I think construction tech is a very interesting one where there's like, it's very unsexy, but there's like so much productivity to be improved, and Germany, Spain, actually, they're countries that should be at the forefront of anything related to construction tech. Climate tech, and I will obviously let Hampus talk about that, but all the way from like carbon offsetting and how controversial that might be to other much more interesting models, right? Like thinking about why Europe is something that and then in terms of why now, I've also spent quite a bit of time looking at DevOps and dev tools, which is interesting given I come from a consumer and commerce background. But I think there's a big shortage of developers. There's like very high churn in developers. A lot of the work they do is highly inefficient because they spend a lot of time doing what they call plumbing, which is like a lot of non-really value-adding job, but that needs to be done for the code to be released. And that is only getting worse. And going back to Sarah's point around moving to cloud and the apification of like the economy, like that's only making the whole dev environment much more complex, and that means they need either more talent and more productivity. So DevOps and dev tools is also a space where I've been focusing a lot.
Definitely, thank you. Actually, Hampus, in the interest of time, I wanted to ask you a little bit more specific question about climate. I mean, it seems now that there is a lot of investors, including Northzone, actually investing in the startups that are more related to climate and that are previously would be considered, I guess, niche topics. Do you see this difference now as we're coming out of the pandemic? Did something change over the last 2 years? Are people more receptive? Are there more companies?
I mean, I think that I would say like there are certain kind of climate companies that are so extremely climate. So like carbon measurements or something, which is that they essentially build on the fact that we have to kind of figure out how we're destroying the planet and sucking down carbon. And I think that's a very particular niche, I would say, of climate companies. I think there are many kind of climate companies that I think wouldn't be put in the top line what people think of what climate is, but when you think about it. So the way I think about it is that a lot of us just want businesses to kind of function long-term on the planet, and we know that what we're doing now is not working. So most of businesses are kind of could be or are climate companies. So the way I look at it is the way we eat is not functional. Like what we eat and how we get food and everything doesn't work. It's like we're going to destroy the planet and not feed everybody. How we move goods short distances and people long distances is completely broken. That is just completely, it doesn't work. How we build and make stuff, both the materials and all the information about them, is completely broken. And then last part, which I think most people put in the absurd climate bucket, is kind of transparency. So knowing what happens in the value chain or knowing what's in a material or something. So I think for me, every single sector is a climate sector. And I think that most investors have woken up to that realization that you don't have to do carbon accounting to be climate. You can really look at anything that essentially how we do it today and just thinking how you do it with either zero footprint or actually in a positive way for the planet. So to answer your question, most investors have woken up. We have calls from every single downstream investor asking about our portfolio who have never touched climate before and probably never will invest in a climate startup.
And Carmen, I have a question for you because of something you mentioned. I mean, you mentioned why Europe. You know, it made me laugh a little bit inside because we had a presentation when we were fundraising our fund of funds, literally titled "Why Europe?" Because it was a very common question, as you sure know, after fundraising, why would I invest in Europe and not in the US? How do you think this is changing? And maybe as a Spanish person, you could tell us a little bit more about the Spanish role in the ecosystem. And then Sarah, maybe you could contribute as well from Northzone's perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, I think that if there is an exciting place right now, especially for very early stage, and I'm comparing to the US, comparing to Asia, it's actually Europe. I think Europe, there was the news like Europe has produced this year more unicorns than like China has. I think it is actually double the unicorns that they produced in like 5 years ago in 2016. And I think if you think about the next 5 years with the velocity that this all is taking and the amount of growth capital, there's all these companies, like Europe will be producing, let's be conservative, 2x the number of unicorns 5 years from now. All these companies are being created today in Europe, so like in London, but also in Germany, in Spain, and we see them. We have the privilege to see them. So I don't think there's been a more exciting time to be in European venture, and I think that as lame or basic as it sounds, but the Americans coming to town is a good example, right? Like 2 weeks ago, Sequoia did an event for seed funds, and they brought in like all the like top US partners into it. Like they're really starting to, A16Z is doing a lot, like Benchmark Star, Lightspeed has opened enough. Like that is testimony that they see an opportunity, right? They wouldn't just hang out here. So I think there's never been a more exciting time.
And I mean, just to make a point, I mean,
Spain.
is that not, Spain, and is that not a question of valuation? It's to some degree as well, because it seems, I mean, we know that, for example, many funds started venturing to Central Eastern Europe, for example, to look for startups and developers there.
I think the thing with Spain, and I've been very sort of open, I think if you look at the ecosystem, it's probably like London, Berlin, Paris, and I'll let Sarah say what order that comes into. And then there is Spain. The thing with, when you look at the fundamentals and the regulation, the support, like the agility, like you can incorporate a company in the UK for zero. Yeah. In less than 24 hours. Like actually, like it's, and then actually there's this scheme called SEIS, and I won't get into tax like policies because that is very political, but which means that if I'm a high net worth individual and I have to pay HMRC, and let me simplify it, which is the UK tax authority, 100K in taxes that year, I can actually use this 100K taxes invested into companies, and whether I lose it or not, I get a big chunk deducted from HMRC, so they de-risk my investment because my choice is HMRC or the startup, so let's go for the startup, because if the startup does well and I hold it for 3 years, it's capital, you don't pay capital gains, right? And so all these things that are there to make sure that that very 0 to 500K, 0 to 700K fundraise of money, which is so difficult, is so much more agile there. There's so much more support. And then obviously there's the employment. So there are a lot of things that allow, at least the UK ecosystem, which is the one I know well, to move faster. Having said that though, I think talent in Spain is amazing. And like it is true, the level of education, but also creativity and like things that we have is very strong, and they're amazing entrepreneurs. And as new success stories, be it like Glovo, for example, like come in, and more talent. Hopin is based in Barcelona now, like Typeform is. So as we create that, it's just like a bit behind in time, but I think that Spain will definitely be like a strong driving force, especially on the talent front, because everybody wants to live here.
I know we're running a bit over time, so Sarah, I don't know if you want to make
It's really hard to add on that, but I totally agree. I think historically, Spain has not produced the big outcomes above, maybe 100 million, but we've seen that in the likes of the Glovos, but also have newer companies like Typeform that are producing amazing talent and will probably go out and build really good businesses. So that's kind of like the wave we're at. But they're two good hubs, which I think is really unique as well. If you look into Madrid and Barcelona, great business schools in Spain, but also great technical talent, to Carmen's point, which are really good fundamentals for creating new companies. But it's still a lot harder than for other kind of like markets. I'm originally from Germany, and it's a pain to set up a business or to even fundraise and go through the legal process in Germany compared to like any like UK deal that we will be closing. And these are just small things that really,
they do make a difference.
They do make a difference for especially first-time founders. I think if you know how to run it, and I think then I think it's easier. But if you're first time founder, there are a lot of barriers in the ecosystem.
And I think this is an important point also for Spain. Hopin's round, which we both signed, 8.5 billion, signed over DocuSign, like over DocuSign. 500K angel deal in Spain or Germany, for the matter of fact. Sign a power of attorney, like get a NIF, take 8 weeks to do that. Actually, it costs you like 1K in pounds. If I invest in 25K and they charge me 1K for the lawyer, it just like makes absolute no sense. And I think that is something that we should look into.
Yeah.
Guys, thank you very much. It was a pleasure speaking to you. Hampus, thank you very much for joining remotely.
Thanks.
I think that's it. Thank you very much again.
Okay. Thank you, Carmen. Thank you, Ivan. Thank you, Sarah, for this amazing presentation. Now it's time to lunch break. See you here at 3:30, 3:29. We will begin in sharp again and to keep the agenda on track. Thank you very much for interesting. And now enjoy your meal. See you later. Good afternoon. Welcome back. Welcome back to the growth stage at South Summit 2021. Growth stage, the stage where ideas meet money and where investors meet good projects. Now it's time to talk about scale-ups. Again, on the topic of open innovation, then the title is going to be Scale-ups, Challenges on Exponential Growth. And the facilitator, the moderator, is going to be Alberto Tornero, partner of State and Scale-ups area at PricewaterhouseCoopers, at PwC. So please welcome. Are you telling me something? Alberto Tornero, partner.
Creo, ¿eh?
We have different agendas. I think I am the right one. He's Alberto. Never mind. Please put your hands together.
I'm Alberto.
Alberto, the
True.
floor is yours.
Hello. Good evening. Yes, I am Alberto. I guess so. I'm a partner from PwC, and I'm leading a specific area here in Spain, focused on scale-ups and open innovation. And today we have a very nice panel with Jasmine Fash. I hope I said it okay. Please, come on. And Alberto, please, join us. Alberto Calero, CEO of AC. Well, first of all, I'll give you 2 minutes just to introduce yourself.
Minutes?
Well, 2 minutes, 30 seconds, whatever, because I'm sure you will do it better than me.
Okay, great. Nice to meet everyone. So my name is Yasmine Faj. I'm co-founder and CEO of GoGo Network, which is a company focused on autonomous mobility services in Europe. We have the support and backup of SoftBank and Axel Springer. And I'm also CEO and co-founder of Levier, which is a SPAC. For those who don't know what it is, it's a financial vehicle that allowed to do one huge acquisition, and we're listed on NASDAQ. And before that, I work as an associate partner in McKinsey in the US.
Well, I am Alberto Calero. I am been managing, the relationship with partners and scale-ups since many years ago. First in Hewlett-Packard in Europe for many years. Then I was one of the Amena founders, and I ran the same program in Amena and also in Orange. Amena was the third operator in Spain, mobile operator, time ago. And later, I was, managing my own company and also very focused on, what we were doing with customers like, Facebook and other institutions. But again, very much involved in putting all together all the partners that would be key for the company.
Fantastic. So today we are trying to share with you, I don't know if we have later questions or whatever, so we can share. Let's try to have a more fluid conversation. And we were thinking, when we designed this panel, we were thinking, what can we say about that moment in which the startup begins to get to growth, and we don't know what it is. It's like the teenagers. You start, you are a startup, but suddenly it explodes. So we want to share with you both perspective of a scale-up, a very interesting, and Jasmine will tell you the point. So Jasmine, let's start with you. Now, in the moment of Google Car, the moment that you are, the fund that you rise, what are your challenges you are facing with your scaling or your moment right now in the company?
So in our case, because we're dealing with a new industry, which is autonomous driving, at the end of the day, we're like one of the big obstacles for us is regulation. Because to be able to scale, you need to have the right framework in place and the right permits to actually be able to scale. The other, let's say, barrier is also technology in a way, because even if now we're at a level, like there are different stages in autonomy from 1 to 5, you still cannot like put an autonomous car at any moment, anywhere without like, let's say, geofence areas and so on. So I would say that's the two big barriers we have before we scale. So that's why we're looking at different use cases of our product, which is, for instance, one of the vehicles we have outside, which is with food inside instead of passengers, because then you can do many more things without so much risk, and you can potentially scale this use case faster than you can scale robotaxi, right? Mm-hmm. So that's what we're doing. And in parallel, because we also wanted to give more speed to our initiative and our project, we raised this 271 million fund to do the acquisition that would allow us to, let's say, scale across Europe with a mobility company that will have, like, for instance, operations, but put on top the autonomy layer that we're building now, but more at the pilot phase. Because what we don't want is to do a lot of pilots everywhere that cost a lot of money and don't really allow you to scale, right? To scale, you need regulation, and then you need this platform to go fast.
Okay. Alberto, with your experience with Facebook, with Hewlett-Packard, joining and making the match between both, what is your experience from your own side and from the side of the corporates?
Well, there is something wonderful, special in a scale-up, and it's basically that this company is suddenly having the right size and the right momentum, and this is wonderful because this company can be a key element for creating new markets. And remember that many of the large corporations are systematically, creating and developing new markets. But they cannot do it alone. So normally the technologies need to have elements that complement the core technology. For instance, I remember when I was in Hewlett-Packard many years ago that we were developing all the Unix systems, but the Unix itself with the platform, with the capabilities, was not enough. We needed full solutions. And so it was great because we had at that time a lot of scale-up companies that had the applications, the solutions running on platforms on our technology, and through these full solutions, we were developing the market that we wanted to create. So it's very important. It's very important because when a company is large enough and is still having the momentum, it has something magic that any company is looking for. So it's very important for any scale-up to know very well what's the category, what's the product category, and who are basically the large companies that are supporting the creation of this new company through full solutions. So I think that this is the magic link between the large corporations and these scale-ups that are the ones that are making things happen.
It's quite interesting because what you said is when we want to settle, to get into a new industry, the scale-up is the right size. Is a moment in which if you want if you go on a prior moment, maybe you will learn or maybe you will integrate or whatever.
Yes.
But sometimes, please.
Let me give you another example that is even closer and you will understand immediately. When we were in Amena, in the third operator, mobile operator, we really wanted to develop the internet, the mobile internet. But at that time, we didn't have, smartphones. Mm-hmm. So it was very interesting because we had to develop all the services that we see today in the apps. But at that time was necessary, to develop in the network with very, very simple devices. I remember very well the selection and the urgent selection of many partners that already have these kind of services developed so that we can create a full portfolio. And this was perhaps one of the key things. And also making this in an open environment in which they were competing, but even within this competition, you have the stars, you have the very special scale-ups that are the ones that are making, the real market.
Because you have the money as well.
Yeah. Well, but this is something that is very important because this need of move ahead very fast and all together, I think that is an advantage that would be wonderful.
And that's exactly also the logic, even the simple logic of a SPAC at the end of the day, because right now a startup goes Series A, B, C, D, blah, 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 and every 1 year and a half, you just have to think, okay, I have to raise another round because I'm not surviving, so then 6 months, okay, you're again not focused really on growing the company. The goal and what the SPAC vehicle is actually like, if we give you we're looking at, for instance, our company has a business plan of 800 million cash needs, right? They have to build a factory, they have to do all of that, but clearly they cannot do the normal fundraising of I raise 30 first, I prove the concept, I raise another 50 because there's a huge capex, right? And being able to give this money with the milestone it's like we're investing in a startup at this amount, but because they need to do the scale up at that stage, and this is kind of a scale up vehicle. So it's, I think it's interesting to also see how, of course, money and how you manage to inject this capital at the right moment.
In our area, under our experience, there are 2 or 3 key issues when they scale up, when the scale-ups growing up. And one, it is almost the same than when they are startups. What is the people?
Yeah.
The people. What about the people? What do you think? What could you say about people? What is the moment? What kind of profile? What kind of people is the same at the beginning and later? If it is not the same, because never is the same, which part of the team will come with the entrepreneurs and move forward? Which part has to go move aside? What do you think about this?
I mean, first, I think, of course, like there is no pre-made answer that always can work one way or another. I think when we look at companies that we're looking at and say we look at the management team and say, would this team can grow the company 10x in the next 5 years, and who is able to? And most of the time, it's not just the founder could be the one that could continue, but he needs more like a top manager. Sometimes the founder did his job, but then we need like a new CEO because he's not getting to the next stage. So I think it's a very hard answer, but I think the risk is always first, like when you have a smaller structure, it creates a culture that is specific, right? And when you start to scale, the culture can change. So how do you keep that and you keep the talent motivated? Because a lot of people like would leave like the company because like it's not a startup anymore, like it's a corporate. So how do you keep the spirit? And then, yeah, how do you attract the right talent at the right moment without damaging the magic that has allowed this company to get already to the point they are, right? So I think it's, but it's the magic that needs to happen there.
Totally.
Alberto, please.
Yes, well, I remember, for instance, in 2004 to 2005, at this moment we were creating all these new services in mobile internet. That is what we see today. And so we had something like 50 companies, partners, and I remember that the best thing that I was always looking for was the individual in each company that managed to have some kind of competition, you know, with other companies, you know, in the same category, because finally, you know, in different events, in different investments, in things that were missing in one product but not in the other. So the idea of giving to the market, you know, this impression that we have a complete mature or almost mature, you know, technology with all the solutions was very important. So the collaboration between the different partners, not just, you know, this, you know, focus on being the first and only me, that is normal to have in a startup. When you are scaling up, and if you are creating a category, that is the best thing that you might have, because then is when you have the tornado growth, you know, associated with your solutions. This kind of competition is something that I was looking for systematically.
Yes, yes.
And maybe if I can just add one anecdote here, because my co-founder of Gogo is Martin Varsovsky, which is in Spain quite famous because he created Jastel and so on. And it's very interesting because I always discuss with him, and like clearly he said, I would never stay CEO if we scale, right? Because what he likes and what his brain works well is ideas generation, testing, executing, managing a big team. This is where like it's another job, right? And some people either are bored by doing this job and like they don't get the kick of like the create. It's like different type of personalities, right? So I think it's important to also recognize what you are good at, right? Some people, they would never be able to launch something from scratch, but they are good at like, you know, running the operation to scale to the next level. And some people the opposite, and some people have both, right? Or can do both.
Okay. Regarding people again, sometimes we see when the company starts to scale up, they have to get into, for example, first of all, they get international. And the second one, sometimes they are based in many countries. Yasmin, you know what I mean, because you are in Berlin, you are in Paris, you are in Madrid. So how do you manage this diversity just to have from one company to the company you want to have people from many countries, people from many cultures. How do you manage this diversity?
So I don't like to quote consulting at McKinsey, but I think there's something that is admirable at McKinsey and Consulting. It's like how they manage to keep culture the same across so many offices, so many people from different backgrounds, and so I've observed that, right? And I was managing teams that were in Mexico, in Russia, like everybody, but there is like a way of working together and a culture that you can totally do virtually, and I think COVID has been a proof that, like, I mean, we cannot do 100% virtual, but you can do much more virtual than people would think of. So, I mean, in our team, everybody works more or less from WeWork, from the office we have recommended us, from wherever they want. Like, nobody's checking, because what we're doing is hiring super smart people that let's say, challenge themselves. And I think that's the way also I've seen, in a way, McKinsey doing a lot of very, very complex recruiting where people are so overachiever anyway that, like, you don't need to put this, like, fake office to make sure people work. And then what we do a lot, because also we have to do a lot of visits, and for instance, now, last week we were in Italy, Paris, we all meet there. Next week we have to go to Paris. We do some, like...
Do you feel any kind of culture difference between the teams, or you are just, from the beginning, absolutely cross?
Honestly, I feel super smooth, like, yeah. I mean, there are some people in the team that you're speaking
Maybe she's talking because there are some people here,
like,
so...
it's my point of view. But I feel like, actually, it has been not an issue, but...
Alberto, what do you
but
think?
maybe when you scale to, because we're very little still, when you scale to like 300, maybe it's an issue, I don't know.
Do you think about this diversity?
From the other side, I remember that when we were at HP, we create something that was a place, you know, that was the open land. Open because it was all about open systems, and so open land. And I remember that we gave the possibility of any partner, you know, to bring customers, to give us explanations, to have all total support. But this was being open in all the countries of Hewlett-Packard. I remember in South America, in the US, of course, in Europe, that we were the first developing that. Also in Japan, I remember. The key thing there was to find inside a large corporation a person managing the open lands that would have always the complicity, you know, with the startups, because this connection was what let them feel comfortable and also going to... So I remember that there was a very special character associated with the people, you know, managing the infrastructure, but the very important thing was the connection and the complicity with the scale-ups.
Well, in our experience, it depends a lot. It depends a lot on when they get in people quite different from the beginning, from the people that was in the beginning. People from corporates or whatever. Some, for example, the position of the CFO. There are the best option is, please get into the company people as soon as you can that can have a more open and very used to be, or the people who should be in the place that you want to be. Yeah. That is because you see, maybe people here can have seen that what is. It's quite different scale-ups that has to hire people just to change. A lot of people, even in the director area, but it's quite different comparing to the other companies that has has hired just before. Okay, we are just finishing. I would like to give you some time just to, if you want to make a question. Only one last question.
We have 2 minutes, so they will let us questions.
Do you think no more questions?
Let them ask, because if not...
Okay, Jasmine, tell me there is no more questions. I will will say...
We don't have time to answer
but
in 2 minutes your
we're
question.
in Spain, so we spend 5 minutes more.
Perfect.
So. Okay.
Sorry.
Do you want to... Do you have any question? No?
We're in Spain, but the rules are...
Okay, thank you very much.
No, but if they have a question...
No, I've asked him. We have 1 minute.
1 minute 46. Make the best out of it.
I'm trying to moderate with crossfire. So, any question? Anyone? Please.
What is your vision about the role of the SPACs in the European tech environment in the next year?
So I think for me, what we're lacking in Europe is access to capital compared to, I lived in the US for 10 years, Asia, when you look at the investment that, we're getting in Europe compared to that, like, that's why we don't have so many unicorns, like in a nutshell, right? And the question we always ask ourselves is, how do you attract this capital in Europe, right? And SPACs, for me, are a vehicle to attract hundreds of millions suddenly in one asset. And I think we've seen a lot of SPACs in the US up to August, and now we're seeing a lot of SPAC coming to Europe. Regulation for SPACs is changing across the different countries. And I think the challenge for SPACs now is to actually be selective, get to the right asset, not to trash the investment vehicle product that has, the risk. But otherwise, I think it's a fantastic vehicle and help also company go to market and to access the public capital of the IPO without to have to go to a crazy, complex administrative burden.
Okay, so we are now out of time.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alberto.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmin.
Sorry.
We hope it was interesting. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Yasmin. And actually, I was thinking it's quite amazing to have Los Albertos talking about money in South Summit. Thank both Albertos. Okay, we are carrying on the conversation on scale-ups and how corporations working together in a process transformation. And for this, I think we have it in the room. The moderator is going to be Pablo Pedrejón. He's already with the mic? Yes? Pablo Pedrejón, principal at Seaya Ventures. Pablo, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Hello, I am Pablo Pedrejón, principal at Seaya Ventures. Seaya is Southern Europe's largest VC fund. We have supported companies such as Glovo, Cabify, and Wallbox that actually did the de-SPAC yesterday in the New York Stock Exchange. So I know what Jasmine was mentioning about the lack of capital and how SPACs can really help companies scale. Among many sectors, we invest in leading software companies, and these companies have to work with corporates. Corporates, as you know, are becoming much more active in the tech ecosystem. The CEOs now don't speak about technology just as a PR stunt. They really believe it, and this shows. This shows in things like last year was a record investment of corporate venture capital with $73 billion, 24% increase over 2019, and this was during COVID, so clearly the trend is there. But they do not only invest, they also need to work with startups, right, and scale-ups. So the goal of this panel is to give us an insight on how scale-ups can work with corporates. And for me, it's a pleasure to introduce the participants. First of all, Juan López Carretero, Head of Partnerships at BBVA.
Hello. Thank you for inviting me.
Second, Diana Morato, Chief Revenue Officer at Sensei, a Portuguese company that allows supermarkets and retail companies to implement a fully autonomous, keyless, and intelligent store.
Thank you.
And third, Ricardo Roman, co-founder and Chief Revenue Officer at Fractal, a leading enterprise asset management solution and predictive maintenance. And I have to say that both Sensei and Fractal are part of our portfolio companies, so I am a bit biased, but they are very good companies, same as BBVA, clearly leading bank in the world, no? So we're going to get started with the first question, very simple, which is to Diana and Ricardo. Why should the scale-up work with corporates?
I think there's like two parts to it. One, if you're a B2C, then obviously like you can work with corporates for partnerships. There are a lot of corporates with really big user bases, which you can tap into from a marketing perspective, so that makes a lot of sense. And then for scale-ups such as us, we are more on obviously on the B2B side. It makes a lot of sense also to work with corporates that are very aligned with what it is that we want to do. So in our case, for example, as you mentioned, we build autonomous stores with retailers. We have been working with Sonae, which is Portugal's largest retailer. And obviously the work with them helps us implement our solution in their stores. And they're helping us not only obviously in terms of credibility, because it's not the same to go to an event and say, I work with this huge corporate, but also from a product market fit perspective. So obviously, if you're working with the right corporate who is very aligned with what you want to do, then it makes sense also that they can help you develop the product in a better way.
Yeah, well,
In our case, of course, the acquisition of a customer that is a big ticket is very important, but also it makes sense for us to work with corporates because there are a few steps ahead of our natural markets in small and medium-sized business. So when we develop something for a big corporate, that will be implemented in the future for these other customers of ours. Also, it gives you network effect because sometimes they use your solution and they roll it out to providers and people that are related to them. So the network increases and it makes a lot of sense to target these companies because, well, they help you all around in the growth of the company beyond the sales ticket that you can take in the first step.
Perfect. And Juan, why should a corporate work with the scale-up?
Well, many reasons. The main one is innovation. There is a lot more happening out there in the field with the small companies that we can invent inside, is the innovator's dilemma. No? So both for partnering and going after new revenue, but also as vendors to us and solving problems that we have is a much quicker way than trying to copy, invent, create. Many times is the fastest way to get access to that innovation.
Great. So this was the easy question because this is very, happy. But we all know about operational challenges when scale-ups and corporates work. We discussed it at the board meetings. A lot of times, to which extent should a scale-up, bend over backwards to adapt to the requirements of a corporate? That might be a distraction for the scale-up. That might not be, scalable for other corporates. But on the other hand, there's, huge advantages of working with a corporate, right? So it's a very difficult line. And then on the other side, on the corporate side, the same thing happens, right? Like you have your own processes, which might be legacy or they might work very well for the corporate, but they are not ready maybe to adapt to what a scale-up software solution demands, no? And this is the key question, right? Because this is where things get difficult, and I would love to hear your thoughts about this issue, no? And how you strategize around this. Ricardo, you want to go first?
Well, it's very complex sometimes. We startups, we want to go fast and break things. We're talking to people that want some stability on their job. They don't want to risk their position because some mistake they did in this process. So in many cases, you have to adapt. Maybe normally you just sign the purchase order or send the credit card, and that's the deal. But with corporates, you have to sign contracts and pass some audits, and that can take some time. Well, when we were very little, that was a big problem because the time that I didn't spend selling, I had to spend filling these documents. But once you get to a certain level, that can be sorted out. You can work with these companies at the pace that they require while still be moving fast in other areas. And product-wise, we have a rule, and be it whoever it is, we don't break it, and something that is going to the main product has to be accessible for at least 70% of our customers, has to add value to 70% of our customers. If it doesn't add value to 70% of our customers, we do it through an external integration. So in that case, well, we help, we've managed to develop very complex solutions to corporates while still maintaining the right or the focus that we want the product to have
I think, so Ricardo's touched on it really well. So one of the things to take into account, I always think of two things. One is how aligned, as a startup, or as an entrepreneur, you're always completely focused on, or you have to be completely focused on what you're trying to solve, right? You generally have a very short runway, although your investors help, but you're always on the clock. I always tell my teams, we're on a clock. So you really have to make sure of two things. One, that it is the right corporate to be working with. So, we don't work with anybody. The same way as they select you, you also have to be selective of who you work with. Secondly, obviously, it has to be aligned, especially when we then start thinking about all the product adaptations that they generally ask for. You need to make sure that that's aligned with your long-term vision of where you want to go, just to make sure that they're not taking you, with the best of intentions, that they're not deviating you from where you actually want to go. And then I'd say the third point is runway again. Right, so you have to take into account have kind of prediction of how long it's going to take you to close that deal, how much effort you're going to have to put into it, and whether it makes sense for you at this very moment to be working with that certain corporate. So it might be a great corporate to work with, but maybe it might not be the right time if I'm going to make it up, but if you have a 2-month runway, it's probably not the best time to start working with a Telefónica, although they might be great partners for you, right? So those are the 3 things that I'd add to what you mentioned.
Great. And Juan, from your side, how do you see this?
I think Diana pointed out a very, very good point, which is the clock moves different in a corporate and in a scale-up. In a scale-up, you're burning money, you're really anxious, and your job is to make that sell to the corporate. In the corporate, things are different. Maybe for the business unit that you're selling to, your agreement is not the day job. It's a side thing that if I have another urgency, I'm going to put it to the side and then retake. And of course, the decision-making in corporates is very convoluted, Byzantine, I might say. So that is a friction that you have to work from the beginning, understand what the timings are going to be. So I think that's absolutely correct.
Great. And in terms of the implementation, so once you have decided, you have an LOI or you start doing the agreement, you mentioned something that's very relevant. Maybe the person or the area that's buying or is the sponsor of the solution isn't the buyer in a corporate, right? So then you have this whole issue of who's the owner of this project. On the scale-up side, it usually is very simple, maybe growth, enterprise sales, but on the corporate side, it can be a bit Byzantine, no? So how do you make sure that when BBVA, for example, wants to work with the scale-up, that there is one owner and it happens, no?
Yeah, I guess the concept that I would push is you got to do your diligence on the partner very strongly, and that is asking the questions, not just have you done this before, tell me how long did it take last time you did this? So they will say, okay, this took 6 months, this took 9 months. Maybe you'll suss out that they haven't worked with a scale-up before. So you have to ask those difficult questions and say, who's deciding here? I think you also have to understand the motivations. Sometimes these kind of partnership are more for the benefit of making a press release and looking like you are being active in an area that is fashionable and not really something that you want to drive volume and money and make a really big business together. So all that is diligence on you that you have to suss out between different partners, all seem to want to do something with you. Which one is for real? Who are the decision makers? And kind of scale that up and see which one is the one you should go with.
Understood. And I mean, on the startup side, it's not that obvious, right? And when does the founder, and the previous panel they were discussing this, when does the founder or the chief growth officer start delegating these big deals with corporates, right? Because that is the way you scale once you start having machine, no? How are you going through that process in Fractal and Sensei?
From our side, it's sometimes you want to delegate, but you can't because the corporate kind of wants to talk to you and not to your team, which is sometimes a little bit difficult. But I guess the great thing here is that, for good or for bad, you are creating a relationship. So we see our work with corporates as a long-term relationship. It's not about a press release for us. Therefore, we do our due diligence on the corporates. We put in a lot of effort in establishing relationships. We also make sure that those relationships touch on different people within the corporate, because sometimes, as you very well said, the sponsor is not the decision maker, and you just need to. You're kind of treading on these. Loose grounds where you just need to make sure that you're keeping everybody happy, also from the startup perspective, and you also try to involve your team, and little by little you start stepping back. But I would say that there is no, or at least I haven't found, a formula where you say, hey, when A, B, C happens, then it's the moment to jump out. Especially because sometimes you feel it's the moment to jump out, but they don't want you out.
You never jump out. You're always the red telephone. If something is not working properly and the team is not able to fix it, you have to jump in and have the team sort it out. Sometimes it's just a conversation, make a compromise and say, well, we don't have this ready, but we're giving you this other thing. So there are some areas where the team cannot take any risk or decision, and the corporate needs some solution. So you have to jump in. So, but I do think there are stages when you have to trust the process. Be it any customer that it is, you say, well, we've worked with the team, they are trained, they know what to do, we'll let them do their job. And that helps a lot to release all the tension that you have for these kind of big deals that are very stressful at sometimes, but you need to trust your team also and let them know that they are responsible also for these deals.
In terms of the end goals, right? In this relationship between corporates and scale-ups, you have acquisition, right? That could be one. Investment, as we were mentioning before, it could be client-supplier relationship. But then there's another one which is a bit more, grayish, which is just communication and exchange of information. I think there's always a win-win of corporates speaking with scale-ups to learn about what's happening, but you cannot go, you cannot just do it without the strategy, because then you'll always be speaking and not doing anything. But there is value in communicating without, a final contract or without an end goal in mind. How do you strategize from the corporate point of view to be in touch with different suppliers and innovators and scale-ups, and try to have this sensibility without having really to, maybe end up hiring this kind of companies?
No, the scale up that conversation within BBVA in our case. So the word started spreading around and looking at, hey, can we do something together? There is a lot of talk before we get to that stage, though.
Perfect. And on the scale-up side, Ricardo, you were mentioning that when you look for a product, to see if you prioritize a feature, your standard is 70% of your current clients have to use this feature, right? But maybe, with that thought process, maybe you're losing, your future clients, right? Because you're always looking at your current stock of clients, no? How do you balance that, and how do you make sure that you incorporate feedback from your your clients that are still not in your ecosystem? No?
Well, in our company, what goes into the roadmap usually goes through several sources. One is, of course, the product management team. They have in mind what they want to achieve in the future. But there are also inputs, especially at the beginning of the year when we're planning, from the sales team, and they say, well, I have encountered this and these features in the market, and we don't have it, or we have to improve in this area, so we can win more deals. Okay, so we do that. We make those inputs to avoid a little bit of the a survivor's bias. You're only measuring what is working, but you're losing what's actually not working. What we try to do is get the product team all the feedback from all the sales, okay? It's like an open door policy for us to come and tell them, well, we don't have this feature, or we need to improve here, or we need to develop this other thing. So we don't lose this sign of future customers that can be growing from these features that we don't have.
Perfect. And Diana, on your side, you go to a very specific sector. Is huge, but a very specific sector, supermarkets, retailers. Do you also participate, in associations, in thought leadership, in this more PR role, or you're more focused on a one-to-one relationship with corporates?
I think you need to do a mix of both. So we definitely do a mix of both. We need the one-to-one relationship with the retailers, because in one-to-one relationships, they tend to be more transparent. Sometimes when you go through industry associations, at the end of the day, like, they're competitors amongst each other, so they're not that open about things, but there is some value to being there as well, because at the end of the day, you have conversation, you have a lot of people that are listening to you and understanding, that you exist, A, that you exist, and B, what it is that you do, right? So I think a balance is pretty important in that sense.
Now, the big question for corporates, and I think you touched on this point. How do you decide when to build internally or buy externally?
That's something that we face quite often. Where I sit is close to the factories that create the products for retail and enterprise. And we see new things coming up in the market and say, should we do something like that? If you talk to engineering, they always tell you, we can build it fast, cheap, even better. And the reality is, maybe if it's a feature or is something that we have the knowledge, we have the team, maybe taking it to a new country, okay. Otherwise, you better go outside. And outside, the team is there, the product is in the market, is working, and then you have two options. Should you partner or should you acquire? And I guess then it's more a question of, if you're totally convinced that you want to go all in, acquire if there is a target that fits. Otherwise, you have more optionality and you can try more things with partnerships, and you can also do something a lot quicker. I think those are more or less the three things we look at. I think building, it takes a lot longer than most people think.
Yeah, I think No, at the board in Fractal, a lot of times we speak about like, yeah, this corporate says they have an internal solution, so we just postpone it 6 months because they're going to reach out in 6 months anyway, because when the internal solution doesn't really work as well as they thought, no? And I think that's a process, and that's why it makes sense to engage and just have this communication, no? And then, we've seen an evolution in the last few years, I think globally, with all these corporate innovation programs, right? Which I think many corporates have created them, and many companies have participated. No, I would love to hear your feedback about what works and what doesn't work, and what will be your suggestion going forward about these kind of programs. No.
Yeah, we have spent years on this. I think we have learned and iterated and learned, and where we are right now is some lessons. The first one is it works better when you have done a lot of previous work identifying where your gaps are, and you go to different business units, in our case the bank and compliance, or even a marketing unit or whatever, and they say, we have this gap in this product, in this place, in this process, and then you go out and search for answers. When people come to you, many times it sounds interesting, but I think the drive and the push is not going to be the same. Other things, we have now a process very structured called Fast Track, and only a few get in, but once that happens, what we do is we put the business unit that has a problem and the scale up, and they sit together and they say exactly what do they want to get out of this agreement, and very, very detailed, and then we put them in front of the control units, up to 10 different control units. So those problems that sometimes come later in the process, after you've been working for 6 months, somebody in risk or whatever, say something, well, we have tried to put that very front-loaded, so in 4 days we get through all that, and then it's a lot easier to go. So that's what we have learned. We have to front-load all the problems, and we have to be very, very clear that both sides have clarity of what they want to get out of this.
Got it. Jana, on your side?
I might be a little bit, counter the general trend here.
We like that. We like that.
But there are a lot of corporate programs out there, corporate innovation programs, and it's really easy as an entrepreneur, especially at the beginning, to be tempted to try them all out. Yeah. And I am, I'm super focused, and I always think, okay, so how aligned are they with what it is that we want to do? Does it really make sense to put all that time into that effort? Are they taking us in the direction that we want to go with? And then I guess a third thing would be a lot of entrepreneurs, especially in early stages, think, oh, okay, I'm going to join the, whatever, I'm going to join, certain place in Valencia where they do this, and they think that just by joining that program, that automatically will open all the doors for them within that corporate and in all other corporates, and that therefore they don't need to do any selling or product development themselves. And that is completely wrong. So my advice is, as in always, choose wisely. Less is more. And obviously, if you do it, go all in. But less is more.
Yeah. Yeah, especially there are some programs that are very laser focused on some solution that is unscalable at the end of the day. So they want to measure vibration in this part that is, below water. It's a great project for an engineering company, but not for a startup. And you have to have a good eye for that and be able to select the program that you can participate. There are some other great programs. For example, we work with Acciona. We started in the airport for Chile. And the project was successful in Chile, but they have these boards. Here in Spain, they knew about the project, and they implemented it here in Spain. And then other division that has nothing to do with airports knew about the project, and then they implemented too. So that makes sense for us because we are selling to many divisions, and it's working great. But they had a clear goal at the beginning. The operating team was participating, the business division, because otherwise it's impossible to move ahead, and nobody wants a messiah coming with innovation. And I think there are many features that make this project great. And as a revenue officer at a startup, you have to develop the eye to detect the ones that are going to be a good fit for you.
Perfect. I want to open the floor to any questions that you might have. Nobody? You have, two great startups, one of the best banks in the world, about innovation? No? Okay, thank God I have backup questions. So, how does you you touched briefly on this, and I mentioned it in the introduction, right? I think like 5 or 10 years ago, technology was more about PR in corporates, and now it's really the DNA in companies. But how do you make sure that it stays like this? No, like every business unit is on the lookout for better ways to do processes, partners that you can work with to build specific solutions. How do you, culture-wise, how do you make sure that this stays like this in the future? No?
And Pablo, you mentioned culture. I think that's the important thing. Culture and leadership. And if the culture is there, because normally corporates tend to be successful because they've done something right, and that you get stuck in that thing, and like I said before, you're skeptical of everything else. And it has to be the culture of the place to permanently look out. I remember that wording of only the paranoid survive. You gotta be a bit paranoid and saying, these guys are gonna eat our lunch, I better investigate what they're doing. And these guys over here, oh yeah, this is happening in China. Does it apply to banks? What Alipay is doing, or Tencent with WeChat Pay? Is it gonna come the super apps to Europe, to Latin America? These things you have to be worrying all the time, and that has to be leadership and culture. That's my impression.
Perfect. And the same on scale-ups. I mean, I think we see some companies that do very well initially, and it seems that they have solved the product market fit, no? And they're, and it makes sense, let's just double down on what we have already built, right? And that could be a death sentence, no? You always need to be listening, which is what we were discussing before. How do you make sure that as you scale, you don't lose that kind of paranoia, no? In the good sense of that term, no?
Yeah. Well, I would say that again, it's the same answer. It's all about culture, keeping that startup culture that is probably easier for startups because obviously BBVA was a startup a long time ago, but so for them it's probably it takes more effort. It takes more effort to keep that abreast, but it doesn't mean that we don't have the same problems as startup. It's pretty easy, especially there's I've been in quite large scale-ups as well, like where it comes to a point where it's quite easy for you to kind of say, okay, so I've been working on this for 5 years. We're a unicorn. Let's relax for a bit, and you can't, because the reality is that you never really achieve product market fit, because the same way as what we tell corporates all the time, like the world is evolving, etc. Yes, it's evolving for the corporates, but it's also evolving for the startups. So we also need to be looking out for who's the next one that's going to be eating our plate.
Yeah, it's culture. I think it's people, and it's also listening to the customers. It's seems like very obvious, but sometimes you get so in love with your own product that you stop listening to your customer, and you have to be with them. There are always opportunities to develop something else, to integrate with something else, to make things better. Well, in our case, there are new technologies for cloud software happening almost each day, so we need to be on the lookout. It has to be part of the culture. It has to be in the DNA of your people. And also, it has to be, you have to have an ear on your customers to see what they really need. So you can...
If I can add something, and it's not just because you're here, right? But I think something that's really important is the role of the investors as well. Especially at early and not so early stages, your investors, like having the right investors is amazing. So obviously we've got CI on our board, and they're always challenging us as well, right? Which is pretty cool because they get to speak to a lot of startups all across the world. So they're also a good source of information. So culture, customers, as you said, and I would add investors, having the right investors.
Perfect. Anybody has a question? I have one for you, Diana. So, sometimes when I try to...
KPIs last month.
That's for Ricardo, no. When I explain Sensei, I'm always... At some point, I'm like, look, it's Amazon Go
it's
for...
Magic.
Right?
It's magic. It's like magic.
It's Amazon Go for retailers, no? How do you position yourself, when you have this huge incumbent player that is already rolling out, the technology with a different goal than you, obviously, and how do you play that to your advantage, no?
It's actually really easy because when we were talking to retailers before Amazon started like really working on this, everybody was like, yeah, this is, you know, what you guys are doing, it's the future, because it's not only about letting people in and out of the store quickly, it's also the fact that because we can measure everything that people are doing inside the store, we can give a lot of good data and insights as to help the retailers improve their operations and increase revenue, right? Before Amazon was around and it was public that they were doing this, retailers were like, yes, like you're clearly on the right path, but maybe 30 years from now. But then suddenly Amazon comes and opens up 20 stores in the UK. And then, you know, the moment that happens, suddenly retailers are like, okay, it's not 30 years from now, it's probably, you know, today. Or they don't say today, but it goes down to 5 years, right? So I do think that, especially when it comes to disruptive technologies, the fact that somebody really big is doing it can really play in your favor. And there have been a lot of cases where, I mean, at the moment, we're not competing face-to-face with Amazon, which is great because Amazon, at the end of the day, they're developing a solution for themselves, which at some point they will also market to the retailers, whereas we're going directly with the retailers or helping them on that journey. But even if at some point we had to compete against each other, and you know, I've been in startups where we've done that before, and they ended up acquiring a big chunk of us. You know, people sometimes get really scared of these huge, humongous corporates. But the reality is that even if they have, you know, 30, 40, 50 times more capital than you have, they might not be as focused as you are. And that's why, like, I'm the person who's always, okay, focus, 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 because I do think that focus helps a lot.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for the panel. Very interesting. And thank you so much for attending.
Thank you. Thank you, Pablo, Diana, Ricardo, Juan. It's a pleasure to see you again. Okay. We moved this morning. We have been talking a lot about impact, impact investment, about impacting the world to make it a better place. I'm talking about Agenda 2030, climate change, SDGs, and all this stuff, and a lot of carbon neutral and going zero. So this is the topic of the next panel. I will appreciate if you are leaving, do it quietly and swiftly. If you are staying, welcome to stay. So I would like to welcome on stage to the moderator, Son Seton Rogers. That's correct? Okay. Co-founder and partner of ProFounders Capital. The stage is yours.
Excellent. Thank you. Bastian, please join me on stage as well. Excellent. Obligatory COVID handshake.
We can remove the mask.
We can? Okay. Excellent. Good, good. We'll give everyone just a moment. Now, we're going to try something different. We'll give it a go. We have potentially Christine as well joining us on video conference. So there she is. Hello. Christine, hi. Can you see me?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, this is amazing. So we always joke, so I should set the stage. I'm with ProFounders Capital. We are an early stage tech investor based in London, investing across Europe. So our venture fund, like I said, does invest across Europe, but we actually have in our legal documents that we can invest into any Eurovision Song Contest country. And I must say, this is the closest to really being like Eurovision that I've seen, because they always throw it to the countries, don't they, for the results. So it's good to see you. Now,
5 points are going to Spain. From Latvia.
Full points for Latvia, yes, is the joke. Excellent. Well, I think there's a few people still coming in, so we'll give them just a moment to come in here. But just to begin, let's talk about the theme for this panel. And so the official title is Building a Net Zero Company, How Every Company Should Strive to be Carbon Neutral, and how to build this into your product, your systems, and is this too much of a burden for startups? Which I think is obviously a lot that we've going to try to cover in the next 23.5 minutes. It's going to be near impossible, but I think we'll have a very good discussion. So first thing I'll do is I'd like to introduce the two panelists that we have here. Sebastian, you join us from Zurich, where you are a lecturer at ETH Zurich about climate and sustainability. You're also a member of the Swiss Parliament. So we had the King this morning of Spain, but we've got a Parliament member from Zurich. But more importantly, your day job is with South Pole. Can you tell us a little bit about what that entails and what you do?
So South Pole was founded as a startup from ETH 15 years ago, together with the Kyoto period in the global climate policy. So we were developing climate project, and then suddenly this mechanism, this market, the carbon market crashed, and we had a lot of climate projects, no? And so we thought, what could we do with all our climate projects? So we reoriented towards companies and towards the voluntary market, where there was increasingly also the willingness to invest in such projects together with the claim of climate neutrality, no? And that's where we shifted to the corporates, and today we somehow support companies really on the whole journey. We call it the climate journey, to become net zero, so to reduce emission down to zero. We will talk about zero and net zero, but that's our current focus.
So you live, breathe all day long climate sustainability. That is
exactly,
that is
exactly.
it.
Yes.
How did you get here? On an airplane? I'm just kidding.
Yes.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm joking.
course.
I know.
We will it's do your best, offset the rest. No, so this is how we approached it, and the airplane sector is a very challenging one.
Of course.
You know about this, but we also have projects to develop sustainable air fuel. So you can also combine this when you buy a ticket to also support the development of solutions.
Or you can have the UK approach, which is just to run out of fuel across the board, and then no one can go anywhere. So all the people in electric cars are the only ones able to go places right now. But Brexit is going very well. I can say that as an American, but living in London for 15 years. Now, Christine, joining us from Latvia. Obviously doing the very good environmentally remote conference attending. But Christine used to be the CEO for a rival conference called TechChill in Latvia. And so she was CEO there for a number of years. She then worked at Printful, which is a kind of very successful tech startup, and now is basically working as an advisor, a consultant to startups around climate sustainability. So Christine, can you tell us a little bit about what you're up to right now?
Thank you so much for the thorough intro. I am very happy to see that you are so well prepared and done your research. I'm currently focusing on working with fast-growing tech companies who need advice on how to take action on climate change. And that action usually looks very different for each company. And I help to create strategy and communicate in a way that is not greenwashing, that is clear to customers, employees, and everyone involved.
I think we got about 85% of that. So I think, so yes, working with startups and advisors. What I might do is translate a little bit back to the audience if it's not crystal clear as we kind of hear things come in. But to begin with, so we talked about a company's journey to carbon neutrality. Christine, I guess my first question for you was, if I'm CEO of one of these tech startups you work with, and I'm not in the climate space, so I'm doing whatever else it might be, why do I care? Why, outside of, yes, it's the existential right thing to do, why should I care about this right now?
I think that becomes a very important question when fast-growing companies are hiring a lot of talent, especially when they need to be somehow outstanding from the rest of the fast-growing companies, which is great. Many companies are fast-growing. Many companies are innovative, but that is not that special anymore. So that can be one very good argument. I am worried. Do you hear me well?
We do. Yeah, we do. Actually, it's a little bit clearer now, I think. So the number one thing you said was actually when you hire, it helps you stand out. It helps you differentiate. And I suppose the employees also expect you to care now about it as well, right? And it's not only millennials, but it's everyone.
Exactly. It's not only millennials, but the older generations also realize that they care about their kids living on a healthy planet. And they want to work for companies that do good. Another good reason is for when the company is growing and they need to attract additional round of fundraising. That becomes a very important question.
Got it. Yeah, around fundraising as well. And I will just add that up. As a tech investor myself, we now have in our list of criteria about how we assess companies, ESG is one of the now 6 criteria that we use. So it's about team and product and traction and the fundraise size, but it's also now about are they doing the right thing. So actually, I think it is an advantage in fundraising if you're a startup. Sebastian, and so you work with probably larger companies than Christine does. Is it the same reasons why they should care about this, why they do care about it?
Yeah, so I think it has to do with this shift of our economy from a shareholder-driven economy to a stakeholder model, where the stakeholders are important, and two are already mentioned. It's the employee, it's the investor, but of course it's also the client, the customer, which are driving this. And we also see that for large companies, if they are more under pressure from the stakeholders, they do more. For instance, we did roadmap to net zero for Nestlé. You can imagine Nestlé has a lot of pressure from their stakeholders, and also with large companies, they have a brand which is known, and they want to protect their brand. And to protect their brand, actually making sure you take a responsibility regarding sustainability in general, but also climate is, of course, a quite obvious thing to do.
Yep. No, it's a great point, actually, that not only do your employees care, but your customers care now as well, right? They want to do the right thing, so that makes sense. Now, you used a word that I think I know what it means, but I probably don't, but you said net zero. So can you talk to us about what that actually means from a company's perspective?
So the term, I think, comes from the Paris Agreement, where there is the target that in the second half of the century, emissions are reduced to a level where they are balanced with the natural sinks and the sinks we have, also technical sinks. And this state is then the short term for this is then net zero. So in the end, we reduce emission as much as possible and then take out emissions out of the air, so that in the end it's netted out, it's a net zero. So, and the real zero, of course, is much more difficult, because it means that then you cannot net it out, you cannot invest into negative emissions. For instance, Microsoft said they want to be go to zero, but they do it mainly by investing in negative emissions, so by soaking up the CO2 from the atmosphere. And it would be difficult for them to do this already now, real zero. This would be more difficult.
Yes, not everyone can offset everything all the time, right? It gets impossible. We're running out of trees to plant in Africa.
With the term, I think climate neutrality, this would be then the other term. I think net zero is really also so as a long-term state. Every company, sooner or later, needs to become net zero, because the whole economy needs to become net zero. And it has a lot to do also with reducing the direct emissions, and then in the end also investing in these new negative emissions. But what every company can do already today is this climate neutrality.
Right. Excellent. Now, along those lines, Christine was telling me about this because I am new to this myself, but I want to make sure I get it right. But the Greenhouse Gas Protocol framework, right? And I think there were scopes 1, 2, and 3. And Christine, can you maybe just walk us very quickly through what those are, what that means to a company?
Sure thing. I think the Greenhouse Gas Protocol is one of the most dominant protocols that is for accounting how much carbon emissions company is responsible for. And then, do you hear me?
Unfortunately, right now. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to turn that question over to you then, Bastian, and then we'll see if the internet reconnects and gets a little bit better in a second. But yeah, this framework for gas emissions.
So in short, it's scope 1 is the direct emission. So this is your heating and what you're producing on site, the direct emissions. Scope 2 is all you cause with electricity you consume, so indirect emissions. And then scope 3 is all the rest. And in this all the rest, for many companies, an important part is then the purchased goods. For instance, for Nestlé, like 90% of their total footprint is the goods they purchase. And this is true for many consumer goods companies.
Can I get a quick just a survey of the audience? How many here are founders of or at tech companies themselves? So we have a few at tech companies, potentially a few investors, rival investors, and then people that work at corporates as well, right? So what I was trying to think about is if I'm a software company, just to put those scope 1, 2, and 3. So scope 1 would be my office building and what we produce there.
The heating mainly, if you have a fossil heating,
And scope 2 would then be, so if I have Amazon Web Services, that energy that comes from running the product itself?
Exactly, and electricity from the light,
okay.
which you need and which some often is, if it's produced with renewable, of course, emissions are very low.
Got it. And if I make my employees drive in, is that considered then scope 3? That falls under that?
This is also part of scope 3. This is employee commuting and also the air travel is important part of scope 3. And this is also what, if Microsoft goes, they call it climate emission negative, no climate positive. Large part of the emission they compensate through negative emissions is from their employee traveling around now.
Got it. Okay. Now, Christine, let's try to see if this works a little bit better. So, as a naive person, I would guess to say scope 1 is where all companies start. Then they move to scope 2, and then maybe scope 3. But maybe I'm wrong on that. Is that so? When you work with companies, is that sort of the way that you approach it as well? So you start with scope 1 and you see what you can do there.
That would make sense. Actually, in many cases, scope 2 is, for example, shipping the product to the world. And then if you skip that, then you would see your carbon footprint is tiny, it's actually very big. Or if you okay, then again, you get the largest.
I think, unfortunately, that didn't come through, did it? No one properly understood? Okay.
So it started with, it makes sense.
It does, yeah. Excellent. So, Bastian, let me ask you this then. So when you work with when you go in and you work with these companies, what are sort of the low-hanging fruit? Where do you start with them? Are there some obvious things that we should all be doing as people who are either running companies or at companies ourselves?
So we have like this climate journey, which has like 5 stages, no? And the first stage is to really doing the footprint, no? Because before you do the footprint of the company, you're actually blind. Only then you know where you have your emissions. So this is the starting point. Then the next point is to have a target, a scientific target to reduce emissions and a roadmap to get there. And then action begins, no? And then the low-hanging fruit regarding the action is renewable energy, no? Yeah. For electricity, you can buy everywhere renewable or switch to renewable electricity. Then there are also other support measures. So we do everything that can be done internally. And then the recommendation is to neutralize the rest, so offset the rest. And only in the end, not in the beginning, communicate. No, do good and talk about it, but only after you have done your homework. Yeah.
Now, this is a question that wasn't in some of the prep work that we did, but I thought about it. The measurement side, so how you actually measure a business's footprint. Are we better at doing this? Because I know at least 7 or 8 years ago, you would get wildly different results from different ways of thinking about it. Is there a scientifically, or at least a process that people agree with now about how to measure the carbon impact of a business?
Yeah, so this is quite a standardized process. There is this GHG protocol, which outlines clear rules on how to measure it. Also that you can compare different companies, no? So everyone is doing the same, and also you cannot simply calculate differently, and then it looks better. So it's really quite standardized, no?
Got it. Okay, and I'm gonna try Christine again. So let's see if this works. Christine, I guess when the companies that you talk to, when's the right time in their journey, in their life cycle, to begin thinking about this? Do they have to be a certain size, a certain number of employees, a certain revenue base to start thinking about how they can be carbon neutral, or is it at any time?
All right, let's try once again. It definitely depends on the company and the situation they are in. There has to be a very good business vision for any company to invest time, energy, resources, especially if they are a fast-growing product. So it depends. If they have some strong regulation or business reasons, then it's time. And the journey is different.
Perhaps on the microphone, if you take the microphone directly in the hand, no,
yeah,
it's better because it starts always well.
Yeah,
no, it depends.
No, they said that it's unfortunately the bandwidth. Unfortunately,
it's the bandwidth. Okay.
Unfortunately, we're trying. We're doing our best. So, Bastian, I couldn't quite hear what Christine said, but I guess she said every company should think about it from the very beginning. Now, is that fair to say?
Yeah, so this said it depends. No, this is always the right answer. But of course, there are some saying, no, my company has a small footprint, so I don't have to do anything. But I would say, if your footprint is small, actually also it costs you little to become climate neutral. So therefore, I think every company, given also that this is such an important topic, every company should act on climate. And for those who have a small footprint, it's much easier, no?
Yeah. And now, so we've touched a little bit about offsetting. And is that, my question to you is, isn't that sort of the Catholic Church hundreds of years ago used to offer, you could buy your way into heaven, right? And so does offsetting, should people be offsetting, or is that just sort of climate washing, whitewashing, or does it actually work?
No, so there is now a new French law on what is required, and I think it has 3 good points. What is required if you claim climate neutrality, no? And they say, first you need to be transparent that this is, you're using a compensation mechanism, no? That you are compensating. This should be always transparent, so it's also the way you communicate it. You should then be transparent on which type of project you are using. I think there are better climate action credits, more credible ones and less credible ones. And then, last point, I think it's very important, this should not lead to you not having a plan to really reduce your emission. So on top of it, you always need also a plan, a roadmap to actually also reduce your emission. But if you combine this together, I think the big advantage is that you can act massively today. And if you look at this whole climate challenge, the problem is that we don't have time, no? So we have to invest today, and I think this is the advantage of climate neutrality. You can start today, no?
And I guess net zero, I was thinking about this as well. So net zero, I would guess there's some businesses, it's just impossible, right? They can't get there. So I mean, obviously we joke about the petroleum industry can't get there, but if someone is making furniture and selling it, what could a business like that do where inherently they're sort of carbon intensive processes and businesses?
So if you look into 2050, which industries will still emit? It's true also in the chemical industry, there are some processes which are very difficult to reduce the emissions, and that's where the negative emissions become important, no? So it's possible there are different technologies. It's possible there's a Swiss startup which is soaking up CO2 from the atmosphere. And putting it into the ground. This is one way to do it. It's also possible that if you use electricity production with wood, no, the wood captures CO2 when it grows, and then instead of releasing the CO2 back into the atmosphere, you can capture it and also put it back. It's like reverse logistics, no, put it back to where it came from. And so these are the technologies, the IPCC, so the scientific community says, without this technology, we will not be able to make it. So we will need these technologies. That's where also we have to start developing these technologies now.
That's great, thank you. What I'm going to do, I'd like to open it up to questions. We have about 4 or 5 minutes left. I know there's probably a few out there, but we have 2 people that really know their stuff here on a company's journey to carbon neutral. So if there are any questions, please just jump right in. I think we got a mic that can be passed around. If not, I've got, oh yeah, please. I think the question is, where is the market for voluntary carbon offsets going? How will that evolve?
So what we now see is in the European Union is that the compliance market, no, the prices go up, and the same we see also for the voluntary markets. And I think these 2 markets, the voluntary and the compliance markets, they inform each other. So it's an exchange of best practice. And I think in the future these mechanisms will become more important, no? Because it enters flexibility, no? It allows you to increase the ambition level. For instance, Switzerland has a high ambition level, but part of it they do by investing also in other countries, no? And I think also the European Union will think into this direction. It allows us to increase the ambition by having more flexibility.
And one question I had, the role of regulation or government in this. I mean, is it critical, is it required, or can we get there without sort of wholesale changes from a legal perspective? regulation perspective?
So without regulation, it will not be possible. So I see it a bit like, you have first the innovators and then the first mover, and this is the companies we're working with. But there are also the laggards, and the laggards will not do it in time voluntarily. So they will need a bit of pushing from regulation. But I think there also it's interesting for large companies if they do voluntary climate action, they can also shape the future rules, Because what they do might become a standard for all the companies. For instance, the footprinting for large companies, it goes into the direction that every company will need this, And therefore, I think this is also an interesting dynamic, The voluntary market shaping a bit the regulation in a smart sense,
Got it. I'm going to try Christine one more time, because I have a question that is not necessarily related to startups and businesses, but what is the one thing, Christine, that as individuals that we should be prioritizing the most or doing the most to think about the single biggest impact we can have on net zero, on climate, from an individual perspective?
Sorry, I'm thinking that the most impactful thing that you can do on a personal level is actually thinking about how you're treating waste and where the food actually comes from. Approximately 1/3 of your carbon footprint is related to how the food is grown, what kind of food you're eating, where is it flying from. Am I eating avocados every day? Am I eating meat? Do I know how to grow my own food? How do I treat my food waste? So that should be the number one thing that we should focus on. And if we do, then we actually get a chance to also become more self-sustainable. The climate is changing. The food supply chain is going to be shifting and can be transformed in ways that we might not be comfortable with. But if we know how to take care of these things ourselves, we'll be good to go and will not be too disrupted by this whole thing.
That actually came through much clearer, so thank you for that. It was great. The one thing that I learned during the research was I was shocked by what percentage of the global climate or carbon footprint is related to clothing. So I buy the Uniqlo and the Zara stuff myself, but apparently it's really terrible. So make sure you wear that shirt one extra wear. And Bastian, same question for you. What's the one thing that you would recommend people do outside of the food waste?
So I agree with the clothes. So I repaired mine. So, and I also agree with the food. I think, however, and this leads us back to the beginning, one way to act is as a consumer. This is certainly important, but you all are also stakeholders, You can also, as an employee, be critical on where you work, ask these questions, ask about the sustainability of your company. As investors, we have investors in here, also ask about the sustainability. And yeah, as client we had it, and then the last thing is we shortly talked about regulation. Also as citizen, as citizen you can also shape the climate action. So I think there are many levers you can take and should take on this challenge.
Perfect. Okay, excellent. We will leave it there. That was a fantastic end to it. Thank you, Christine from Latvia, and thank you, Bastian. So we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Son. Thank you, Bastian. Thank you, Christine. That was a very enlightening panel. Thank you very much. Now, again, we move back to talk to money. We'll talk about investments. And we're going to be talking about pan-European investments and how venture capitals coordinate in order to cover all the countries, all Europe. So, I would like to give the floor to Hugo Fernandez Mardomingo, who is over here, who is partner of All Iron. In Bilbao, they will say Aliron, right, Oscar? But it's All Iron Investments. So anyway, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. So today we are going to speak about pan-European investment and how venture capital coordinate each other to cover the continent. When people ask me what has changed dramatically in the last years in the VC scheme, is that Europe has become a global landscape for investment. So I would like to welcome Julie from InfraVia. Ignacio Moro from Extension Fund. And Thomas Pacinda from Kaya Capital. Okay, guys, thank you very much for coming. You can sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, to start, a very quick introduction on what you guys do and on yourselves as well.
Should I start?
Yes, please.
Go ahead. So hello everyone, my name is Julie. So as you can hear, I'm from France. I work at Infravia Growth, which is a B2B tech-focused growth fund with 500 million under management. We invest in B2B tech businesses, raising their Series B and following rounds across Europe, basically. Great to meet you all.
I'm Ignacio. It's great to be here. I work at Extension Fund, which is a Spanish hybrid fund, hybrid in a way that we invest both with equity in early stages and with debt in later stages. And we have three main sector focus, which are fintech, insurtech, and e-commerce.
I'm Thomas. I'm from Kaya VC. We are early stage investor based out of Prague, although we do have one partner in London. I would tend to say we are generalists, although there are some verticals toward which we build our affinity, like health tech, fintech, or anything related to retail.
Okay, good. So, well, as I said at the beginning, when people ask me, which exciting trend are you looking right now that is changing in the VC ecosystem? And I said, look, Europe is not anymore a bunch of countries, it's the same place. So investors has become global and they are moving around, they're doing a lot of things, a lot of investments outside their core geography. But the thing is how? So you can be very big and you can have like local offices, but unless you are in that position, you need to have more creative ways. How do you guys do in order to source opportunities in these places outside of your own geography?
Well, so I think it depends on the stage you operate in, but at our stage, so Series B and following rounds, I think you have two main sources. It's either you know the team from before, you've already been in touch and you keep in touch basically, and when they fundraise next, they call you and they're like, okay, do you want to have a look? We know each other for a long time, so let's work together maybe. Or the other one would be network, like, you know, existing investors like earlier stage funds, Series A or seed funds, that, you know, share their portfolio companies. When they're raising, they call you and you're like, look, I have this portfolio company. I think there is a good fit between you two. Do you want to have a look? And then you have a look. And so we now have 7 portfolio companies. I would say 2 of them, we knew the team from before, so from our previous jobs, for instance. One, we got the intro from one fund that was investing in the round and looking for a co-investor, and the other ones were all like existing investors, you know, like Series A or seed funds, just sharing their portfolio companies, basically.
For us at Extension, it's something similar as well. We like to co-invest with other funds, so we try to develop very strong relationships with funds, either here in Spain or in other parts of Europe, no? And I would just add, no, that it's as venture capital is, it's a business of people, no? And you need to build that trust between not only with entrepreneurs and the startups, but also with the funds you are co-investing with. And that takes time to begin with, and then you start sharing. Now, in my experience, when we started looking at startups from other venture capital, so from other funds, you start looking and they start sharing their portfolio companies. No? And as that evolves and the trust evolves in that relationship, you start seeing deals they're going to make, no? And you're able to co-invest in the same round. No? So I think it's a matter of being very proactive and in the relationships with other funds as well.
Yeah, I think you guys covered all the usual channels already. But I would say, in general, for us, the best source of deal flow is our founders and their network. Obviously, it's the best reference we can get. And if you already invested in geography, which is still slightly new for us, we tend to work with our portfolio companies and founders and try to understand what are the trends in the ecosystem and what are the moving parts. So that's something I would add. And what's probably accelerated with COVID as well is technology. You know, you may have different tools, kind of like scrapers to understand what's going on and search companies based on technology. So I would say this is a big different thing than it used to be 2-3 years ago.
Okay. Do you guys have any kind of preference for what is the local investor or the co-investor that you like to co-invest with in these kind of deals?
I think, I mean, Julie touched a very good point there, no? And it's usually when you share some kind of thesis, no? And it's either like a stage thesis, because it's also a seed or early stage investor. So you have, or you look at the same risk-taking opportunities, and you share some kind of thesis there, and also sector, no? Sector focus. I think for us, it's very relevant to co-invest with, or it's very value add when you co-invest with an investor that's specialized in a specific sector, no? Because they have a very granular knowledge of the market, of their local markets, especially when you're a foreign investor investing there, and market dynamics, which you were saying before. Now Europe is much more mature now, and it's much more one big ecosystem, no? But there's still market dynamics that are different, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would tend to agree with Ignacio. It's primarily about expertise that we see that other funds developed over the years, which you can tell based on their portfolio and previous deals. And then it depends on the stage. So there are funds that are great from phase that I would call 10 to 30, and then there are others that are great from 30 to 100. And last but not least, there are some funds still with great and strong local presence, which is also still a differentiator to me.
Okay. What about in terms of, because you brought an interesting point, which is about expertise, and I'm thinking on what you can bring and the kind of value add that you can bring to the companies. Typically, it's very different whether you are investing into your geography, where the value add can be in a way, but if you are doing that outside there, it can be different. How much it changes in your case? I mean, how much the value add that you bring to the companies changes between investing in your own geography or investing outside? Do you add the same value? Is it different, and how?
Yeah, I may start. I think in general, when you're investing within, let's say, your local home turf, you can be much more hands-on as an investor. You can meet in person, let's say, on a weekly, bi-weekly basis, and pretty much help to solve various type of problems. I would say that when you are in different geography, it's primarily about the strategic moves or bold moves where you can, let's say, help companies to be on the rails and help them to go through these strategic decisions, which can be about entering new market, strategic hires, or potentially even some mergers, acquisitions, and stuff like that. That would be my view.
I tend to agree with Thomas. I think it's very relevant to have a foot in the ground in the relationship with your portfolio companies. And I think the most relevant value add you can add when you're in the same market, it's one, identifying certain risks that operate in market dynamics, opportunities, as he was mentioning, and also recruiting and talent. No, I think, I mean, at least for us, we have much more deeper network here in Spain than we do abroad, nor in other markets, and that's something that we wish to put in value for our portfolio companies.
So in your case, entrepreneurs should speak with you if they are trying to come to Spain or to Prague. So it's like a local expertise, right?
I think so, no?
Yeah, I think partially it can be about local expertise, which is more, I would say, on the sales strategy. So I can imagine a team from Spain trying to enter Poland as the biggest market out of CEE in our case, and we can obviously help with this kind of commercial expansion. But second is also, again, expertise of the VC. So, if you have VC already experience with, I don't know, fintech or health tech, then obviously I would say there are similar growth strategies that can be applied globally, right? So it doesn't matter if you apply them within your local market or anywhere in the world.
Okay. Julie, when an entrepreneur should call you?
Yeah, I think once again it's a bit different depending on the stage. Like for us, I would say our key USP is that we have one partner that is fully dedicated to making some qualified introductions to the right people at C-level in large corporates, mostly in France. So for French companies, it's quite powerful to, let's say, strengthen their leadership in France. But for foreign companies, it's even more interesting because if they want to expand to France, then it's, opening the doors to a few large clients. So it's mostly relevant for companies targeting enterprise, right? SMBs, we have other introductions, but so for large corporates, it's quite interesting. So it's kind of the same, value, but not at the same stage, I would say. And so this is the key thing. And then, so as you mentioned, on recruiting, it can be interesting, but also, you know, for like country opening, like finding, you know, like a GM in France or helping a French company to launch, I don't know, the UK or whatever. As you are investing, you know, in several countries, you also have a network in other geographies. So if we have a French company willing to launch, like, let's say London, we can help him find someone, you know, a GM or head of sales or whatever. So I would say the added value is the same, but, you know, the way you help companies is different, whether it's a local business or a foreign business you are trying to bring in your country, I would say.
Okay, so if they want to go to France, you are the ones.
Well, yeah, I mean, for business development, I think we are, I mean, what we do basically is after we invest, we set up a workshop with the entrepreneurs and we're like, okay, what are the key targets in France? And we try to find the best way in, basically. So I think it's quite interesting for entrepreneurs.
Do you have an idea on what's the best syndicate arrangement for a startup that's raising money? I mean, which kind of mix between local investor and international investors? When should they focus on bringing international investors at the beginning or more at the growth stage? And how should they do that? Should they start securing a very strong local and he should call the others, or they should outreach you directly? What do you think is the best strategy?
I think it depends on the plan of the company. If the plan is to, you know, go wide and open as many countries at the same time, then you need to find investor that can help you move quickly abroad, and then you need to find someone abroad, basically, or at least that can help you with that. If you want to win your local market and then, you know, go deep in the market and then expand, I think the best way to win a market is to have someone to help you on the ground. As they mentioned, it's always easier to help an entrepreneur when you can meet him on a daily basis, him or her, but you know, when you can meet them on a daily, weekly basis, and you have your network, the deepest network you have is in your town, basically. Mm-hmm. So it's always easier. So I wouldn't say there is one proper strategy. I think it depends on the businesses. I think also depends if it's like, you know, B2C or B2B, it's not the same, you know, go to market and so on. But overall, I think in general, as you grow, you need to diversify your investor base as much as possible, because every, you know, type of investors have, you know, different added value, and you need to find the best mix between someone making introductions, someone helping you with recruiting, someone helping you with, you know, finding your next stage investor, someone just, you know, helping, you know, in, I don't know, M&A and post-merger integrations. So at each stage of your development, you have, you know, new problems to solve, kind of, and I think you need to find a proper investor for that. And I think your investor base is the best, you know, way to find someone that can help you with the new issue, I would say.
So you would say that the best advice is to be strategically, think on what you want to build, and then make the right syndicate case by case.
I would say so.
Okay.
Yeah, look, I would tend to agree. I mean, it's always best case to start with local VCs. You, as a founders, I mean, they need someone like their buddy in their early days. There are so many things they want to discuss and address. For instance, you know, setting up the ESOP structure and all these kind of similar topics. It's like first-time topic for first-time founders. So it's super important to have someone who can discuss this with you and solve those things with you. But also from investors' perspective, I would say, you know, when you are in a Series A and you don't have a single local VC in the cap table, it may look strange to some of the VCs, you know, like the question I will be asking in the Series A, so what do I miss, you know, if there is no single local VC in the cap table? So.
Okay. Do you have, I mean, can you share with us some of your experiences when investing outside? And I would ask you to put a good example, a success case and a not so successful case, just to figure out which kind of things can make the trigger and which one are the ones that entrepreneurs should avoid.
It's a difficult one.
Yes, I mean...
This one was not in the list.
From Extension, we've been investing in locally in Spain from this first fund, and I mean, our view is to invest from foreign funds abroad. But I guess that it's super relevant. I think, I mean, subscribing what they were both saying before, it's very relevant to have an international syndicate once a company is in Series A forward. And that's going to help the company succeed in many levels, no? As they were mentioning, no? In terms of opening new markets, in terms of we are in Europe, no? And there's differences and singularities in every market, especially in regulation, no? In sectors like fintech or insurtech or other kind of sectors. So I think that building that international syndicate from an early stage, it's very relevant for the success, future success of the company.
Okay. Yeah, I would say it starts with investment thesis that you have, at the point when you are investing, and understanding what's going to be your value add as a VC. And I think if you address this kind of question within the, let's say, investment decision and understanding what is the risk I'm going to eliminate within the current round, I think if you answer this correctly, then definitely the chances to succeed is higher. And I would say, for instance, this could be, without mentioning any companies, something that I remember from our portfolio.
And something relevant as well, I think it's diversity, no? Diversity within funds and also within partners, no? And with partners, I mean investors in your company, no? And it's good to have different views, no? And I think that geographic differentiation brings different views as well in market trends and also in execution, no?
I think taking the questions a bit differently and not talking about, like a specific investment in a specific company, but just, talking about investing in foreign countries or abroad, let's say. You have very different, let's say, cultures and way of approaching business in depending on countries. So, in the beginning, we're discussing about how to find deals abroad, and we were saying that network and intros from existing VCs were the most powerful way in. I would say in some countries it's not always the case. Like for instance, I can think about Germany or the Nordics, where if you're not on the ground, like during COVID, basically, where you can't travel, basically, it's very difficult to find interesting opportunities and to have the people on the ground think about you. Whereas if you're, like talking about Spain or the UK, or at least maybe that's my personal experience, but or even Eastern Europe, it's easier to get introductions and like engage with them. But I would say some geographies are more, like intuitu personae. If you meet people, they will remember you. But if you're not actually on the ground, it's way more difficult.
So you would say that there are some countries where having a local presence is mandatory, others that not. And if that's the case, what are you doing in those countries? Are you simply delaying them, or do you think it's still interesting to source opportunities there?
No, I think it's super interesting, but I mean the issue was we couldn't travel for the past 2 years, so it was difficult to get there. So we are just starting to travel again and just putting the countries on the go-to list, but then you need to catch up on 2 years of traveling, so it's more difficult. But no, definitely the goal is to go there more often and like I was mentioning in the beginning, build relationships with people on the ground and get to know each other and build a trust relationship, and then you just share deal flow. And what we do is when we get deals too early for us, we are happy to make some intros to earlier stage funds, and then we build a relationship like that. And on the other hand, they also send either deals that are too late for them or their portfolio companies, basically.
Okay. Are you guys planning on doubling down on some of these geographies and at some point build a local presence or build a dedicated fund to those geographies, or you simply will keep doing the things the same way, trying to go more towards remote deals and keeping the same pace that you already started?
Yeah, I would say, especially for geographies, having more than one significant hub, so geographies with 3 and more cities, it would make sense for VCs to build their local presence and have local on-the-ground person to scout the opportunities, because simply, even from, as Julie said, it's not so easy to travel still these days, and if you have to cover, even in Spain, 4 or 5 cities, you cannot do it very easily out of Prague, just being very honest with you. But maybe you can easily cover Barcelona out of Prague. And I think the same goes for Romania these days in our region having already 3 strong hubs, and we could probably name more and more countries like that. So that would be kind of like my view.
I tend to agree. Maybe in some also very competitive markets like the UK, where it's very tough to get into deals now, into very exciting deals, it makes sense to have a local presence. And also a good strategy is to have scouters in different geographies, that they do not necessarily work for the fund, but which with you have a relationship and you share some economics when they bring interesting deals to the company.
Mm-hmm. I think on our end, I mean, we have a team in Paris, and I think it's easier for us to work all together from Paris because just it's easier, to work together as a team when you're on the same, let's say, office. But what we do is we often travel to, cover Europe, basically. So in the short term, I would say, doubling down on the geo would mean just, go there more often. Wouldn't mean necessarily, just finding someone and just putting someone there on the ground that would, have to work remotely and basically be over the phone or Zoom or Teams or whatever every week. Because in the end, if you put someone on the ground, they will have to come to Paris for investment committees or you do everything remotely. So all in all, it's always a trade-off, and I think right now we wouldn't send doubling down people on the ground, but just go there more often from France.
So you will not move to London yet, right?
Not yet, no. I just relocated from London. So.
Okay. So thank you very much, guys, for your participation. I hope this has served for entrepreneurs to have a better idea on the value that this pan-European investment these pan-European syndicates can bring to their company. So thank you very much.
Thank you
very much. All for being here. Very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Hugo. Thank you, all the panelists, for this enlightening session of pan-European investment. And now we're moving to the last stretch. We have a few panels going on to this afternoon. Now we are going to securing Series B. So we are raising the stakes. We have the next speaker ready, the panelist, the moderator. We have some with the mics. Okay. They're telling me to hold on for a second. Cosas del directo. Okay. Ready? Okay. No. Okay. Okay, well, we have been, this morning and this afternoon, we have been talking, and this is the growth stage, we have been talking about how to connect ideas with money, how to connect investors with entrepreneurs, how to make it grow. We have been covering from seed capital to Series A. We have been having the opinion of how to make an impact in the world, how to make this world a better place, investing on people, investing on planet, investing on... I will appreciate if you are leaving, do it quietly and swiftly. If you are staying, be my guest, but be quiet. Okay, so we have been talking about planet, about people, about profit, all the 3 Ps that make together the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals of the Agenda 2030. So we are going to keep talking on investment. I'm trying to make sure that we have the moderator ready already with the mic. No moderator. It's coming. Okay. These guys from Telefonica. No. So anyway, but I want to make sure that the Jorge Pollatos is here. Yes, Jorge is here. Alberto Nieto. Yes. Sasha Gunter. Yes. So we only meet the moderator. Yeah, I can do it. But I haven't prepared any question, but I can do it. So anyway, in the meantime, please give them a welcoming applause. Okay, in the meantime, while the moderator is arriving, well, why don't you introduce yourself and what you are doing in your capacities, in your companies?
Good. Is it working?
Yes, it is working.
Okay, cool. Yes, so my name is Jorge Pollatos. I am one of the founders of SeedTag, together with Albert. We are co-CEOs, so we kind of manage the company together. And we're here to tell the story of our recent Series B. Yeah.
Cool.
So, Sasha?
Shall I continue?
Pablo, welcome on stage. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Sorry.
Hola.
Thanks. Hola. Well, sorry for interrupting you.
Shall I
Please
just
go.
continue?
Please go on. Yeah,
Sure,
yeah.
no worries. My name is Sasha Gunta. I'm a partner with Oakley Capital. We are a growth-focused investor with a pan-European mandate, typically backing entrepreneurs like these two gentlemen in the technology, consumer, and education spaces.
Yeah, I'm Albert Nieto, and as Jorge anticipated, I'm also co-founder and co-CEO at SeedTag. And yeah, I'm managing more the business and finance part of the business, and Jorge is more in charge of product and technology. And obviously, all the strategic decisions are shared.
Okay, so my name is Pablo Moro. I'm head of new ventures and investments in Telefónica Ventures. We are the corporate venture capital of Telefónica. We have under portfolio 24 startups, direct investments, and also we have a network of 12 funds across Latin America, mainly Brazil, Spain, Israel, and Silicon Valley as well. Thank you very much, South Summit, for moderating the panel. I would love to speak, obviously, about 3 questions. Firstly, the Series B of SeedTag, one of the recent boom here in Spain in a Series B, not very usual here in Spain. Secondly, the Series B as a next milestone for new startups. And thirdly, the Sacha's view of the Spanish ecosystem as well. So, Jorge, Alberto, I'd like to, if you can speak about how did you launch your own business maybe 3-4 years ago, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think we decided to start our own company when we were together working at Google. We both kind of flirted with entrepreneurship when we were younger, because I created an online record label with my brother, and 300 music bands were using that. Jorge created a shoe brand that was selling 500 shoes, if I don't recall badly, in the first summer. But at that time, it was all for fun. I think neither Jorge or myself were ready to dedicate fully to entrepreneurship yet. But yeah, after some years in finance, in consultancy, and finally working together at Google, that situation changed. We felt that we find the right partner for each other. We raised some capital. We found the right idea, and we decided to quit Google, which is never easy as a decision. But yeah, we were full of energy to start our own venture, and that's how we quit, and we started 7 years ago.
Okay. But what exactly is SeedTag, and what is now the momentum? Yeah, whatever you prefer. I don't know how you want to divide. Yeah.
So SeedTag is today the leading contextual advertising company in Europe and LATAM. What we do is we offer the brands the possibility to target their customers without using cookies, so respecting the privacy of the users, which actually today is a very relevant topic, because we see that first of all, the users are fed up with the ads kind of following them through the web. And secondly, the browsers and the legislators are limiting this for the good of the community. So yeah, we're trying to improve that and offer like an outstanding performance for the brands and the publishers that work with us.
Okay. What kind of players do you foresee in the future in this world after cookies? You know, you foresee companies like, I don't know, e-commerce companies, telco companies, banks companies. What kind of world do you imagine in this new world in advertising?
So in the world without cookies, what we will see is that the big walled gardens, which are mostly Facebook and Google, they will continue operating because Google used the login in the browser to chase the user, so they don't need the cookies. That's why they're comfortable limiting the use of cookies, because they don't need them. And in the case of Facebook, it's kind of the same, because in Facebook, everything happens within its domain. So advertising for Facebook means advertising in Facebook or in Instagram or in WhatsApp, that there is no advertising yet. And for that use, you need the first-party cookies, and first-party cookies are okay. The ones that are going to be stopped are the third-party cookies. So these two players will continue and probably will grow even faster, which is a little bit sad for the industry because there is almost a monopoly, a duopoly. But we will see also another players like SeedTag that are leveraging mostly on contextual technology to be able to understand the user interest in real time and to target the ads based on that, based on the real-time interest, and not on the historical patterns and the historical consumption of the users.
Okay.
Actually, what we saw is that there are two different approaches to this new regulation. Some companies in that space, what are trying to do is to build what they, for example, unified IDs, which is an alternative to cookies. And some others are trying to do a different thing. We are in the second group because we believe that the problem with cookies is not a technological problem. It's a principal problem that people don't want to be followed and tracked in the internet. So yeah, we believe that the companies with the brightest future in this future without cookies are those who find an alternative that is effective for brands, but they respect the privacy of users. That we are not trying to replicate a technological way to do the same thing. We are trying to do a completely different thing that respects users' privacy.
Okay, cool. Well, this is for Sacha. I guess this is not the first investment in Spain, right, of Oakley, no. but it's the first in venture capital, right?
Well, the thing is, I'm not sure I would necessarily call it venture capital per se, right? It's an incredibly established company. It's quite a magical year, 7th year, that the guys invited us to come along. It's been growing rapidly over the years, and it certainly has a very meaningful presence in pretty much all of the European markets, right? So I would probably rather call it a growth company that is at an interesting inflection point, which is also usually the stage when we come in, right? When it makes a pretty big difference if you're kind of going one direction or if you're really accelerating your growth journey. And it made a ton of sense for us meeting the guys and learning about their journey and what they're up to, especially their plans to further internationalize their business and also then tackle the US to truly become a global leader, just made a ton of sense for us in our investment thesis.
Okay. Well, what did you like about SeedTag? The most. Yeah.
Let me start with the founders because you brought it up. Yeah. No, but seriously.
And how did you find it as well?
Well, interestingly enough, Jorge and I, many, many years ago, more than 10 years ago, used to work for the same consulting company. Now, he took a much wiser path, I have to say, much more successful for sure, and built his own business together with Albert. I think 2 years ago, we had a chat if this could potentially make sense for Oakley to come in. It was maybe slightly early, but now it really made a ton of sense given that the guys were really looking to accelerate their growth. That's how we met. Coming back to the question of what did we like, I mean, kidding aside, the team, the founders is for sure the #1 criterion that we're looking at. It doesn't matter which stage it is, whenever we're backing a company, in essence, we're backing the entrepreneurs and the founders behind it, right? It's always the #1. Secondly, it's certainly the business opportunity. We like to back theses that are in pretty big markets that are going through disruption, ideally led by businesses that are leading this movement, right? And thirdly, for us as Oakley, it's really important that we can bring a lot of value add to the table. If we're just financial resources and capital, that's not for us. And we wouldn't feel comfortable, and I don't think there is any reason why we, as a financial backer, or you guys as entrepreneurs, should ever consider that if you don't see the clear value add, which in this case, to us, was pretty apparent, and then it made a ton of sense for us on a pretty expedited timeline to come to a deal.
Okay, but deep in dive in the way you found SeedTag, I would love to know more about how do you normally do this activity of scouting Series B. You know, it's not. I mean, it's a difference between a sniper strategy and a spray and pray strategy, right?
Yeah, for sure. And well, we certainly don't have a spray and pray strategy.
Yeah,
that would be
right.
too difficult. Also, the tickets that we're investing, quite frankly, are too big. We're managing more than 4 billion assets under management, so quite considerable number. And also the ticket sizes, they're very well thought through and considered. Well, I guess you have a couple of approaches that you can take. Certainly on SeedTag, it's been very much a thematic approach where, I mean, the guys basically foresaw this shift in market structure many, many years ago, right? Something that I think is now just becoming very apparent, that the advertising industry and the ad tech industry are going through a massive change. The call for privacy, consumers much more demanding that privacy also to be protected, and that also the digital giants actually following this call of consumers and legislators also following through that, and developing a tech solution that is really addressing this need, you don't see very often, but given the exposure to the theme that we have been following for many years in the sector, it made a ton of sense to back exactly a disruptor like SeedTag is in a market that has not only changed very rapidly, but I think also in the years ahead will change very, very massively.
Okay. Okay, this question is for Jorge and Alberto. I don't know how do you divide the duties in SeedTag. I don't know. That's why I'm not sure who.
You can ask and we will take it.
Okay. Why did you decide to go for Series B? And I mean, it was like kind of Series B or death, or did you have any other option?
Yeah, Series B or death, certainly not. I mean, we've been profitable for many years already. One of the key things for us was timing. I mean, when we were expanding in Europe and LATAM, we didn't need the financial support and the strategic partnership that Sasha was mentioning before. We knew how to do it, and investing our own resources was enough. But if we want to tackle the US for this kind of challenge, the support of a partner like Oakley made absolutely a ton of sense. So for us, it was critical to know, okay, now we are ready for this big challenge of going to the biggest and largest advertising market in the world. We need to find this kind of partnership. So that was the key reason for us.
Yeah, on top of that, we like to kind of structure our story in 3 different stages so far. So stage number 1 was from 0 to 5 million in revenues, and that was about getting product market fit and about getting the product into the, getting the first revenues. Stage number 2 was from 5 to 50, and that was about internationalizing the company, consolidating the technology, and for that, we brought in venture capital, like Adara, which has been our partner for quite a long time, a very good partner. And the stage number 3, which is where we're entering now, is from 50 to 500 million in revenues. And for that, we thought that we needed a new partner with deep pockets and also big experience in the industry that could come along with us for this massive opportunity.
Actually, in this transition from this second stage to the third stage, something that happened to us is that a lot of strategic, well, not some strategic players wanted to acquire SeedTag. And for Jorge and myself, it was a big thing because the tickets that we were discussing, it was like a life-changing event for us. So it's very tough to say no to this kind of offers. But at some point, we analyzed the company. We saw the kind of growth that we were having. We had a clear roadmap for the next 5 years to completely transform SeedTag into hopefully $1 billion business. And we decided to say no to these offers and find the right partner for us, raise this capital, and go for it. And we got this question very often of what should happen in Spain to have more unicorns or to have more bigger companies. And I think a very obvious one is say no, founders and VCs, to this kind of $100 million checks, $150 million checks, when it's the right thing to say no, sometimes the right thing is to say yes, right? But if you feel that the right thing is to say no because you are leaving a lot of upside on the table, I think we have to start saying no and being a little bit more ambitious and go for it, right? So we had this discussion internally, and yeah, we thought that we would be better off with the right PE, growth equity partner, and trying to do this 50 to 500 than selling the company for, yeah, these kind of tickets.
Okay, this question is for Sacha. What do you look for in a later stage investment like this Series B normally?
I think Albert's summary is perfect, right? It's exactly that. A founder team
also
that
a
has...
team as well. I mean,
Say it again?
This is normally in pre-series and Series A, but in Series B, it's so important that obviously it's important the team, even in Telefonica as well. Yeah. But if you have to prioritize this?
For Oakley as a partner, the entrepreneurs in the team is the #1 criteria, for sure. And the reason is Oakley is an entrepreneurial fund. It's not a typical financial sponsor, if you will. We were founded by an entrepreneur who all his life has built businesses, accumulated wealth, and then used that wealth to establish a platform, which is Oakley. And the idea of Oakley was to back like-minded entrepreneurs with whatever resources they need, right? And what we have found over the years, and I think that's fair to say, having partnered with a number of entrepreneurs and built actually a number of unicorns across multiple European countries, it's exactly that, right? Having this dedication and saying no, not being focused on a quick flip, a quick exit, quickly maximizing valuation maybe, but truly building value in the long term. And I think that just massively differentiates the truly great entrepreneurs from maybe some of the quicker flippers, which you maybe see in other countries and other markets maybe. But then also coming back to the product, and I think that just makes a ton of difference, what Jorge said in the beginning. The solution that CTAC had developed, and this is something that we're looking for, has a true USP, right? No matter what metric you're looking at, no matter which customer that they're serving, you're asking, it's providing them a superior solution. And that just makes a difference. And the winning products also usually create the winning businesses in the end. And these are all criteria that we could tick with CTAC. And these are also the things that we're looking for in other, say, Series A or growth, or also buyout situations.
Okay, what advice can you share to other founders who are looking for a Series B that maybe are in the audience or maybe later can see the YouTube of
I think Albert's advice is certainly a really good one. Do not sell too early. Okay. I think that makes a ton of sense. And correlated to that, probably also, don't look to just simply maximize valuation, no matter at which cost, because that can be pricey. I mean, WeWork has also maximized valuation many times, and it didn't work out in the end. I think it's incredibly important to find the right partner, right? Ideally, it's a long-term journey for a couple of years, so really look for someone who can provide you the strategic access, partnership, the right discussions, the expertise, the network, whatever is required in the stage of the company. I think it's also important running through a process like a Series B or a growth stage funding round, whatever it is, requires a ton of resources. So really being prepared as a company is incredibly important. Again, coming back to these guys, I mean, all the data, all the reportings, everything was there. So kind of all that process was incredibly smooth. So I think being ready for that is incredibly important, so that you can also focus on your day-to-day business and very quickly get back to it. Yeah, I mean, I think
I would add to that also the mental strength to go through
sure.
the process.
For sure, yeah. It can be painful. Sometimes it can be painful.
How do you measure this?
Compared to, for example, VC investments in terms of the due diligence process. So yeah, it's a much more intense,
really,
much more intense due diligence process. So. And it's a longer process, and there are ups and downs. So
how long was the process?
I think we started conversations in March, right?
6 months, yeah.
6 months, wow.
Maybe a little bit less.
They went on
I
holiday.
mean, you
or
start with a
something.
Series B, you finish with a Series.
That could be good or bad. It depends on the evolution of the company. In their case, it was good because the company had a very good performance this year. But no, to be honest, I mean, it's a long process. You are negotiating something absolutely important for your company, and you will have ups and downs. And being able to manage those ups and downs is difficult, and for me, one of the keys is to have a partner that you have maximum trust, that you can call at night, and that you can kind of share the pain and share the glory, which was...
At some point, I mean, we were dreaming about the deal, and it was not always sweet dreams, you know.
And it's difficult to have the focus on the business, but also, I mean, on the team.
That's an important one. I mean, this process 4 years ago, when the importance in the day-to-day of Jorge and myself was much bigger, it would have been painful for the company. So one of the proofs that it never happened, because we are very operational founders, but it was a test for the company to see what happens when Jorge and myself are just busy in another thing, you know. And we have grown more than ever, so maybe
it accelerated throughout the process
the proof.
when these guys stayed out.
It's the proof that maybe the best thing we can do is stay at home. But yeah, honestly, I totally agree on the point of Jorge that it's a long process. You have to be ready. And things will happen, okay? For us, just sharing with the audience, because the kind of stuff that I guess you want to know. 2 weeks before signing, one of the investors just changed completely the conditions of the deal, you know?
Actually, they said, we don't want to sell.
We don't want
the deal.
We don't want to sell under these conditions.
Like, what the fuck?
And
we've been like for 5 months working on this. You said 2 weeks before that you don't want the deal?
It was super stressful for us. It was really a very tough point after 6 months negotiating, etc. And we as entrepreneurs, we are like first-time doers of everything. First time building the company, first time selling overseas, first time launching a new product, first time everything. And for us, it was first time raising $40 million, of course. But these guys, it's their business. They are doing it every day, every week. So seeing in the other part of the table, Sasha and the team really making us feel that, guys, don't worry, we will sort it out, we will find a solution, and sharing with us this feeling that the most important thing is securing the deal happening and securing the long-term relationship between us, because it's about building the billion-dollar company afterwards. It's not about signing the deal. That meant a lot to us and helped a lot, so thank you, Sasha.
Well, thank you. Because what's next for Seedpack? I mean, is a unicorn? Are you thinking on this?
Well, what I have to sign.
Hopefully it becomes a unicorn. I mean, as we said, the next milestone that we see is the 500 million in revenues, which if we get there, we will be a unicorn. And we have a few challenges ahead to make that happen. First of all, is expanding into the US, which is one of the biggest challenges for almost any European company. Second, we need to consolidate our position in the big European markets. So we have operations in the UK, in France, and Germany. We're doing
just three countries now.
No, we're in 9.
Okay.
We are also in Spain, Italy, Netherlands, Mexico, Brazil, and Colombia.
Okay.
But markets like the UK, Germany, and France, they have a huge potential because they are very big advertising markets, and we are still in the early days. So taking them to their maximum potential is another big challenge. And of course, scaling the organization, that's also something that we are now dealing with. We're hiring people.
How many people are you now?
240 people.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think with the kind of ideas that Jorge has for central team, I think next year we will be close to 320.
We were discussing that in the taxi. He was saying that I was hiring too much, but no, yeah, scaling the team is also very important for companies in our stage. And it's been a very nice challenge since day one, because the organization has been evolving a lot. And we've been adapting to the CEO role every couple of years, our role was changing. So.
Okay. Okay, so Sacha, about the Spanish VC ecosystem, what opportunities do you see in the region right now?
I mean, obviously, we love
because
the
Series
region.
B here in Spain normally are for foreign investors as of today.
I mean, I think our investment track record in Spain is probably testament to how much we like the region. CITAG is our 4th investment in Spain. Before, as you rightly said, we backed Idealista, classifieds business, and then 2 more software businesses, Econ and Primavera. And yeah, CITAG, I think, hopefully will be one of a lot more to come. And the reasons, I think, are pretty apparent, right? I mean, just look at this conference. When you're walking around and just speaking to the people, the businesses and the ideas that all these entrepreneurs and founders are coming up with are absolutely incredible. And I think you're seeing that truly this ecosystem is growing and growing and is nurturing and is building local and also international champions. And I think what we usually like to see is that with our thesis, we can address a very significant market, right? And you have 50 million people, I think, in Spain. Digitalization is rapidly increasing. We love to back businesses that are very much digital-led. So bringing all of this together ticks a lot of boxes for us. So yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say that hopefully there's a lot more to come for Oakley in the region.
Okay, nice news. And how do Spanish founders compare to other UK founders, European founders? I'm not speaking about them, obviously.
No, they're exceptional.
We're more handsome.
You two especially, I have to say. Well, I mean, I think great founders are great probably no matter which region you look at. But I think what you can say for Spain is that, as I've said, this ecosystem is really nurturing and bringing up a lot more of them on a continuous basis. And they're successful as entrepreneurs. They then maybe start investing themselves. They build and fund larger businesses. And that is just nurturing and developing this overall ecosystem. And I think that's something that we've been observing in the region over the last couple of years. And what I can say just from the couple of conversations that I've also had at this conference, and I'm truly hoping that we as Oakley will be lucky enough to back a number of the entrepreneurs here as well, be it in growing maybe their businesses within the region or potentially also internationalizing them, which is one of the core theses that Oakley is backing.
Okay, yes. One question for all you. What do you think about the role of the corporate investment vehicles, like, for example, Telefónica Ventures? Do you have positive, negative feelings, mixed feelings, the three of you? Oh. Sorry. Wasn't on the list.
Yeah, I think it's the corporates should play a role in the ecosystem, and this is the first thing to understand. I think there are other countries that corporates are much more active buying startups, and I think it's something that if that happened in Spain more and more, we would see. It would help a lot the ecosystem. I think corporates doing investment, I mean, it's an option, but there are professional investors, and I think there is enough money in the ecosystem in the different stages. I mean, good projects get funded. I think that's not the issue. But corporates buying startups, I think it would really make it much more dynamic and much more interesting for all the other actors in the ecosystem. So my feedback would be to try to be more active on acquiring companies in a way to diversify their businesses, grow, and that's my view.
Sacha, please.
Well, I guess I have a very personal view on that because as Oakley, we actually partnered twice with a corporate. A media group, ProSiebenSat.1, on 2 businesses in the internet consumer space. And I think when a corporate has a strategic angle to a situation and a clear value add, as in the case of these businesses where they massively accelerated TV advertising, and that was one of the key levers to really grow the business, then I think it's fascinating. And we as Oakley are incredibly flexible. Obviously, we love to back the entrepreneurs, but if it makes sense to partner with others, be it corporates, financial sponsors, or whatnot, as long as it makes sense and it creates value for everyone there, we're very much up for it.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to add anything.
I agree with Albert. Usually for entrepreneurs, it is easier to deal with venture capital, seed investors, and because you can see maybe even a little bit of a conflict in interest in the future. You always have this story of if an strategic is already invested in your company for a future exit, you could have a problem, especially if they have a right of acquiring the company. So we tend to like more like the independent investors, but it is true that every entrepreneur is looking for an exit at some point, and there are very few exits from Spanish startups to Spanish corporates. And I think that's an opportunity that the corporates are missing, because if you want to be disruptive, if you want to accelerate, look at Google, look at these guys. They're creating Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram acquisitions, while here we don't see a lot of M&A from corporates.
There is a closer one to you. Altis, actually, which is kind of a French competitor to yours, acquired one of our biggest competitors, which is Teads, for 300 million. Today, Teads is worth probably more than 3 billion. You know, so we can argue it was a nice business, a nice acquisition for Altis. We never thought that Telefónica could acquire us, but you know, why Teads can do it to Altis, and we are not even thinking about Telefónica. You know, so that's something that I think will change in the future. Let's see at which path that happens. But I think it would be amazing for the ecosystem.
Yeah, let's see. So thank you very much. Thank you very much to the audience, and that's it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Pablo, Jorge, Sasha. Thank you very much. It's great to have a unicorn on stage, a potential unicorn, an X2B. Okay, we move now from this enlightening view on Series B. Now we're going to be talking about Sandbox. The Sandbox law was one of the new things we saw in Spain during the lockdown, during the pandemic. And so far we have seen the first batch of companies, of fintech and insurtech companies. And to talk about the Sandbox law and the potential opportunities for growth, it is my pleasure to have Gabriela Orile on stage. Long time no see you. As a fintech expert, business angel, and a real living reference on fintech and insurtech.
And a friend of you.
And my friend, a friend that we have seen each other in many events.
Muy mal.
So, Gabriela, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Uy, esto de los tacones hay que mejorarlo. Bueno, muchísimas gracias a todos por estar aquí. Vamos a hacer la charla, ha habido un cambio, vamos a hacer la charla en español, sobre todo porque vamos a hablar de regulación. Y ya sabemos que este tema de regulación es un poco compleja. Así que nos podemos entender todos y podemos hacer las cosas muy bien. Me voy a sentar no por nada, sino porque se me va a meter el tacón dentro del agujero y esto va a ser un drama. Bueno, vamos con la primera de las personas. Esperamos un poco, 2 minutos, el tema del micro. Bueno, pues muy bien, esto del mundo fintech, la verdad es que desde que empezamos a hablar tú y yo en el 2016 ha evolucionado un montón y yo creo que, bueno, hablaremos del tema de Sandbox, cómo nos afecta y todo el tema de la inversión que yo creo que realmente es relevante y, como decía el título de la ponencia, hay mucha oportunidad y cada vez más vemos cómo los nuevos entrantes están aterrizando en España, ¿no? Con lo cual yo creo que es un buen momento no solo para hablar nosotros desde el punto de vista de banca y de fintech españoles, sino también de lo que viene fuera.
Esa es la idea. La verdad es que estábamos viendo un poco con envidia cómo había otros sandbox regulatorios. Correcto. Pues en Singapur, en UK, en UK un ejemplar, en Francia, en Alemania, y eso nos permite básicamente pues, poder hacer pruebas de concepto, poder avanzar, poder superar obstáculos regulatorios. Para los que no sepáis lo que es un sandbox, no sé si hay alguien en la sala, pero es un arenero, es un espacio seguro, un espacio para jugar, para hacer pruebas, para practicar, sobre todo los límites de la regulación sin tener que si se va a romper algo, si va a fallar, fail fast, fail soon, fail cheap.
Exacto.
Venga, Gabriela, ya tienes a todos tus speakers.
Pues Fanny, Head of Compliance and Regulatory Affairs de CaixaBank. Bienvenida, Fanny, es un auténtico placer tenerte aquí.
Gracias.
Posteriormente tenemos a Ángel, de CEO de Onis. Por si no conocéis, Onis a día de hoy es una de las startups más relevantes desde el punto de vista de custodia de cripto. Y creo que esto de cripto también tiene bastante tirón en estos momentos. Y por último, pero no tiene nada que ver, Felipe Caberos, socio de Acros Legal, profesor de la Complutense y secretario de la Asociación Española de FinTech y de Insurtech. Un poco la idea de este panel, además de hablar del tema de Sandbox, eran que las tres patas que intervienen estuvieran representadas. Por un lado, la parte de banca con Fanny, la parte de FinTech con Ángel y la parte legal y a la vez más regulatoria con la parte de Felipe. Bueno, comenzaba antes Nacho hablando sobre esto del sandbox, ¿no? En qué consiste, qué es lo que ha sucedido. Y, bueno, daros las gracias a la otra vez por la posibilidad de estar aquí y al South Summit por la posibilidad de hablar de FinTech y de Insurtech. Creo que todos tenemos claro que Fin es de Financial, Insur es de seguros y es un poco de lo que vamos a hablar hoy. La gran diferencia de estas startups versus las que probablemente hayáis estado viendo a lo largo del día es precisamente la carga regulatoria y legislativa y de ahí la importancia que este sandbox tiene. Comentaba antes, Nacho, esa referencia de UK, y además es buenísimo que me hayan puesto a Fanny al lado porque hemos discutido mucho si realmente vamos a conseguir hacer algo, vamos a ver qué tipo de diferencias, si realmente son tan innovadores las entidades que participan en ello o no. Simplemente para que lo sepáis, de los 67 proyectos solamente se han aprobado 18, con lo cual es un 27,7% de los proyectos que se presentaron en la primera fase del sandbox. Dicen los estudios, además de Finnovating, relacionado con la Asociación Española de FinTech y de Insurtech, que este sandbox va a traer unos 5.000 empleos y casi 1.000 millones de inversión. Veremos si es así. Es cierto que cada vez más, Ángel sube la ceja, cada vez más vemos esas noticias de FinTech que acaban aterrizando en España, con lo cual, pues bueno, sí que hay bastante movimiento en ello. Por no robar más tiempo, porque yo aquí básicamente soy una moderadora y poco más, donde tenemos que aprender es de ellos. Empezamos con Felipe. Para esto del sandbox y apuntarse al sandbox, exactamente qué es lo que hay que hacer. Porque antes Nacho decía, es un espacio de pruebas, sobre todo para tema financiero y tema de seguros, pero ¿qué hay que hacer? ¿Y cuáles son los timings a tener en cuenta?
Muy bien. La verdad es que es una cosa que se pregunta mucha gente, porque incluso hablando con el supervisor, pues no acaban de tener claro lo que es. Nos basamos un poco, utilizamos de espejo el sandbox inglés y en realidad es una ley que se ha aprobado en 2020, que ha sido muy novedosa en España, que se espera que traiga mucha inversión y que es fruto de un libro blanco que publicó AEFI, la Asociación Española de FinTech e Insurtech, en 2017, que provocó que luego el ministro Luis de Guindos pusiese en marcha la aprobación de la ley, que se ha aprobado por unanimidad en el Congreso, que casi nada. Es decir, da un poco una visión de la importancia que tiene para España, incluso y para cada una de las comunidades autónomas, la implementación de la ley del sandbox en España. Entonces, la ley lo que hace es prever, es un poquito una mezcla entre lo que vienen haciendo los productos de software, que vienen probando con sus clientes, con clientes reales, el software. Lo que pasa es que al ser regulatorio es un poquito una mezcla entre la prueba que hacen con el software con clientes reales o la prueba que hacen en los ensayos clínicos, porque los ensayos clínicos de productos farmacéuticos son también regulados. Entonces, lo que significa el sandbox es la posibilidad de probar productos que tienen que ser de base tecnológica, muy importante, aplicados al sector financiero, que puedas probarlos con clientes reales y que sean productos reales, ¿no? Entonces, para eso, la ley lo que prevé es unos requisitos y un procedimiento que básicamente lo que consiste es que se le pide, el Tesoro Público hace unas convocatorias. Ahora va a finalizar la segunda convocatoria. La primera, que nos van a hablar luego los contertulios, ya se cerró y ahora se va a cerrar la segunda convocatoria. En esa ventana de convocatoria, que ha durado 40 días y acaba el 13 de octubre, se presentan los proyectos. y entonces el Tesoro, en función de los proyectos que son, los redirecciona a un supervisor para que los supervise. ¿Qué hace el que presenta un proyecto? El que presenta un proyecto, que puede ser cualquier persona física o jurídica y puede ir de la mano de otras empresas, y se está haciendo mucho, ir de la mano sobre todo de una gran empresa que te ayude, sobre todo en el tema de costes y muchas cosas más, pues lo que hacen es que te ponen bajo la supervisión de uno de los 3 supervisores de los sectores que incluye, que van a ser Banco de España para todo lo que sea banca y medios de pago, CNMV para todo lo que sea servicios de inversión y la DGS, la Dirección General de Seguros y Fondos de Pensiones, para todo lo que sea seguros. Se presentan en cada ventana de oportunidad que hay de 40 días, se presentan los proyectos y se supone que luego, al cabo de un mes, se dice cuáles han sido seleccionados o no por cumplir los requisitos. En la primera convocatoria ampliaron ese plazo 3 meses. Al final la Administración, era la primera vez, necesitó 3 meses para aprobarlo, y una vez que se aprueban te hacen firmar un protocolo con el Tesoro en donde te comprometes a cumplir ciertos requisitos relativos a confidencialidad, derecho de desistimiento de los usuarios a los que convences para que prueben tus productos, etcétera. Y una vez que finaliza el periodo de pruebas, se supone que puedes obtener 2 cosas. Lo primero es una autorización para poner en marcha el producto. O incluso que te acorten los plazos para la autorización si es una autorización muy regulada. Y lo segundo, que es lo que esperamos que ocurra algún día y que comenta mucho la gente, es que esto consiga que se mejoren las leyes. Es decir, que toda la normativa que hay para la aprobación y autorización de todos estos productos financieros y de seguros se acorte y sea mucho más eficiente a través del aprendizaje que hace el supervisor de todos estos proyectos, ¿no?
Ahí yo creo que has dado un punto que Fanny está a punto de comentarlo, es realmente estas 3 entidades, Banco de España, CNMV, que habéis comentado, y la Dirección General de Seguros, ¿realmente están siendo innovadores? ¿Realmente están colaborando mano a mano? ¿O cuál es tu visión?
A ver, tengo que decir que el que la ley de Sandbox haya salido es bueno para todos, es bueno para el mercado en general y es un paso hacia adelante y es positivo. Ahora bien, en términos prácticos no podemos dejar de decir que hay áreas de mejora en la experiencia que vamos teniendo interrelacionándonos con los reguladores. Para alguien o para una entidad que está habituada a tratar con los reguladores, la solicitud de información con carácter previo a que tengas que firmar el protocolo puede parecer excesiva, en el sentido que la pregunta que te haces cuando empiezan a pedirte información es: yo entendía que todo esto lo iba a elaborar en el marco de la prueba, no que esto iba a ser un requerimiento previo para aprobación de la prueba. En términos de los plazos y la forma en la que están trabajando los reguladores, la sensación que da es que están trabajando con el mismo mindset que si fueras a pedir un requerimiento habitual, una consulta o presentar un procedimiento de autorización. No es ese proceso en el que tú entendías que conjuntamente con el regulador ibas a testear, probar, ver si algo tenía determinados riesgos y acordar con el regulador cómo esos riesgos podían matizarse o regularse o adecuarse, siempre preservando la protección de los consumidores, preservando la protección de los datos de los clientes y las normativas de prevención del blanqueo de capitales. Sin embargo, ese ejercicio, lo primero que ocurre es que te das un choque de realidad, que es que tienes la ley, pero tu interpretación de la norma posiblemente ha sido distinta a la interpretación que ha hecho el regulador. Y empezamos con el primer punto, ¿no? Es decir, yo he interpretado que yo aquí he venido a que juntos veamos una idea que yo tengo, que creo que puede ejecutarse en el mercado, pero sobre la que tengo dudas exactamente cómo llevarla a cabo, porque en alguna cuestión hay un vacío regulatorio o la interpretación que yo creo que tiene el regulador podría ajustarse de una manera distinta. Ya no estoy diciendo ni siquiera cambiar una norma, que sería el resultado final. Estoy hablando de te puedo ayudar, regulador, y tú me puedes ayudar a mí a que juntos veamos cuáles son los riesgos de este producto y podamos lanzarlo al mercado. Y que entre ambos, que era uno de los objetivos del Sandbox, que yo fuera más innovador y que tú, regulador, conmigo aprendieras de esta transformación digital que estamos llevando en el sector. La realidad es que el proceso es mucho más lento de lo que esperábamos y que ese time to market, que era una de las expectativas que teníamos todos con ir al Sandbox, no iba a ser tal, es decir, que no lo íbamos a cortar tanto como creíamos, ¿no? Y que quizás tú esperabas, bueno, en 6 meses más o menos sé por dónde van los tiros y voy a lanzar el producto. Pues no, ahí sigues y posiblemente sea un proceso muy largo y alguno, no voy a decir que todos, tenga serias dudas de que finalmente esa innovación llegue al mercado, ¿no? Entonces, lo dejo ahí, doy paso a mis compañeros que veo que
me parece muy bien porque además no lo habíamos preparado, pero es fenomenal porque vais enlazando uno con otro. Ángel, tú estuviste en la primera.
Y me presento a la segunda, así que voy a ser...
Está motivado.
Ya te veo.
No, a ver, voy a ser lo más políticamente correcto porque me presento a la segunda, pero estoy totalmente de acuerdo. Desde el mundo de las startups y sobre todo del área que a mí me aplica, que es todo el área de las criptomonedas, los criptoactivos, el área blockchain que está generando todo un ecosistema de finanzas diferente al que hay ahora mismo, nosotros trabajamos mucho con el corporate para hacer productos finales. Entonces, un entorno como el Sandbox nos es muy útil porque nos ayuda a crear esos proyectos de la mano de la corporate de una forma que todos estemos más tranquilos y podamos verlo y podamos hacer esa innovación. Esa es la idea y ese es el objetivo, pero hay veces, como bien dices, se queda corto. Se queda corto. Nosotros creo que en España tenemos un problema y es que la regulación tiende a todo aquello que no está regulado, todo aquello que es alegal, es ilegal para la regulación española. Entonces, automáticamente conseguir ese cambio de status quo, oye, de esto no hay nada, queremos entrar a trastearlo con la regulación, queremos hacer bien las cosas. En el caso de Onis, por ejemplo, siempre digo lo mismo, somos una empresa de fintech, pero tengo más gente en legal y en compliance que desarrolladores y siempre hemos planteado el producto desde ese punto de vista, desde un enfoque regulatorio y un enfoque de defender al consumidor, que es al final lo que pasa en Europa. Defendemos al consumidor frente a la innovación. El problema es que no llega a existir dentro del Sandbox una intencionalidad de salir más allá. Yo creo que aplican muchas cosas. Sí que es cierto, por lo menos en mi caso, con los departamentos dentro del Sandbox regulados, de los reguladores dentro del Sandbox, la conversación es muy fluida, se aprende un montón, es bidireccional, podemos hablar con ellos de cualquier cosa, es un encanto. De hecho, cuando vas con alguna corporate súper regulada y llega allí y dice, pero esto se puede hacer así, yo que estoy acostumbrado a tirarme 3 meses para intentar que me hagan caso, esto es todo lo contrario, y te dicen, no, esto está muy bien, pero llega un momento que te dice el regulador de turno, espérate que lo tengo que llevar a mi departamento de legal o al departamento de fondos o al departamento X, y ahí ya se acaba toda la innovación del proyecto. Ese es el problema. No sé si en un futuro eso conseguiremos cambiarlo y conseguiremos que realmente acabe generando ese producto, esa nueva regulación para estas áreas. En nuestro caso, sobre todo, es que es todo nuevo. O sea, no hay nada y tenemos que construirlo de cero. Y estamos encantadísimos de ayudar al regulador a construir esas leyes que hacen falta para que el mundo de los activos digitales llegue a la gente. Pero tenemos que sumar todos. Y aunque sí que están por la labor algunas áreas, no todas.
Ahora volvemos al tema de los activos digitales, que seguro que es fascinante y es uno de los trending topics que siempre existe en esto de las redes sociales, Twitter y demás. Comentabas cosas que hay que mejorar. Si tuviéramos que hacer, y Felipe, pregunta abierta, pero mirar UK, por ejemplo, que es el referente más cercano, que muchas de las startups españolas no se tuvieron que ir ahí para realmente, y tenemos casos de éxito, Cantox, Seguri. ¿Qué deberíamos de tener en cuenta que se hace ahí en UK, por ejemplo, que aquí no se está haciendo? ¿Cómo podríamos mejorar eso que ambos no solicitan o piden a nuestras tres instituciones?
Pues efectivamente, llevando como llevan desde 2006 implementando proyectos, han tenido ya 7 ventanas y lo primero que deberíamos aprender es lo que ha hecho UK hace mes y medio, que es eliminar las ventanas, es decir, que se puedan presentar los proyectos en cualquier momento. ¿Vale? Luego, la asignación de recursos. Es verdad que esta ley prevé que no se pueda incrementar el gasto de ninguna de las administraciones, con lo cual los recursos que se dedican, a veces, y a lo mejor vosotros lo habéis vivido, es que en este caso de los 18 proyectos, 10 que han sido de banca, 4 CNMV y 4 Dirección General de Seguros, pues al final los mismos equipos y seguramente la misma persona, la figura del monitor que le llaman, que es el designado por cada entidad supervisora que tiene que supervisar, le toca supervisar todos los proyectos, mientras que en Reino Unido están pudiendo supervisar o tener una persona solo encargada de cada proyecto, ¿no? Entonces la asignación de recursos yo creo que también es importante y luego una característica muy importante es que los ingleses, esto ya es más difícil de cambiar, pero tienen la suerte que tienen solo una autoridad supervisora, y no solo una autoridad supervisora, sino que la misma que hace la convocatoria y elige los proyectos es la misma que luego los supervisa, a diferencia de España, que tiene que saltar del Tesoro a cualquiera de las otras tres, ¿no? Entonces yo creo que de ahí podemos aprender un poco. Los ingleses luego han puesto en marcha unas cosas que no les han funcionado tan bien, por ejemplo el sandbox cross-border, ¿vale? Pero al final solo han elegido 2 proyectos de todos los que de los muchísimos que se habían presentado. Lo han hecho con Estados Unidos, Australia y Singapur, Hong Kong, con muchos países, pero no ha tenido mucho éxito. Y han puesto uno en marcha, que ahora están probando, que es el digital, que en vez de exigirte que sea un MVP, un proyecto mínimamente viable, te deja probar proyectos de tecnología mucho menos avanzados. Pero eso ya está en fase de prueba y todavía el aprendizaje va a tardar un poquito.
Sí, bueno, sumando a eso, yo creo que las áreas de mejoras que podría tener el sandbox, que está funcionando bien, que la administración, retomando esto de que no tenía presupuesto para hacerlo, ha asumido este reto y lo está llevando a cabo, que incluso había dudas de la salida de las convocatorias, y yo creo que muchas de las cuestiones o fricciones que había en la primera se solucionarán en esta segunda. Creo que es importante una revisión de la normativa en el sentido de que solo están las 3 autoridades de supervisión y nosotros creemos que deberían estar otras autoridades, y me explico. Yo creo que debería ser una autoridad a la que tú puedas presentar directamente un proyecto, da igual si tiene que ver con banca, con valores o con seguros, a la Agencia de Protección de Datos. Yo creo que la innovación ahora mismo que posiblemente están llevando a cabo muchas de las entidades y fintechs, startups y demás, tiene que ver con el tratamiento del dato. Entonces, que posiblemente el avance que tú puedas hacer empiece por entrar por la Agencia de Protección de Datos.
De hecho, ahora que comentas esto de la agencia, ha habido también un retraso por parte de la agencia, ¿no?
Sí.
O sea, digo, por si no están, muy... para que lo cuentes, o sea, que de repente se ha bloqueado todo esto, ¿no? Simplemente para...
Sí, bueno, y solo por cerrar, porque muchas veces los proyectos empiezan por esa fase de ¿cómo hago el onboarding al cliente? Tan sencillo como eso, ¿cómo modifico esa parte? Y hablando no solo de la Agencia de Protección de Datos, sino en muchos casos, y en nuestro caso, el CEPLAC también, que está muy abierto a ello, podrías directamente presentar un proyecto de RegTech al CEPLAC sin necesidad de que sea liderado por el Banco de España, y de esta forma tienes más recursos para que se puedan analizar y mucho más rápido cada uno de los proyectos. Esa sería una de las mejoras que pondría encima de la mesa.
Totalmente de acuerdo. De cara a lo que comentabas, hay un punto que sí que es importante, y es que yo creo que, sobre todo en el área que me aplica más, las fintech, muchas creían que era voy a llevar una idea loca y el gobierno me la va a hacer y me va a dar una licencia. Entonces, cambia por completo. Y muchas del problema que viene es precisamente por la protección de datos. Muchas fintech a día de hoy consideran toda la regulación como un problema. Lo de protección de datos creen que eso no existe. Lo de tener un libro o ser sujeto obligado, bueno, ya olvídate, como que, pero si soy una fintech, ¿por qué tengo que ser sujeto obligado? ¿Por qué tengo que hacer? O sea, si habláis en general con cualquier fintech, nos vamos a creer que hacer un sistema de prevención de blanqueo de capitales es pedir el DNI de alguien con una foto haciendo así. Entonces, esto también genera mucha fricción, pero es un malentendido por nuestra parte, que creo que también es un poco lo que decías al principio de qué es lo que esperábamos y qué es lo que hay. Entonces, yo totalmente de acuerdo, creo que no es o sea, debería ser como más transversal, que puedas hablar con todas las áreas, que cada startup o cada proyecto, perdón, que se presenta, haya gente de todas las áreas, porque se aprende de todas. O sea, nuestro proyecto es súper transversal, es una tokenización de un fondo tradicional, es decir, un fondo de inversión, meterlo en una blockchain y que toda la vida del fondo sea en una blockchain. Ahí entra todo el mundo, todos. O sea, no nos dejamos a nadie, pero entramos por CNMV. Luego, claro, cuando se lo pases a la Agencia de Protección de Datos se vuelve loca porque tiene que entender esto y nos lo tira para atrás porque no lo entiende. Pero claro, es que no ha estado con nosotros para poder explicarle dónde queda el dato regulado,
Nacho,
dónde queda el dato preocupante y dónde quedan el resto de datos.
Hay que hablar con Nacho Villoc, hacemos un design thinking, una serie de este tipo de cosas y ponemos a todos en... Yo es que sinceramente creo que en este aspecto muchas veces vamos demasiado independientes, ¿no? Y esa segmentación de las cosas es lo que al final trae consigo. A mí sí que me gustaría, estabas hablando tú, si nos puedes contar exactamente qué es lo que habéis llevado al Sandbox, luego si quieres tú, Fanny, también.
A ver, en nuestro caso es eso, nosotros hemos ido con dos grandes players del sector, uno de ellos es Renta 4, que es un banco tradicional español, y luego el otro es Allfunds, que es el mayor marketplace, la mayor gestora de fondos a nivel mundial, y lo que pasa es que, bueno, pues nosotros al final somos custodio, empezamos a hablar las tres partes, Allfunds tiene un producto que quiere sacar, que es Allfunds Blockchain, en el cual pretenden llevar toda la vida útil de un fondo, creación, incorporación en el fondo, reembolso y demás, todo esto llevarlo a una blockchain. Esto es alucinante porque todos los famosos +1, +2 y +3 que tenemos desaparecen, pudiendo incluso llegar a hacer un fondo tradicional, casi convertirlo en un ETF, casi porque hay muchos factores que sí requieren de tiempo. Y aparte de esto, uno de los puntos claves que tiene es también darle visión al regulador, mucho más que un simple reporte que podamos hacer. O sea, el regulador tiene un nodo en esa blockchain, puede ver qué está pasando, puede consultar datos y los datos están ahí. Es decir, ya lo de trampear y mentir es más difícil. Eso es lo que hemos presentado en este primer proyecto. Lo hablábamos al principio, lo bueno también que tiene para nosotros el Sandbox es un proyecto muy ambicioso, lo hemos reducido mucho para este primer Sandbox, pero yo no sé si en el resto de sitios pasa. Dentro de CNMV nos han dicho, vamos a seguir trabajando. Es decir, hemos hecho esta prueba de piloto, pero vamos a continuar haciendo pruebas, ampliando el producto hasta que sea un producto que se pueda llevar a mercado. Y quién sabe si acabamos el producto diciendo que tenemos un secundario tokenizado. No lo creo, ni a corto ni a medio, pero hay mucho interés en esto. Y hay interés de la propia CNMV, es decir, no es solo por nuestra parte.
Bueno, es que al final también, o sea, yo que vengo del lado de banca privada, todas esas D más X al final acaban generando una serie de problemas. También la innovación, no solo desde el punto de vista de empresa, sino de producto final de cara al cliente. Si quitas el X, pues obviamente vas a ser mucho más rápido, vas a ser más fácil, incluso se van a poder crear muchas más cosas.
Hay una cosa que en este caso nosotros somos custodios de activos digitales. Todo esto estamos aprendiendo casi como el que más y a pasos esforzados. Pero hay una cosa que Renta 4 decía mucho, dice, ya no es solo eso. Si yo consigo que no tenga que hacer la cantidad de reportes que le tengo que dar a la CNMV, sino que directamente la CNMV se puede conectar a la blockchain y puede ver lo que está pasando, eso también es reducción de costes para el usuario final. Dice, yo ya a lo mejor no tengo que pedir un 0,4, puedo pedir un 0,3 o un 0,2. Entonces, esto también es importante para el usuario final.
Bueno, 0,2, 0,4, está siendo muy nice. Estás hablando casi de Vanguards, pero bueno. En el caso vuestro, que también me viene muy bien el apunte que has hecho, porque mucha gente también piensa que el Sandbox es solo para fintechs, para nuevos entrantes, y yo creo que hay un mix también de los grandes, y antes lo hablábamos tú y yo, también toda esa parte, ¿no?, de ayuda al grande, desde la parte más de casi infra o demás. No sé si nos puedes contar algo de lo que estáis haciendo en Caixa. O de lo que
sí, bueno, puedo contar los titulares de prensa. Nuestro proyecto estaba relacionado con tratamiento biométrico tanto en onboarding en oficinas como en onboarding online de los clientes, para prevenir el blanqueo de capitales y el fraude, de manera tal que, teniendo acceso a tus datos biométricos, yo pudiera evitar lo que nosotros en banca llamamos las mulas, que alguien con un mismo pasaporte viniera a abrir varias cuentas porque, tan sencillo como que mi hermana va con mi DNI o voy yo, difícilmente un gestor de banca diferencia si es mi hermana o si soy yo, dependiendo si voy con gafas, sin gafas, pelo largo, pelo corto, ¿no? Básicamente en eso consiste el proyecto y en la interpretación y las medidas que se pueden ver, visto gratamente por Banco de España, por el CEBLAC también, y con algunas consideraciones por parte de la Agencia de Protección de Datos.
Eso está muy bien, esperemos que haya más proyectos. ¿Habrá tercera? ¿Acudirás a la tercera?
No, eso ya no lo sé. Ahí ya me cuesta más decirlo. Tengo proyecto para la tercera, pero ya depende más de si abren la mano.
Vosotros desde la Asociación Española de FinTech y de Insurtech, ¿qué es lo que estáis viendo? ¿Realmente un apetito también por las FinTech? ¿Estáis viendo que están llegando muchas FinTech extranjeras? Veamos a Klarna, ¿no? Con el Hub y los 500. De hecho, había visto que tenían también stand por ahí.
Exactamente, no solo, también desde el punto de vista de los despachos de los asesores lo estamos viendo. No olvidemos que al final España es un poco la entrada de Latinoamérica a Europa, ¿no? Y en ese sentido estamos viendo muchos proyectos viniendo de Latinoamérica y aquí la responsabilidad que tiene realmente el regulador y el supervisor de hacerlo bien es para no impedir que entre todo ese flujo que se espera de negocio en Europa a través de España. No olvidemos que España, cuando te autoriza, te da el pasaporte europeo regulatorio, ¿no? Cumpliendo las reglas de proporcionalidad de la ley y de toda la normativa. Inglaterra ya no lo tiene, por ejemplo, Reino Unido, ¿no? Entonces, me parece que es una oportunidad que tiene que aprovechar muy bien España para todo ese tema de captación de inversores y de realizar negocios en España o realizar negocios en Europa a través de España, sin duda.
Me parece muy buen punto el que dices y como nos queda muy poquito, yo soy una gran defensora de que en España hacemos muchas cosas y la hacemos muy bien, pero yo creo que los españoles tenemos pues, un problema con la asignatura de marketing, que es que la verdad es que decimos poco lo bien que hacemos determinadas cosas. Entonces, os comentaba antes que somos más de 700 FinTech e Insurtech en España, pero salía recientemente un ranking del Global FinTech Ratings Report que se llama Findexable, que nos sitúa, en cuanto a número de fintechs y demás, en el puesto número 16 del mundo y el 9º en Europa. Con lo cual yo creo que es el momento de realmente sacar provecho y de darnos cuenta de lo importante y del punto en el cual estamos y la oportunidad, como decía el título, de este sandbox, no solo para los grandes bancos, no solo para las fintech, no solo tampoco para los despachos de abogados, sino también para el cliente final. Y yo creo que eso es la conclusión a la cual tenemos que llegar todos y luchar por ella. Teníamos una pregunta. Y muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. El concepto de sandbox está siendo pionero en España porque hay otras administraciones que están empezando a copiarlo, ¿no? Aquí en el Ayuntamiento de Madrid van a poner en marcha un sandbox de movilidad. Entonces, mi pregunta sería, dejando al lado el concepto de fintech, o sea, simplemente fijándonos en el concepto de sandbox, si tuviesen aquí sentado al alcalde Almeida, ¿qué le dirían? ¿Cómo puede funcionar o qué lecciones hay que sacar de esta experiencia de sandbox para que el sandbox en Madrid o en otras administraciones españolas funcione y tenga el mayor éxito posible?
Legal, te toca.
Hombre, yo creo que un problema que tenemos en España y que de eso debemos aprender mucho de los ingleses y de los americanos es los problemas administrativos, ¿no? Entonces, que esto sea un poco un salto al futuro y que nos permita pasar de determinados trámites administrativos mucho más fácilmente, qué mejor oportunidad que probarlo con un sandbox, que sirve para saber si sin tanta regulación y sin tanto trámite administrativo podemos hacer cosas, ¿no? En Madrid se han dado pasos importantes por eso. ¿Cómo se piden hoy en día las licencias de actividad y todo eso a través de las declaraciones responsables y todo eso agiliza mucho los trámites? Yo creo que todo eso, y que es lo que busca a lo mejor el Ayuntamiento de Madrid, se tiene que agilizar. O sea que mi recomendación, cualquiera que vaya para agilizar todo lo que sean los procesos administrativos, que son tediosos y como asesor de inversores extranjeros a veces te da un poco la cara de vergüenza cuando les tienes que mandar de la mano de alguien a pedir un NIE a una comisaría donde no hablan español para poder invertir 100 euros en una empresa española.
Bueno, por mi parte, yo creo que una de las cuestiones importantes en ese sandbox que se plantea es que estén todos los stakeholders, todos los implicados participando en una misma mesa. Y que cuando se vayan a presentar y discutir y debatir cuál es el alcance del proyecto que vais a sacar en materia de movilidad o lo que sea, que estén todas las áreas y que no sea necesario ir trasladando a distintas áreas distintos informes, sino que sobre la marcha se vayan tomando las decisiones y diciendo y aprobando, sin perjuicio que luego habrá documentación que enviar y demás. Pero una de las cosas importantes es eso, como decía, en el sandbox español hubiese preferido que estuviera desde un minuto cero y en la conversación la agencia o el CEPLAC y no solo las 3 autoridades. Pues en el caso del ayuntamiento, que todos los que tengan algo que decir en materia del sandbox y la movilidad estén presentes desde el minuto 1.
Ángel, 30 segundos.
Prácticamente lo que ya te acaban de decir y lo que hemos dicho desde el principio, que una vez que se entra en el sandbox también haya intención de que cuando se salga del sandbox algo cambie. porque eso a veces cuesta, y eso creo que es lo más importante. Si sabemos que cuando salgamos del sandbox algo va a cambiar, vamos a querer entrar otra vez.
Y yo, por poner el último punto, te diría que también hay que preguntar a los clientes. O sea, lo que mejor hacen las fintech o lo que mejor hemos hecho las fintech es realmente tener una conversación con ese cliente final para preguntarle exactamente qué es lo que necesita, dónde está y que co-crees también. Es decir, si vamos a hacer algo para el Ayuntamiento de Madrid, yo creo que en esa parte hay mucho que aportar. Yo te pongo un ejemplo muy sencillo. En la fintech en la cual yo estaba, se abrió, no lo abrimos nosotros, un grupo de WhatsApp donde los propios clientes nos iban demandando cosas. Es muy importante tener eso, porque hay muchas veces que pensamos las empresas que vamos a hacer algo y en realidad lo que hacemos no es útil para el cliente final. Y vosotros, bueno, no sé si estás en el ayuntamiento, pero al final yo creo que esa es la parte más importante, ¿no? Tener en cuenta al cliente, que en este caso somos los ciudadanos de Madrid. ¿Alguna preguntilla más? No sé si nos da tiempo, Nacho. No, estamos fuera.
Creo que estamos ya fuera de tiempo. A la salida.
Pues muchísimas gracias, un auténtico placer.
Gracias a ti, Gabriela. Thank you very much. Gracias, Gabriela, Fanny, Ángel y Felipe. La verdad es que da gusto tener un panel con gente que sabe y que pilota. Y además esto del sandbox ilustrado todo para los clientes, pero sin los clientes. Bueno, pues llegamos ahora ya. We are reaching the last track of today, day one of South Summit. Now it's time to talk about laws, but it doesn't mean it's going to be boring, not at all. We're going to be talking about intellectual property, the power of IP tech, the technology applied to intellectual property. And I can see the faces of people I know that really know how they know the turf. So I give the floor to Barrett Spraggins, partner and patent attorney at Attorney Kennedy, Leonard and Spraggins. Okay, the floor is yours.
I start to have my problems. So I think to be seated, if not, I will have another one.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the panel on IP tech scaling with competitive edge. My name is Barrett Spraggins. I'll be moderating the panel. I'm a U.S. patent attorney with an IP boutique law firm in the United States. For the last 14 years, I have been in intellectual property and managing the global patent portfolios for corporations of all sizes, from small startups to large multinationals. I love working with startups and helping them develop intellectual property that's going to protect them and also turn into an asset that's very valuable. And with us today, we have Dina Chavez with...
I'm not an attorney, so I will change.
And Alejandro Pena, and joining us remotely is Fiona Law. Hello,
Hi,
everyone. Hello,
Hi,
Fiona.
Fiona.
So actually, I could talk and introduce everyone, but why don't everyone just tell a little bit about themselves, and we'll go from there.
Okay, so I'm Dina Chavez. It's wonderful for me to be here today. I'm a corporate consulting director at Clark Modet, the IP group, that I want to be the referent in IP tech solutions, so I think this is a good start of my presentation. I have more than 15 years experience concerning all the topics of IP, intellectual property management, technology intelligence, economic valuation, technology transfer. And our main goal the last years in the company is to create solutions, IP solutions, complemented with technology. So I think this panel is very interesting for us because we have the opportunity to present what we are doing in IP tech and what we have challenging and transforming our company also that uses IP, has a strategic aligned to business strategy also. So I think this is very interesting to have this opportunity. It's not possible to speak in Spanish because I think your Spanish is not so good, but I will try to see
extensively.
at the end. I think
apologize.
Barrett could say gracias. And it's a great opportunity for me to be here. Thank you to have the discussion.
Yes, thank you. Alejandro?
Well, so thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. Just a brief introduction of myself. I am Alejandro Touriño. I am managing partner at Écija, which is a law firm basically based in Spain, Portugal, and Latin America. I have been working in the last 15 years in doing IP and innovation work for different type of clients. I have been involved in the last years a lot in the startup ecosystem, and very happy to discuss with you, even being a patent attorney, and with you all. So thank you for the invitation.
And Fiona,
yeah, sure.
Hi everyone, my name is Fiona Bull. I'm a European patent attorney at Clarkson. I'd like to say I'm excited to be there today, but actually I'm just very disappointed to be missing out. I have 15 years experience as a patent attorney at Clarkson, creating value from innovation, working with most of the startups and entrepreneurs to build an IP strategy to grow with them and take them to commercial success. I also work with investors doing IP due diligence, which I think gives me a unique perspective on what startups and entrepreneurs should be doing to help attract funding. I'm really excited to be part of this panel.
That's great. Well, so we have a lot of startups in the audience and at this conference, and I think one of the questions we have is, what is IP? What is the value to a startup? Is IP actually important to a startup? I think that's just a fundamental starting question. I think a lot of people see their IP get filed, sit on the shelf, get dusty. People don't actually use it. Is that true? Is there value to a startup in protecting their IP, spending the money? Let's start with you, Fiona.
I think so. I mean, of course, I would say that, but it's patents. There's this misconception that perhaps it's not something that startups need to be spending their money on. But I have a different view. I think that for a startup, they may not have a product or a prototype. In fact, their entire value is based on intangibles. So by having them, it's not necessarily a patent isn't always the answer. Trade secrets are very valuable, trademarks. And by having those assets, it's a way to articulate to potential investors the value and to use that to attract investment. So I think it's about building value in a startup more than, rather than thinking about patent enforcement, for example.
Dina, do you agree with Fiona? There's some industries or types of startups where maybe patents aren't important, that there's something else in the IP strategy that we should be thinking about?
Okay, so we all know IP is important. I think we are here because we know IP is a strategy and create this competitive advantage for companies, mainly startups, because they are starting her own business, and this is why define the intangible assets could be the impact that they needed to get investment or to create this value and have this possibility to transfer or license the technology. I don't think it's a question of industries or sectors or segments. I think it's our main goal is to define a very good strategy of IP related to the business strategy. And sometimes patent, it's not a modality that we want to use because trade secrets could be more interesting, could be more, could create this differentiation that is important in the markets or it could, is a driving force to creating this impact that we want to do. So I not see one sector or one industry that could be the focus to be protected. I think it's always a question of strategy. And since the beginning, I think this is a recommendation system beginning, we need to have this IP strategy aligned to the business strategy, because if you want to have the return of investment, and many of the startups build up the intangible assets, and they are creating value with the assets. So, and sometimes they are what we call I-tech, I-growth. So they start with a technology or a solution protected by trade secrets, for example, but impact will be developing the intangible assets and creating value. So to add what Fiona says, I think it's always a question of strategy and analyze the potential market and then define the business strategy aligned to the IP.
Mm-hmm. And Alondra, we've talked about bringing in a lot of different aspects of the global strategy, trademarks, copyrights, trade secrets. Can you talk a little bit about that and how that's important?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we can link both questions. And I mean, if you ask that question maybe 50 years ago, the answer would be different. But nowadays, living in a digital ecosystem where all the sectors want to be digitalized, where the client, the final customer is very close to technology, I wouldn't say that that most of the companies have a lot of IP values and assets that need to be protected. I mean, from the European, and in particular from the Spanish perspective, there are different pieces of law that could help them in order to make that protection that we are looking for. We got copyrights, we got trademarks, we got, of course, patents, trade secrets, industrial designs, and many other aspects. But nowadays, if you check the last big transactions in the US, in Europe, in Israel, in the East, well, you probably see that the real value of those companies are not real estate. They are intangible assets. So if the core asset of your company is an IP1 and you do not protect that, I guess that you are not focusing your strategy properly. Lawyers are absolutely relevant in that strategy from the very beginning, not at the last time like firemen when there is a due diligence, say, oh, nothing is well done, we need to start from the very beginning, we are late. I mean, we love to enjoy the work from the beginning, when the startup is coming up, when the idea is flourishing, and at that time we understand that there are a lot of added value that could be proposed to clients.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think everyone here definitely agrees IP is important.
We live on that. So
yes, we.
The question was quite this.
Right. Fiona, do you have any war stories of when someone didn't apply an IP strategy properly and it just ended badly? I think that's always entertaining.
Yeah, I have lots of stories. Do you know the story that I always sort of that always comes to mind is not one where they got it wrong, one where they got it right but by accident, but they articulated it completely wrong. So it was, I was doing due diligence on a company that had some software for growing crystals in a better yield. And when I asked them if they had patents, they said, well, we don't believe in patents in any way. You can't patent software. And that was their answer. Now, actually, after the due diligence, we realized that it wasn't appropriate to patent what they had because they couldn't tell if the crystals had been grown using this particular piece of software. So it was appropriate to keep it as a trade secret. But the way they answered that question, immediately the investors thought they don't know what they're doing. It would have been a much better answer to say, we really thought about it, and actually we kept it as a trade secret, and this is why. It's about giving the right impression during due diligence, and really thinking about your IP and having a strategy. So it wasn't quite that they got it wrong, but I think they got it right by accident, which was just as bad.
Alejandro, do you have a story where it actually turned out well?
Well, I was thinking on the worst ones, that there are a lot of them. And I mean, my first mentor, my first boss, when I started being a lawyer, used to say that lawyers are like bullfighters. The more you fight, the better lawyers you are. So I must be a wonderful one. But I mean, there are a lot of nice stories where people, they are happy and willing to be recommended, to follow your recommendations recommendations, to do the work properly from the very beginning. So when can you see that? I mean, when after, like the happy ending, like the end of the story, there is a nice transaction, there is an exit, the startup and the founders get rich, they go to live with you in Bahamas, and they forget to work. That's true, yeah. And they got the clues. Because on the other side, I have also been involved in some transactions where everything was crashed because there was not, a real protection on the properties. Even the license agreements were not signed at the very beginning. It was not clear who were the owner of the copyrights and so on. So, if you follow that recommendations from your lawyers, you keep clear on that, you got all this clearance, you got your portfolio of trademarks, patents, copyright, or whatever. At the end of the day, going through a due diligence is much better, you feel much more comfortable, and there are not those contingencies that sometimes make a fail in a transaction.
Okay, I think that's absolutely right. And as a company grows, does the policy and the procedures that they're following, does it need to change? I think of a startup, 20, 30, 50, 100, I guess to 200 people, it becomes hard to keep track of what everyone's working on and understanding, well, this guy's working on this project, this one. How do you still capture all of that innovation and make sure that nothing's slipping through? And I'm thinking, as a patent attorney, strictly patents. Maybe this is a good one for you, Fiona. What do you tell your clients as they're growing? How do you manage that growth? Is it simply just a matter of filing more patents, or is there something else to it?
One piece of advice I always give is make sure the IP is at the heart of the business and managed appropriately. So the IP shouldn't be, don't push it down to perhaps a scientist that only knows one little area of the business. Set up a committee, have the business people and the scientists, the tech guys together, really thinking about, as Dina says, there's no point having an IP portfolio if it doesn't support the business plan. So I think it's about ensuring that IP is really put at the heart of on board meetings, and to keep that business alignment.
Okay. Back to you, Dina.
If I may answer one thing
concerning
this question, I think it's interesting also to promote awareness and training since the beginning. Because we need to identify the impact that all IP measures could have in your strategy, in your business strategy. We all know IP is important, but we need to be aware, for example, why it's important for me to have to put in secret my information, why it's interesting for me to know if I want to evaluate my patent, and why it's important to protect as a patent, because I can evaluate it and have an economic return of that. It's very interesting since the beginning to implement an IP culture, and then in the use of the awareness also in all employees and collaborators, because it's this that could be the match between why IP is important and why I will use IP. So I think this is interesting to have this point, because it could make the difference in big companies also.
Yeah, but I would say that, in that same path, that the bigger the company is, the easier it is to create some awareness. At the very beginning, when they have no funds, they say, okay, I will invest the money in the strategic issues for us. It is not lawyers, it is not accountants, it's basically the product or the service or wherever. But when they are going up, they got some conversations with investors, they start some kind of due diligence, that chats that we had in the past that were absolutely nonsense for us, now they make sense, and we need to follow that path. So, and normally the bigger they are, the more money and budget they got to invest in lawyers. So this is a good crossroads for lawyers and startups at the time.
But I've found that if they don't have the good habits from the beginning, it's hard to just jump in and come in, at a large corporation and just change everything. It's much easier when it's coming from the very beginning. I assume you've had similar experiences?
Exactly. It's when you start with your strategy.
Right.
I think it's. I think we are now speaking always with the same terms, but that's it. Because if the strategy is not aligned with your business strategy, it's very difficult to implement this culture and to get across your life cycle of innovation a good protection concerning all your IP rights. And it could be patents, or it could be trade secrets, or it could be trademarks. I think the question, it's not a modality, but it's to have, as Fiona said before, this modality that you can create your intangible assets. That is important for your growth. And all we want it's make these changes and to have this return of investment that we all want when we protect our IP. So our objective is, how can I get money with my IP? One of the most important. It's not the only one, but it's one of the most important in my case.
Well, tell me a little bit, we've talked a little bit about this before, about using emerging technologies, blockchain, your favorite topic. How are you using innovation to track and improve innovation at a company?
Yeah, I think we need to innovate, even if it's concerning IP. So we are here to talk about IP tech. And IP tech is to create IP solutions based on technology. I'm a very, very big fan of blockchain. I have the opportunity to speak before with Barrett and talking about some IP tech solutions that we developed at Clark Modded. We want to be in the front line of innovation. So our main goal is to create IP solutions based on technology. Concerning blockchain, we have a real use on IP, so it's the possibility to create the proof of existence of an intangible asset, so a digital file. Imagine you have a trade secret. One of the characteristics that you need to have to be considered a trade secret is you need to identify your secret. And with blockchain, for example, you can have this proof of existence. You don't need to go to the notary and to have this file and this proof of existence. So this is one of the solutions that we developed, and it's a real solution of IP tech. And another one is based on artificial intelligence and big data. And what we do is the tracking patent system. So if you want to make a technology watch to see what our competitors are doing. So you can use, for example, a brief description of your technology, and using our application, what you will have is first, naturally, all the state-of-the-art concerning the technologies, but then you have the main indicators that will help you using a dashboard. For example, main competitors, technology trends, principal markets, and this is interesting to democratize this kind of information. We all know that using patent databases, it's terrible, even for us, and we work with IP. So our objective is always to create different solutions based on technologies that could help, in this case, startups, because they need to have access to this kind of information and this patent information that's very useful for the definition of the strategy, and technology can help.
Well, and making it simple to understand.
Exactly.
Getting it down to a 1 or 2 page summary. This is what's happening in the field, and not getting too deep into, okay, now read this patent application.
And it's terrible. You will not understand. So
yes.
I think this is the most important, is have this capacity to analyze the information and to be able to identify what is important, but not reading the old stuff of the patent. I know for you lawyers this is very important, but for our consultants it's very difficult, this kind of language.
Right.
But we were discussing earlier about legal tech, which is basically applying technology to, to the legal sector, to general counsel, to companies, to law firms, and at the end of the day, is using, identifying the pain points that you got in your daily basis when we need to file or we need to identify what our competitors are using. I wouldn't say that let's go for blockchain or let's go for AI or for machine learning or whatever. Try to understand which is your pain point in the organization, which is not working properly, and try to explore the different technologies in order to look for the right one to solve that matter. I have been in many meetings with clients say, hey, I got blockchain. For what? For tracing chicken, like I have seen in some supermarkets? I get amazed. I am at the queue there, say, a chicken traced by blockchain. Wow, that's the time to avoid a blockchain. I am a fan, okay? Don't get wrong on that. But I will say that, hey, what's the point on your business? What is not working as good as you would like, and how technology can help you to do so. We are the office. We have implemented a lot of technology to make the work of the lawyers easier. And also we are helping clients to automatize certain tasks that are not added value for them. A lot of repetitive work, you make it much more profitable for them, you avoid the human mistakes and so on. So I guess that even for lawyers that are not very well known as very innovatives, we need to take the lead of the innovation and use all the technologies in order to make our work better, faster, and probably the client wants cheaper. That's something to discuss.
Yeah, well, and just cutting through the weeds of the IP field, a lot of the terminology is difficult, and if you are a startup and you don't have an in-house legal team, it's often a non-legal person that's having to review this stuff. So anytime you can make it simpler seems like a good thing.
Yeah, and I think it's important. We all know that it's very difficult at the beginning to have this possibility to have an inside legal department based on IP issue and all the stuff. But it's important to understand why it's important, why it's strategic, and have this complementation of the IP consultant that could help you to draft your patent, to define what are the legal issues that you need to take care to start your business, and democratize this kind of information using new technology. So this is the wonderful scenario that we want to develop, and we are here to discuss.
Well, and probably the most valuable thing for a startup is what's it do to valuations? Yeah, I know, Fiona, you do a lot of due diligence work. You work for investor groups coming in to evaluate the IP portfolio as part of figuring out an amount to invest. Can you tell us a little bit about what you've seen in your work? What do investors care about?
In my view, what investors really want to see is IP due diligence is not a tick box exercise anymore. Patents aren't a numbers game. It's not about having loads of patents and loads of trademarks. What it's about is about having a really solid, coherent strategy. And my top tip, because when I'm acting on behalf of the investors, the first thing I look for in the data room is a really nice summary. A summary of how the IP relates to the business plan and to the products. And just a nice one-pager, a strategy. That is the best thing a starter can do. They may not have the money to file a patent application, but everybody could write down a plan for when they're going to file the patents, what they're going to cover, and enables them to make better decisions in the future.
That seems to be one of the key takeaways is have a plan, start it early, be intentional.
Exactly, and always think that you can have a return of your investment. I think we need to switch our mind, and for startups it's very interesting. You don't need to identify IP has a cost. You need to identify how IP has a strategy, and you will have the return of investment of your IP. And during my 15 years of experience leading with projects concerning IP, the first question that an investor will ask you is, what about your IP? And if your IP is not protected, it's very difficult to continue the deal. So let's see that, and not only based on patents. I think this is a good recommendation also, that we can say it's not only to have a patent, but you need to have a patent and all the legal issues that are related to your IP also. But effectively, I think it's a good recommendation that we can share with you.
Well, and it's something that is quite relevant, that is, I mean, making aware them, the startup, what are the assets that they can protect and which one they cannot. This is a very funny situation. In every kickoff with a startup, they say, we would like to protect our idea. Okay, no way. Second question, we want to protect your trademark. Okay, we can do that. Where would you like to do so? Worldwide. Okay, we need to pay the fees in every single country. Okay, Spain is okay. So, I mean, a budget also makes you feasible the work that you will be accomplishing to them.
Right.
But again, this is an asset value, looking at the horizon and trying to provide a real advice for added value for them too.
Absolutely, yeah. The answer, unfortunately, as a patent attorney, isn't always file a patent.
Exactly.
There's a lot that goes into it.
We all know that, I think. I think why it's important to have a patent. It's important to have a patent, but we have another strategies or another modalities that we can use. It's more important to have a strategy. Exactly, that's the point. It's not only the patent. I think this we need to change a little bit of this mindset concerning, if we talk about IP, we're talking about patent and trademarks. That's it.
Right.
Now we are talking about different modalities, and the thing is, so let's be focused in what we want to protect, what we want to do with our IP, how can I commercialize my IP, or how can I create value with my IP and then have the right protection?
Well, with that, we're almost out of time. Are there any questions from the audience? Has to be in English.
Because the Spanish of Barrett, it's a little bit difficult.
And I suspect Fiona.
But next year, Barrett promised that he will do it in Spanish.
To be fluent? Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I would like to ask just a quick question. What is the best way to protect an algorithm? Is it through...
Protect what?
An algorithm.
Algorithm. Ah, algorithm. Okay.
Is through a patent or is through a trade secret? What is your opinion?
Sorry, it kind of cut out a little bit.
So what is the best way to protect an algorithm?
An algorithm. Oh, we were just talking about
this.
Yeah,
we were discussing about that. I mean, and the answer, I am Galician, so I would say depende. And it will depend on many assets, but I would say that there are different topics of law or pieces of law that could help you. Sometimes the better thing is to use a trade secret. Sometimes you need to look for some kind of notary deposit. Sometimes you need to go through NDAs. I mean, at the end of the day, you need to check what you have and how would you like to share that information or not with some counterparties. For instance, there is, in my view, something that has been quite, on the press with regard to this Riders Law recently passing in Spain, where these companies were requested to show their algorithms against the companies and the employees and so on. Well, sometimes if it is your added value, if it is your IP and you want to protect that, you may use some topics or some specific laws, for instance, the trade secret one, that would be probably the most adequate one. Okay.
So I'm a Portuguese, but the answer is it depends also, so we can share this sentence. In my case, I think, and it's complemented, but you need to analyze if it could be a patent or not. So this is the first. Then if it's not a patent, why you cannot use trade secret to protect. It's also an intangible asset. You can evaluate it but the topic that you can use new technologies. We are here to talk about IP tech, so you can use blockchain because the main importance of blockchain is to make the proof of existence of the digital files. So if you consider your software has a trade secret and then you have this proof of existence using blockchain, you are able to identify your intangible assets, and this could be the best way to protect it.
It's a great question. Unfortunately, we are out of time. I know everyone on the panel would love to continue the conversation offline. They're all available to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you,
I
Barrett.
enjoyed hearing you talk. It was great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you need to say gracias.
What?
You need to say gracias.
Gracias.
Gracias. Thank you very much for this closing. And well, we have got to the end of day one of South Summit at growth stage, and actually the end of day of South Summit of day one. See you tomorrow. Rest well. Tomorrow we will be here with much more exciting panelists and contents and keynote speakers. See you tomorrow. Thank you.